Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a Tuesday edition of High on Politics. Oh, man, we got a lot to get to today. Oh, hey, Josh, what up? I have listened to every Hang Your Hate that has released on YouTube. Thanks for the new music. Hell yeah, man. Well, I am really happy that you have taken to them. Yeah, Hang Your Hate is great. I'm obviously a little biased, but no, for real. I'm glad that they're growing, and I'm glad that I can introduce you to them. If you guys don't know, Hang Your Hate is a great band that was introduced to me by the father of the lead singer, who happens to be a viewer of this program. So, yeah, they are friends of the show. Also, Kirk Official Music is a contributor to the show, so definitely check them out. I will drop their links in the chat. Serena, awesome. I'm glad that you're here. Just thinking about let's eradicate the Kung Flu after hearing it. And like, honestly, the world really turned on the fact that he did get COVID and got the best care possible to survive it. Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I have, you know me, you guys know that I'm all about the humor and trying to see the funny in things. I swear to God, when he said that, that was one of those moments I had to rewind it a few times. I'm just like, did he just say Kung Flu? Because I'll admit, it made me, that one brought not just a smile to my face. That one made me legit bust out laughing. Because that's just, it's hilarious. I'm sorry. It was very, very funny. So, actually, to that point about not taking things too seriously, yeah, you know what? We got to bring some humor to just every little bit of life. Everything is so damn serious, so don't be afraid to laugh a little bit. You can still take everything seriously. Just saying, don't take yourself too seriously. LeMayo, I thought it was I mean, did you? Natch, really? No, Kung Flu. We need to eradicate the Kung Flu. You know what? I mean, it was better because he kept calling it, what, China virus or something like that? The China virus, China. But actually, Serena, I am glad that you're here. I'm going to make sure that I get to this pretty early on. I mean, we're going to be cranking along the show here because, yeah, we have, I'm not even kidding. We have so much to get to. Today is a packed day. And the funniest part is, when I was putting everything together, the last thing that I was watching was the SNEAKO bits, and I'm just like, oh man, get to the SNEAKO stuff right now. I know, I can't, man. I can't bury the lead like that. I got to be a proper broadcaster. That's the exciting. I mean, honestly, it's hilarious. I sat there watching. Like, I don't usually scroll Twitter, but I scrolled Twitter for about an hour. So, there's a lot to get to there. So Brandon, definitely hang around. Very worst, excuse me, very worst case, I will be getting to that in the fun half. So yeah, just stick with us and we will get to it. Because yes, I got to do some of the more serious stuff first. You know what? This is how I stack things. I like to kind of intro the show, say hello to everybody, hang out for a minute, and kind of set the vibe. Then we go into the news, which there's a lot to get to. It's the only story that matters. It's even effing bigger than Greenland. Well, I mean, in the context of the world, maybe not, but legalize what? Oh, herbs and animals are life. Hey, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Herbs and animals are life. I'm not sure if you know Sandy from Environmental Coffee House. Almost forgot. Yeah, you should check her out. She's she's awesome. I think that you would definitely vibe with her content. She is all about talking some horticulture and some climate change, all that fun stuff. Growing food. I'll be able to hang out for a little while here, but I do have other stuff that I need to get done. So if you want to sort out some of the feedback on the landscape in the Illinois 9th, all right, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just go through this now. There are live protests going on in California, Minnesota, and there is also a live one in Portland. But there was a protest in Federal Plaza in Chicago that I also want to go through. Got some footage of that one. This will all be later in the show, but I want to lead off the show with something that I was a little worried about. So obviously, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh was, if you don't know, she is running for the Illinois 9th, which is my district. And so here is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, if you do not know who she is. Now, here's the thing. She was on Hassan yesterday. I purposely did not watch the live because I wanted to be able to take it in. I watched the entire interview. I got some thoughts. So I pulled up what I thought was the most important bit of the stream, and it kind of will explain a little bit why I have changed some of my feelings on the Illinois 9th race and why I'm not exactly confident in her as confident in her prospects as I was before. So, all right, let's bring this up. Oh, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. There we go. I don't know why the hell this is. Oh, come on. Seriously? Hold on. For some reason, my screen is not wanting to cooperate. There we go. All right. As I was saying, so Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is she's what I would consider a nationally known candidate at this point, which is great. You know what? National exposure is good, especially if you are trying to play, the game of winning the general. But we are going into primary, and it is a very packed primary. So here is a bit of her addressing something that I have personally kind of thought myself, where I was like, all right, you know what? I kind of feel that, the term carpetbagger can almost be applicable. So let's see how she addresses this. And honestly, because she did this on Hassan, at this point, I'm going to give my my unfettered feelings here.
They also pull up that picture of me in my Charizard onesie, and they're like, do you want this idiot? Someone was literally like, I'm going to go to every senior center in Evanston and show them this picture. Oh, yeah, that was a Grok thing.
What the is carpetbagger chic? What does this mean?
Because yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What's carpetbagger even mean? So carpetbagger is implying that she had moved here from Texas with the sole purpose of trying to go for a district that is going to be uncontested, because my representative is old, so she's retiring. And so this is an open primary. It's one of the few in the country where we have somebody retiring. And as I said, it's a packed primary. And I'm not as worried about like a right winger necessarily winning it as much as I am the corporate candidate is going to likely win it. And I will give my reasoning after we watch this clip.
Yeah.
News aggregate. Chicago. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh walked into the federal court Wednesday looking nothing like the brash activist seen blocking ICE officers' SUVs. The megaphone militant was gone. Is this ChatGPT?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Serena.
Oh, wait, actually,
this is like, I was excited that I saw you in chat because you are very well versed in this.
You have one. Look up Chicago
More so than myself, even.
Contrarian cat, and you will see that is the closest thing to an attack ad we have for sure.
Even after relocating, she still voted in D.C. The same carpetbagger scam Jason Lee pulled when he voted from Texas. Oh, they're trying to hit it from like a you're not a real Democrat. You're like trying to fuck over the
not a real Democrat, not a real Chicagoan. That's the difference.
Democrats here type of angle.
Also part of I'm not from here because I've lived in other places, and that's often what young people do. It's also
Yeah.
where my father immigrated, but I don't
And
want
then
people
there's
to vote for me for
Nightlife
that.
Cat, the punk-coated fishnet-wearing influencer persona posed on bars for TikTok aesthetics.
That's me. These aren't outfits; they're characters. Hey, hi Matthew. How's it going?
Oh, local news is watching. They're always watching. Damn.
He's always watching. I see you, Matthew.
These aren't outfits. They're characters, switched on and off depending on what she wants. Clout, cash, sympathy, or votes. The background she doesn't sell on TikTok. Abu Ghazal, like Marcus herself, is a working class progressive.
Any local congressional offices? What about
Reality says otherwise.
what?
They're just like talking about your dad,
talking
finance founder whose companies were acquired by BNY Mellon. Okay. 7th-generation Republican family in Texas.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Also, I like constantly. I'm like, yeah, my grandmother is rolling in her grave, and that's very funny.
Private schools, then George Washington University.
I went to Catholic school.
Career, DC nonprofits and media outlets. This isn't grassroots. It's DC to Texas elite with punk branding attached. Cleanest proof of carpetbagging. Abu Ghazala did not move to Chicago for the district's issue. She moved in July 2024 because her partner, Ben Collins, became CEO of Global Tetrahedron.
Yeah, it's the parent company for The Onion.
Oh, which is headquartered here. That's it. That's the whole move. Damn, they're just like, I mean, it's AI, but they're also like kind of, doxing everyone in your immediate vicinity or
Not really, Hassan. When you are a congressional candidate, this is what happens.
family.
I don't see. I'm already starting to get pissed because we can't play that game of, oh, well, you need to treat it. You need to treat her differently than anybody else. Fuck that. No, you put yourself out there to be a congressional fucking candidate. This is part of my problem.
Well,
Honestly.
here's
I
the
receive
thing.
this kind of stuff all the time too. People think my dad is a billionaire.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just say it. Her team blew off this stream again, and you know what? This is gonna come off probably a little shitty, but no, for real, they blew off this stream, and
Because there's like AI.
this is what they're focusing on. But this is where I'm saying they're blowing off people that live in the district. Like, you guys can't vote for her.
articles that they've written about how
Right.
he's like a multi-billionaire, one of the richest people in Turkey is what they say, which you could literally Google if that was
Just a thing.
the case.
Just a
You're so
sec.
stupid. Anyway,
No, but also here's the thing. Like, I'm not from Chicago originally. Like, it is for like my entire like dad's side of the family.
What? I didn't know that. Yeah, I've been keeping that one a little close to the chest, but it's been over a month, and her team has kind of like, they blew me off initially for the first one, like completely blew me off, apologized, and then gave me a second booking, and then blew off the second booking.
I thought
Agreed
this was
to?
Dinesh. This was the first second. No disrespect
That's my
to
lawyer.
No
Be
disrespect to your
nice. Hi, Josh.
attorney.
And honestly, you know what? It's fine.
Like, what is the? I don't even understand what the juxtaposition here is. So, are they saying like you should have came in with the fishnets to the court? Like,
Might have worked in my favor.
Honestly, Pat, part of my questioning will be to talk with you about the idea of carpetbagging and the various parameters that would qualify.
so this is the photo that they post, and they're like, oh, this is
Well, this is why I think she's out of touch with the district, to be completely honest, Serena.
she's
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There's this one dude who's just obsessed with calling me a carpetbagger because I moved, and then also talking about my sultry voice, and talks a lot about like my tongue and my legs.
Ugh. Fucking creep.
He's this guy is the Chicago contrarian, is just completely.
Oh, he's
my
done a
God.
thread. They mostly moved on to watching news clips, but a few takeaways from the first few minutes. Hassan asked her a bit about her policies are. She's running on explaining her top few being anti-authoritarianism, basic existence, which is often her response
Matthew,
to that
why don't
question.
you watch my streams like this?
But then he pressed her on what that means and what her actual policies are. She noted a few, including one, federal housing incentives, AI regulation, potentially bipartisan, and healthcare. On healthcare, she says she thinks Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. We need single-payer healthcare, including dental and vision. No, Matthew, you f***ed up. She said dental, mental, and vision.
And hearing,
Oh, I didn't see. I missed out. I missed one.
man, Matthew, watch my streams like this.
And then he says Medicare for all is a single payer system, and the most recent bill in the Senate includes both dental and vision coverage. She also talked a bit about Israel-Palestine and the history of the district, noting her two top opponents, Biss and Fine, having called Israel's war against Palestine a genocide.
Whoa. We're watching vids in here. At least 2 hours of yapping
And
before the
mention
vids.
about
Not yet.
AIPAC.
Now, I got to get to this because I have somebody in chat. We have Serena in chat who she works in this district. So, like, she has
Targeting. She also
A
talked a bit
valuable
about
opinion on
Schakowsky as
this,
being one
so.
of the more progressive members of Congress. Over
My biggest thing about the whole carpetbagging charge is that I can't get a good explanation about why someone who is local to Chicago would be any better as a legislator, especially in this
the past
moment.
2 decades.
It's specifically suited to the idea of running the campaign to the district. So like she's running a campaign for anybody that's under the age of 30 when the average age of somebody in the Illinois 9th is over 40.
In the district's history of being a progressive district, including on issues like
most people don't care about her streams. Most people don't care about her activism. Nobody really does. And Dan Biss, unfortunately, has done enough to kind of counter it, where it's like he's got pictures of him at the protest. Like he's the politician in all this. And like, I've heard from people that are of that age that have said that they're just like, yeah, you know, the little bit I've seen of him, he seems like the guy that would represent me better. And I was just like, oh, great.
his real past line, despite his large Jewish population.
No, I don't. I personally don't, Serena.
That sums it up.
Yeah.
I feel like the human brain wasn't meant.
Honestly, like if I'm going to go based on experience, I think that Mike has the best experience considering he's been in the state house and he wrote some legislation and I don't know, like that. And he's of that age where he could probably provide, a little bit more for the younger people. But my biggest problem is, again, she doesn't seem to value the opinions of anybody outside of her core, like what she considers her core.
Received this much.
I mean, this is my life. This is my everyday existence. So,
I do want to say in this district, only 7%
is experience what we need to get through this current moment. I'm not even talking about what I want, Serena. I'm talking about what the average person in this district wants.
The votes in the primaries in years past have been.
Fortunately, me speaking to some of the people at the event that I met you at had kind of made me realize that.
Young people. And we are really trying to like not just have likely primary voters, but also Kaya.
Yeah. She's a baby. She can't vote yet. She's only 3.
She's only 3.
Yeah. Despite her size.
But we're really trying to turn out young people. So if you're a young person watching this in aisle 9, make sure you vote. And by young, I mean like under 40. But also we, I don't know. I just want to.
I've been watching her polling pretty closely, and she got really excited when she went up and met Biss at plus 18. Now he's at plus 23, and she's actually losing steam.
People are moving to Chicago as literal refugees in our own country, and I want to make this a safe place, and I want to have a representative.
What do I want personally? Well, this is where it is a little different because I've already voted for Dan Biss in the governor's race. I've been following his career for a while. I think that his progressive actions actually kind of speak well for him and like his campaign
as hard as they can.
Him being, he's been a pretty successful mayor,
and I know I could do that.
I don't know.
All right, well,
and he's not the one even like bashing her at all.
Thank you so much, Kat.
Thanks
for coming
so much for having me,
this
man.
was great.
Okay, so now this is kind of what I wanted to get to because of this. All right. So with that, I didn't hear really anything outside of if you're under 40, please vote for me. She didn't really say anything outside of, okay, you're trying to make things more affordable for people. We're like, I get it. But this is where I'm saying, I don't think that she's really grounded in reality here. But this has also had quite a few bit of machinery behind him. Do you feel like he'll be responsive and do what is needed in Congress? Sean Casten did. I used to live in Sean Casten's district, and I'll tell you what, he he's a little milk toasty, but scientist guy. I don't know. Either way, let's get to this. All right. So this is the Illinois Democratic primary poll. Shows early leaders 4 months out from election. So this is what I was talking about. She was plus 18 before. Now she's plus 16. Dan Biss was plus 18. He went up to plus 23. Laura Fine was, I think she was sitting at like plus 4. So Laura Fine is actually kind of growing in that one. Oh, Mike, damn it, plus 13. Hohen actually like kind of came out of nowhere. I have to say, like he has like his campaign got kind of aggressive. I've gotten like a whole bunch of stuff from Hohen. So what we need, Perpap, in the year 2026 is milk toasty scientist guy. No, I would love as I said, what I would love for Kat to win, and get past the primary, like, and go to the general, because I think that she could easily stomp that, like, the Republican candidate, whoever that will be. I know that their primary is fucking weak as shit, but I don't know, man. I just kind of feel like the carpet bag thing is a legitimate critique because she did come here like literally a year out. So I know this is what's shitty about American politics. Like, I hope that you understand that I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't personally think like this. Like, I don't think that it matters that she lived in Chicago for X amount of time. I really, I think it helps. I think because then you have an understanding more so of what the locality wants and what they expect of you. That's where I think Dan Biss has a little bit more of a chance, especially name recognition within the district too. Yeah, I'd agree. I want someone like Kat to speak up. I don't know that Biss has any juice to speak up and lead a resistance to Trump. We'll see. I mean, it seems like he does, though. I don't know. I think people would literally pay attention to Kat, and I feel like Kat would be a catalyst to spur something better than Biss. While I agree with that, like I do, I'm speaking to the practical reality that I don't see a lot of the constituency moving that way. So, like, Serena, my idea of what our constituency is like a bunch of CBS News, like, daytime watchers. Like, they're in doctor's offices and, just in general, like, they kind of watch that daytime crap. I mean, the median income here. What is the median income? I kind of pulled this up. Oh, yeah, I also pulled this up. So Dan Biss is a dad, husband, mathematician, and longtime community leader. As a legislator in the Illinois House and Senate, and now as mayor of Evanston, Daniel has delivered pragmatic, progressive solutions covering a wide range of issues. I'll get back to that in a little bit, but oh, here it is. Okay, so Congressional District 9, population 743,003. That's kind of funny to be the 3. Median age 40.5. Poverty rate 10.6. Didn't know that. Median household income 90K. That seems about right. Median property value is 378,000. Yeah, that kind of seems about right. All right. So I would say that the biggest obstacle that she's going to have to overcome is the people that just literally look at her and see her as just being a young TikToker, or, and as shitty as that is, I do think that that's the biggest thing that she will have to overcome. I mean, I don't think 40-plussers look at her as a true leader. I don't think so. No. Brandon, what? Yep, 1,000%. I mean, this is the thing, and Serena, I honestly hope that you know that I'm just speaking to how I see it. Our constituency is all over the fucking map, literally, from your downtown hipsters to upscale, posh, northeastern suburb to people, country people like me. Yeah. But that's part of the problem too, is it being all over the place. She's got to handle the adversity better, or she's cooked. Yeah, I do think that was part of my my problem too, was the fact that she was kind of like, anytime that she's met like with some of that outside criticism, it's again AI. Like, she had to say that was Grok, even though that was a legitimate critique that even I have of her. Because of what happened with that guy. So I wouldn't even know about carpetbagging candidates, to be completely real, if it wasn't for that guy that tried to run in the Wisconsin Supreme Court, where he just was, again, some random billionaire from fucking Texas that just happened to have a property that he stayed at just long enough to be able to go and run in that election. I do think that there needs to be, like, you should probably live within the district for at least 4 years, at least one election cycle. I think that would be good, but I've spoken with this myself, and there are aspects of him that make me feel like there's a human in there. I just don't know whether or not he'll be able to escape Jan's current corporatism. Well, the fact that Jan came out and endorsed him, I have to say that was... I wasn't exactly thrilled about it, because I was like, oh, shit. I mean... Because it does kind of show that, yeah, maybe he is going to play ball with, you know, the Dems, what I would call the status quo Dems. But, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, she's going to have to overcome the youth thing. And I think that she's also counting on there being more youth than there actually are. Honestly, if she was 2 districts over in 7, that probably would have been better for her, because I think the average age there is 30. So that would have probably helped her a lot. But yeah, I mean, just from my perspective and the fact that, you know, I've lived in this area my entire life. So I kind of have an idea of, outside of like the conservative sides of things, what most people are looking at, especially, like, I'm gonna just tell you right now, the average person doesn't even give a shit about this. We will be lucky to have a massive turnout at the primary, which I think does work in her favor, because she has ignited a base in the youth of Illinois to go out and do that. So I'm not saying she doesn't stand a chance, and I personally will be voting for her in the primary. But maybe, because actually, I'll be honest, like I was saying, Mike Simmons has been the most consistent, in my opinion, as far as actually, you know, doing something for Illinois, and he also has a very, very similar platform. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Carpetbagging business from fucking Ohio. It's not about being born there. It's about, like, he's been in Illinois for more than 4 years, Serena. My own contributions to Illinois are immaterial because I wasn't born here. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that it's because you were born here. I think you're misinterpreting this. Like, honestly, like, and I know you're probably like tone it down a little. Like, I hope you understand that I'm just trying to look at this from an objective point of view. And also, I wasn't saying that because I'm born here, my opinion matters more. I'm just saying that I do have a better I do have a better idea of the localities, you know, like all around, where it's just, like I said, our snake district is huge. So, still trying to figure out what the problem is behind carpetbagging, because then we can essentially have any billionaire from anywhere go and fill his seat without even trying to represent that constituency, when honestly, like, this is just going to be the layman in me. I personally want somebody from my community to represent my community. That's not that fucking hard. And what I consider somebody to be from my community is somebody that has shown that they have that they've been here. Again, 4 years is not that fucking much to ask for, okay? Like, I think that one election cycle, like I said, would be good, because then they could have a better idea of what they can offer. But, again, you know, I would argue that she probably knows more what Texas needs than what Illinois needs. Is that wrong? Someone from the city who served in a soup kitchen and has a head on their shoulders? It's an optical toss-up play. It is. One of my intersections is being trans, and I've had more than a few friends move recently because they got persecuted the heck out of their homes, so shrug. Well, that doesn't really... I'm sorry, Serena, but that doesn't necessarily play into this. Like, are you saying that they moved out of their homes so they're not able to vote anymore? Like, I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. Because I don't see where Dan hasn't expressed that he would expand trans protections. I don't see where Mike hasn't said that he would try to expand trans protections, especially Mike. You know, Mike is a gay guy. Wasn't he the first gay black guy in our state senate? Yeah, it's rough. You gotta go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. I mean, that sucks. And that's, you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out like where that plays into this, though. Because yes, you could argue that Cat would be better to fight for the trans community. All right, here, I'm gonna go to this real quick. Put this in the background. When you talk about being local and no carpetbagging, it hits different. For a community that is struggling to find homes, seriously, if I got persecuted away, I couldn't participate in politics. Well, I don't think you're getting persecuted away, though. This is the thing, Serena. I think that you're like, where are you getting persecuted away? And like your friends. I mean, as I said, I do know that the knife like goes into the country, so I could see there being problems there. But realistically, Illinois is one of the states that has trans protections, you know? Out of curiosity, where are your friends moving? Like, what state has the best trans protections? If you had to kind of guess.
I mentioned my father, an indigenous man who served this country.
All right, we'll go to this in a little bit. Honestly, I really wish I could actively talk to you about this. You're not quite understanding the point I'm trying to make here. No, I'm not, unfortunately. I do think there is some merit to Kat not being your typical carpetbagger, though, especially since she didn't even know the incumbent was going to drop out when she put in. The incumbent would have had to drop out. It wasn't about, like, she announced her retirement, like, I think 2 cycles ago. Or, like, a cycle ago. Yeah, during the presidential, yeah, it was during the presidential election. And she moved here during 2024, so yeah. Pep taking call-ins from trusted folks sounds good. I mean, if you want to call in through Discord, you're welcome to. Okay, so it's not as if Kat is trying to buy a seat, as if you're talking about a random billionaire like he's running against Obama. I get it. No, I understand. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm trying to be clear that I'm not accusing her of doing that. Like, she's taking, PAC money and just coming here to run for Jan's seat. But again, to your average person that is just going to like go to the primaries to elect a new Democrat, which more than likely is going to happen. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just so my thing here is the idea that I had friends move from Florida to Illinois, for instance, and what you're saying here by no carpetbagging means that those people just can't be engaging in politics. That's not true. Once you live here once you can vote here, honestly, like, I think that that's kind of okay. Like, it's the same way that you change your license, all that shit. I'm just saying, like, if they're gonna run for office, I mean, are they? Because maybe that would help change my stance. Like, oh, the Tim Pepper puppet. I'm talking about something serious. Oh no. Kickflip. In a minute, man. I'll get to the yuck yucks in a minute. But despite politics controlling their very lives, pretend they did. Okay, so if I all right, then I can maybe adjust my position there. I don't know, because is this ignoring the fact that people do look to their community leaders to be from the community? I mean, I think that is just kind of a simple thing. The middle frame, they got the old PSL shirts. Oh, really? Cool. I don't think I'm seeing both chats. I don't think I am. Oh, God damn it, I'm not. Oh, dude, I'm not even seeing. What the hell? Yeah, it layered one of my chats. Yeah, I wasn't. I'm sorry, guys. I was not seeing any of your chats in the vertical stream. My bad. Now I am. I don't know what the hell happened there. To not only create a new voice, but to also set up protections that their new home wouldn't persecute them like the old home. But that's what's already been instituted. Like, I understand our need to set up more trans protection, but we already have a lot of that. Like, that's one of the benefit. Like, honestly, you can say what you will about Pritzker, but he did go out of his way to be like, no, we're not going to persecute people who are trans and LGBT. I live in Arkansas, so I'm going to be quiet. I think you have to know that the area and the issues before you run for any office. I would trust people to I wouldn't trust people that just move there and think that they know what's best. Honestly, that's thank you. Like, that's, I don't feel like that's like a crazy position to hold. I really don't. Because it kind of goes back to like even why we have representation in the first place. Again, that feels really nativist as someone who had to move for necessity. I haven't put that much thought into like the nativist argument, but we have a lot of New Yorkers moving here to end New Jersey, but they don't speak for me. LOL. I mean, and you completely missed the first part of my hypothetical. Oh, I did. So what would you think? Create a new voice and also set up protections that their new home wouldn't. What did I miss? Yeah, this really didn't go well. What do you mean? Okay, so we can't have disagreements, Serena? I mean, honestly, that's like, I'm just trying to give you the like what I see as the reality around me. And yeah, I'd make Chicago windy again. If that's true, then 80% of the Florida population shouldn't vote because they're all from New York, New Jersey, and the rest. Yeah. All right, so maybe my 4-year idea is a little too stringent. Okay, that's fair. I don't know. Chat, kind of chime in here a little bit. You know what? Maybe I should start a poll. Nah, there's no reason. What do you guys think is a like a fair like time frame? Once upon a time. I know. She's been playing that, but the thing is, most people don't hear it. I'm sorry that you guys don't want to hear this, but this is just how it is. So, if Dan Biss wins, and then I'm not gonna just rub it in your face, but it is kind of one of those things where I'll just be like, told you. Where am I, horizontal or vertical? It looks like a TikTok. Then you are on the vertical. Welcome. Given the influx of people, it's a valid idea given where you're living and the influx of voters to your state. If someone is involved in the community for like 2 years, then stay in the area for a while and get to know the community. Don't expect to just move into the area and just be accepted. That's not how it works. You need to do work. You need to do the work to be part of it. Well, in Serena's case, technically it's like a refugee thing too. So, I don't know. That's a little different. I think that intention matters. Hey, what's up, SU Scotty? Hope you're well. Hey, man, hope you're well too. It's been a while. How you been? I'd say once you've paid taxes in the community, you're a community member. That's fair. Although in Illinois, that's just like buying a Snickers at the convenience store. I actually agree. You don't get to go to someone else's house and tell them how to live. That is kind of true. Bandit. Hiya! What's up? What's up? You gotta be part of the community for some period of time. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what that period of time would be good. You gotta point it to my borough council here in PA. Dude, Scotty, congratulations. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, when did that happen? And also, how'd that happen? You just kind of walk in and just ask for it? Like, what was the whole thing there? Congratulations, though, man. That's badass. Inspiring. Dallas Joey. I mean, a quarter sounds fair to me. I think Cat would be good. Would be nice if I knew how to get that across to the older people. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible because, like, I've been talking to people that would ideologically agree. Like, these are people I talked to at a protest that were there for the No Kings protest. I was just asking people, like, okay, who do you think is going to win in the Illinois 9th? And everybody that I talked to said Dan Biss. You know, I was just getting a vibe for it, but... And then I talked to my friends. They have no idea. They don't, you know, and this is where I do try to, like, push them a little bit, where I'm like, hey, man, well, like, this actually, I got a bunch of these when I went to the event, and I just kind of left them on my, like, I have a table in my garage, and I just kind of, like, laid them out, and anytime that I have a friend that lives in the district, I'm like, grab that, please. So... I mean, it moved a little bit, but if you're gonna troll that my wife's cancer goal isn't getting a lot of funding, honestly, man, like, fuck you, but fine. You need, this motherfucker needs Jesus. I watched a huge segment. I understand that, Serena. I understand that. And you've been welcomed with open arms into the community of Illinois, have you not? I don't understand. So are you saying that because you were marginalized and that you moved here, that you feel like I'm somehow marginalizing you even more just because you got here in a time frame that makes it a little problematic if you wanted to run for something, in my opinion? ICE doesn't care about anyone except themselves. That is true. Char-Ray. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. If you guys have not already hit the like button, please do. And also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We are having a discussion about the Illinois 9th race coming up. Which, if you do not know, is Kat Abu Ghazaleh. She was on Hassan yesterday. And like I've been saying, yeah. Hassan's not the one that she needs to convince. If I'm going to be a dick about it, which I'm going to be. You know what? Fuck it. Did I do something wrong? I might have missed something. Brandon, no, you haven't. What are you talking about? I live in a pretty conservative area and was never asked my political affiliation. Really? Interesting. If you have to flee a state because of housing discrimination and you're complaining that you can't run for office / vote, your priorities are backwards, get a place and get stable first. Stern Pep. It really does feel like this has disconnected us more because literally I don't know why I'm getting such ire. I'm not giving you any ire. Serena, I'm not even giving you any ire. Like, guy, chat. Alirda, you know me. Alirda is also, like, one of my trans viewers here. Am I being a bit harsh on this? Like, am I expressing ire? Or am I just challenging an idea? Like, I don't feel like I'm being a dick about this in any way, shape, or form. He's nowhere close to ire or upset or angry. Thank you. Bro got zero hate. Literally everyone loves Serena. Yeah. Like, I don't understand, like... I mean, this is also, in the context of everything, this is also what I would consider a very minor disagreement, but... If it was up to chat, Serena would rule the world. No, like, this method of debating is not conductive. Well, I will admit that debating through chat is not my favorite way of doing so. Unfortunately, it is what we have right now. I mean, you can call in if you want. Yeah, jump in Discord. I'll take your call. My problem with it is I feel like we'll be talking in circles because it does kind of boil down to an agree to disagree thing a little bit. When did SNEAKO get banned? He got banned from going to any of the Miami like hotspots. So he might have to move. And it's not just Miami, by the way. It's a nationwide. So apparently, and it exposed. You know what? This is gonna be fun because it's gonna expose you to how the rich live, where their itinerary is usually made up by like these promo companies. So like for instance, after they'll set up their schedule, they'll have their manager, and their manager will literally put out a call to like these clubs, these people that manage clubs, restaurants, and like models and all this shit, and they will set it up to where it's like they will manage a party for you at a club or whatever. And he got banned from that, so got banned, then unbanned, then banned in a matter of a weekend. Yeah, I mean he's not banned from Kick. Trust me, that was a little bit of the clickbaity title. I'll admit it. I think it's best to reestablish. Oh, here we go. Here, give me 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Okay. So
Chat,
this
can
might
you
be
hear?
easier.
Can you hear Serena? I'm just waiting for somebody to. Okay, I think we can. Here, I'm going to turn the music off. Okay, so what's up?
Yes. Okay. So, I mean, we'll get back to kind of the discussion. I mean, did you want to go on to SNEAKO and obviously have this later on, or are we?
No, SNEAKO's for the fun half. I mean, I'm going to be covering protests for the majority of the stream here, so.
Okay. So my big thing is just the idea that, and I'm going to reiterate this point. Every time I hear someone say that Cat is carpetbagging, it really does feel like it's just an excuse. It's like it's not really, there's nothing behind it. It's like, so what in the community is something that really needs to be addressed that she wouldn't really have any information about if she didn't live here for X number of years.
Unfortunately, that's not how these people think. Like, remember, this isn't trying to convince me. This is just your average person that lives in this district, and the average person doesn't really think about that stuff.
Okay. And so, and that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, I agree with you. And so the thing is, though, so trying to get to the disconnect. And I know that I'd seen a couple of other chats in the channel about and I'll address the one that I saw most recently. If you'd had to flee a state because of housing discrimination and you're complaining that you can't run for office/vote, your priorities are backwards, get a place and get stable first. I get that, and I really do understand that. The however, though, is the fact that we have to sit here and think about the idea that in this hypothetical that I was trying to present, if Illinois wasn't as stable as it is right now, if we're talking about a place like, say, Michigan or even Wisconsin, where there aren't as many rights, and that might be the only place that you can land, one might actively have to sit there and work on both at the same time. They can't just and to
But
sit
to
there.
that, hold on to that point. So, for instance, if you go to Wisconsin and you run, I mean, and you don't have a strong campaign, then what's the expectation?
Well, I mean, how best to say this? If you're saying you need to be a part of a community first, and then
I'm not
that's the
saying
only
you
way.
need to. I'm saying it helps. I'm saying that, so for instance, it's just like and this is stupid, and this is where I say I can disconnect from this, but I can also just say this is the unfortunate reality we live in, is team sports. It's essentially team sports. You know, like people say, oh, from Chicago, therefore, I know better, which, yeah, maybe on food and just like long, if you're asking for like touristy stuff, but like if we're talking about policy, and this is going to also sound lame, like most Illinoisans, they care about their taxes going down, because in Illinois, that's all we ever hear about is how Pritzker taxed XYZ. He taxed the gas again. He taxed this. Cook County taxed this. It's ridiculous, like. And that's kind of where I'm saying, like, she didn't even bring that up, and that's where, like, unfortunately, it is kind of like, well, like the affordable housing, groceries, and healthcare. Like, even if she just, continued to push that message, I think she would have had a better, or like she would be polling better.
I'm interested about that. I honestly wonder exactly how well someone would poll, especially if they put themselves so diametrically opposed to Trump, especially considering the fact that Biss wasn't the one that was hauled into court. It was Kat. So that's kind of interesting to me.
Well, the unfortunate part is the activism angle only works with like some of the youth in like the Chicago area. That's where I was saying like the CBS watchers, like unfortunate, and like this was before Barry Weiss bought CBS. I'm just talking like, the daytime soap opera watchers, when that happened, all they saw was just like, okay, so this 20-something TikToker is trying to run for Congress and she got in the middle of ICE and all this stuff. And she damaged a car. What? So like, unfortunately, that's all they're really hearing. From my perspective, they don't really care. Like this all started when I was just trying to kind of point out, I'm like, no, the thing that I hear the most is essentially like the Gavin Newsom excuse where it's like, he looks like the politician that we should vote for. It's like, don't do that.
Oh, don't even on news. Anyway, I mean, yeah, at this point, it sounds like we're at least mostly in agreement with not only the idea of carpetbagging, but also the idea of I mean, levels of what we would want to see for our shared long district. So, but yeah, I mean, my whole point with all of this was the idea that carpetbagging really feels like an excuse rather than any sort of substantive.
The thing is, the only people really bringing up carpetbagging, actually, funny enough, like I brought up carpetbagging because I saw like there was a correlation there, and as I said, I saw like I had heard that she moved here in 2024, and then I just immediately thought about that one guy where I was just like, yeah, that guy in Wisconsin, doing that, like, I don't know, and maybe that was like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like I just kind of had a response to it where I was like, oh, well, maybe we should do more to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm not I'm not liberal. I'm a leftist. But
the
whatever.
other thing I
Learn the
do
difference.
want to make a point of in this whole thing is the fact that I want people like Kat to stand up, even if they literally just moved in a bit ago, because I mean, Congress is a weird amalgamation of, hey, here's a local person, but they're going to be sent to do the country's business. And so we do have, I mean, obviously a local angle, but we also do have a national angle. And the one thing about Kat moving in and at least trying to run a discussion is the fact that she got attention, she got eyes, and ultimately I'm glad that the debate was public instead of just conducted behind doors and the machine effectively picking Biss, So it's I would support carpetbaggers 10 times out of 10 if they did that kind of thing, quite frankly.
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to think on it a little bit more and kind of really set like get outside of like the emotional part of it and just be like, well, I don't like that because, that does kind of, I just kind of feel like that sets up the groundwork to have conservatives do this thing where it's like, you don't have a popular conservative in like, could you imagine if this happened with a conservative where they had like one of these influencer douchebags come in and run the primary and like, I don't know. That'd be one of the first things I'd tackle is like the fact that it's like, dude, it's literally the Mean Girls thing. Actually, I just thought about this. It's literally the Mean Girls thing. There's a reason that was one of the funniest scenes. It's like, she doesn't even go here. Like, it's that mentality,
Well, Regina is not exactly the hero of Mean Girls either.
Yeah, I know, but just saying. I could understand where like the thought process comes from.
So now I know what to call you from now on. You're Regina Pep. Got it.
No, I won't take that one, but no, especially because of how that one ended. Let's not.
We don't have a good enough bus system for you to fear any
All right, now that's Good one. Yes, the CTA is always late. No,
Okay,
but
this is fun. I don't want to keep taking up more of your time.
no, it's
but,
fine. But outside of the carpetbagging thing, I hope you understand that that's not necessarily the crux of my argument, that she's not necessarily picking up the steam that she thought she would. And honestly, like her going on Hassan and me, like I watched that entire, like her entire, uh, oh my God, fucking appearance. Brain farting all over the place today. But I didn't really feel like she added anything of substance to it. You know, she sat there watching videos with him. I heard the, like, you know, 4 things that she's been talking about as far as like her going against ICE and her activism. And then she kind of addressed a little bit about the affordability, but not really. You know, like, and I don't know,
was
man.
that
Like,
her being on Discord and just doing because that's the thing. It's really weird. Her campaign has discussed effectively going on Discord and doing these Discord chats, and that's like
that doesn't
literally
help. That doesn't help. It's the same with her stream. Like,
yeah, it's so
in a
weird.
perfect world, her stream would pick up, you know, more than 3,000 people per fucking stream.
Well, and the 3,000 people aren't exactly like IL9 people either. I
No.
would be shocked if
Well,
she's even
honestly,
getting
Serena, with all due respect, like, and this is why I kind of did have that, like, that's why I just said it and just let it go, because you know what? No, you blow me off twice. I'm a literal constituent. You know, you can focus. This is a perfect example. Go focus on Hassan all you want. But realistically, you know what? I live here. I talk to these people. I'm interested in politics, so I ask them about this stuff. And that's where I come with the unfortunate, you know, information about like, well, it doesn't seem like she's really doing that well as far as like the Illinois 9th. You know, she's, I think, 8 points. Yeah, 8 points underwater as far as like comparative to Dan Biss.
Yeah, well, again, it's a matter of I know what I think would at least be better, and I
No.
feel like do a better
Yeah,
job than
and
Bit.
that's where I say this is unfortunate, because I would love for her to win, but I just
Oh yeah,
yeah. Thank you, Josh the Heretic, for the 99 cents. I appreciate that.
you've got 15 people right now. So and her stream, if it pulls in 3,000 and 20%,
Actually, I
of
have
them,
68 plus 15. Thank you.
8 plus 15. So I mean, to be honest and perfectly balanced here, she probably still is pulling in more IL9 viewers than
Oh,
Pop.
even me. No, even me. But the thing is, I'm not even doing this for the viewers. This is one of those, I actually put it out there where I was like, this doesn't even need to be an interview. I just have questions to ask you. Of all the candidates, she's the only one that blew me off.
Yeah,
multiple times.
surprise me, sadly, that
Hmm?
doesn't surprise me. And considering the fact that she feels obviously that she has national media,
Mhm.
at least juice, it is what it is. So
No, and that's fine. The thing is, I would understand that a little bit more. Herbs and animals are life. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. But that's where I'm saying, like, okay, go on Hassan when you win the primary. But right now, realistically, she has a stacked primary. She has 4 people that are polling like right at her level. And honestly, you know, Mike hasn't really gone out and done a whole bunch of media. I thought that his bike ride through the Illinois 9, where he literally started at one tip and ran all the way out to the like the country, I thought that was pretty cool.
I will say I've seen both Simmons and Biss get out here, so it's
Yeah.
not like
No, and Biss was just out here at the library. Like he was going out to the Evanston library, and he was just, you know, parked there for the entire day, just meeting with constituents.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
like that's one of those things where I was like, interesting.
So, I mean, it really does feel like, I mean, how best to say this?
I'll tell you this
I
much
didn't
though.
think
You
that
know what bothers me most? The coffee
Yeah?
cup. It's just, I don't know.
Oh,
It's the coffee cup that bothers me. I don't know why.
it really is political football at this point.
It
I saw
is.
that comment. And,
It's so
I mean,
dumb.
literally, we're talking about this 2 months before the election. So
Yes.
I'm really, I mean,
That's my
yeah.
point, though. This is where, like, I don't like this crunch time bullshit, because honestly, this goes back to the summer where it was like, all right, man, like this could have been solved pretty easily. And honestly, I probably would have shut the fuck up and not even brought this up if I had, some answers that I was happy with. But personally, like I say that, like, okay, so I'm not even sure if I'm 100% going to vote for her. Because, like, as I said, Mike, he has a pretty good platform. But, yeah, and I'm done doing the one where it's like hedging your bets kind of thing. Because I heard somebody doing that, and I was like, oh, man, I feel like I might have done that once or twice, and I should never do that. I should definitely vote for the person that I think should win. Just plain and simple,
Well, that's what the primary is for, 100%.
Yep.
Because I mean, whoever's getting out of this district, there's practically no way that a Republican is going to take that seat.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it seems like they're running nobody. I just saw that they only had 2 people in the primary on the same day. Is that true? Or is there like people that just haven't been like placed? Because I thought that everybody had to have their stuff turned in, and like they had to have the ballot ready literally like by next month.
That is they had to have their petitions in.
That's what I thought.
By roughly election day.
Yeah.
So yeah, trying to see.
Yeah, because I saw some jackass. He was in a Facebook group of all things. He was complaining. He was just like it was this guy. He was at He was at like a gun store, and he was just like, this gun store didn't let me participate in this Republican event. They are locking me out of the primary, even though I have all the relevant signatures, blah, 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 blah. I was like, what? Like, well, if you have the relevant signatures, then why? I mean, I don't know. It seems like, well, then you should just be on the ballot. Seems like there's something fishy going on there.
Yeah. You've got exactly 4 people running right now that I see.
That's what I thought.
So,
okay.
yep.
Yeah. What was the top contender? Because I saw that they had something like 16%. I was like, whoa.
I wouldn't even know. And that's on me because I'm not local to the area. But
right.
Even though I've lived here for about not quite 15 years, but the weird thing about this area and the weird thing about community. And I suppose my last point about all of this is the fact that when it comes to the gerrymandering that Illinois has done, people that I know here are completely different than the people that are in Andersonville. They're completely different than Evanston. They're completely different than Grove. They're completely different than Arlington Heights. I mean, just you go down the list and
Arlington Heights is just a special town.
And
it really is.
Point being, though, is the fact that
birthplace of Charlie Kirk, by the way,
is that gerrymandering really does kind of bust the whole idea of carpetbagging a little bit too. Is the fact that gerrymandering puts a bunch of communities that have really nothing in common, and then effectively says you all get one voice. So what do you want that voice to be? And so whether or not somebody comes in fresh or whether or not somebody's been there for 30 years, that person that's been there for 30 years might have downtown's best interest in mind.
Another critique that I heard of Kat was the fact that she hid her ties to her boyfriend, who is like a multi-millionaire. And it was kind of like, okay, yeah, that was not a great move.
It was kind of funny listening to her complain about the fact that she could only take a certain salary off the off the donations, and it's like, I'm fairly sure you don't need any money off the donation.
No, she doesn't. Absolutely not. And that's also where I'll be honest, that's a turnoff to me, because it's like you're trying to be like voice of the people, acting like you are one of them. It's just like, Kat, like, all due respect, I don't feel like she has had to worry about missing a paycheck for years at this point, which she's only 26, which I don't know. Like, maybe that is like unfair of me, but this is, again, where I would like to ask these things. It would be nice to have these answered, especially before the primary, because like I said, Hassan ain't voting.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch?
let me take and cut this short so that way you can get to all of your other stuff. And thanks for your time.
I appreciate that. Thank you for coming on, Serena. I will talk to you later.
You too.
Bye. Okay. That was Serena from chat. That was a good call. Oh my God, what a fake. I mean, do you mean that? Because I'll be honest, when I heard that, I wasn't exactly fucking thrilled. I was just like, interesting. You know, so civil. Well, yeah, I mean, that was, we had a minor disagreement. Welcome everybody in chat, by the way, if you are just joining us. I'm Pep. If this is your first time here, like to engage with all sides here for the most part, if you're respectful and you don't spam and all that kind of stuff. I'm available afternoons and weekends. Don't forget to tip your servers. You see her homeless in the foot. Gotta be like, wait, what? Brandon, I don't know what you're talking about. These days, ICE thinks it's all a game. That's because ICE recruiting pictures in the Halo video game. Wait, I heard that they had put like some kind of ICE promotion. Yeah, was it Halo? Was it Halo? Shit. I didn't even... God, if it was. Oh, no. Not right before the remake that's going to be cross-platform. No. On your true colors? What are you talking about? Anyway. So if you are just joining us, number one, welcome. Like I said, I'm Pep. Appreciate you guys being here. Hit the like button. It does help my stream get out there. Double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel if you want to have some good discourse. Now, we are going to get to the live protests. These are live right now. We got Los Angeles, Portland, and Eugene, Oregon. And then we have, we got 2 Portland and 1 Eugene. And then I'm going to also be pulling up the protest in Minnesota. So we will be going back and forth with that for a little bit. I also got the SNEAKO thing, guys. So we're going to be talking some SNEAKO getting banned. Like I said, yes. I mean, I would argue that the ban that he caught way worse than getting banned from platforms, because I don't think you understand how much of a blacklisting this is on him. Like, again, you work very hard, in entertainment to get to that point where you have your agent just, planning parties for you. But yippee, SNEAKO. As I said, you got to stick around for a little bit, though. Natch, you guys, I'm not going to bury the lead. We have got to get through some of this protest stuff. I have a very actually important story here. I'm going to just do this one. So if you guys did not hear, ICE arrested violently a police officer in Minnesota. This is the police chief. He is having none of it. And honestly, this was like the last thing that ICE needed to, especially with like, they were focusing on Don Lemon in the church and, they were trying to set a new narrative. This one really put a hole in it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from any of us today
Pig on pig violence.
is rhetoric of abolish ICE.
In this corner, you've got Pumbaa. In the other corner, you've got Wilbur. Fight!
Or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents. And we have seen the best of them perform their job.
Gross, they're treating people's lives like they're a game.
Extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause.
ICE already attempting to set white people versus all visible minorities. Realize that they're not getting enough white people to agree. Now they're trying to find the majority by arresting cops.
Forced to demand paperwork.
Interesting
to
take.
Determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the road.
Nice catch.
When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, preventing her from recording it. The officer had their guns.
Are you talking about Trump's press conference? That was weird as shit.
And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to
stop pretending like you care about like pedos getting arrested and then ignoring the fact that the Epstein files are just getting buried.
Identify themselves
like you don't get to do that.
As a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing.
Don't be that useful to the opposition or to our opposition.
The incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the...
Oh, no. Not saying stop arresting. I'm saying that you don't get to crow about
Constitution
it. You don't get to do for the children when you don't give a shit.
They know what right and wrong is, and
that's
they
not
know
how that
when
works.
people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to
Dementia
think
Don is an embarrassment.
how many of our
Yes,
community
Josh.
members
Yes, he
are
is.
falling victim to this every day. It has to stop. This behavior erodes the trust that these police chiefs have worked tirelessly for the last 5 years and theoretically the last 60 years to stop this exact behavior from happening. Now, I want to be really clear.
Starboy the Night.
I've called lots of other ICE agents and HSI agents and have talked to a lot of individuals about this. This is not widespread. This is a small group of agents within the surge in the metro area that are performing or acting this way. As a matter of fact, as rumors of this had spread, I've received phone calls from ICE agents and HSI agents indicating this is not how they act, this is not what they do.
Yep.
Regardless, we're calling to action that we have more supervision over the surge, that this type of civil rights violations have to stop. With that, I'll turn it over to...
I like how, again, it took off-duty police officers to get profiled for that to even be on their fucking radar. It's not like he's talking about her. American citizen, by the way.
By now, you've probably seen this video from Minneapolis, a woman being dragged from her car while driving through a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. She was arrested 2 blocks from where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good a week before. You heard her screaming, "I'm disabled," as agents carried her by her arms and her legs from her own car. Tonight, we know her name. Alia Rahman.
This is so dystopian. Yes. And that's why people do not like this. The chatters in here may think, they can see this and get all the fifis that they want. Reality is, most Americans are seeing this and they think it's dystopian and they don't want it. They do not identify this with America. The people that I'm seeing that identify this with America are like 14 years old and they're just in their edgelord phase. We get it, man. I was a teenager too at some point, and you know what? I was a bit of a shithead. So
for the first time in an exclusive interview, Alia says she was never part of the protest that day. She was simply just trying to go to her doctor's appointment. But in a statement, the Homeland Security Department called Rahman a, quote, agitator, adding she, quote, ignored multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle away from the scene. She was arrested for obstruction. The Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara, he watched the video. He sees it differently.
Obviously, I don't know why law enforcement officers initially approached the vehicle. It pisses me off to see that. To see men doing that to a woman who's disabled. It pisses me off. If those cops works for me, they'd have a problem right now.
Oh, would they?
With me now, Alia Rahman and her attorney, Alexa Van Brunt. Thank you both for being here. Alia, I want to start
Smart to do it with the attorney.
with you because this has been viral.
Good one.
People have seen this video over and over again. People have many opinions. This is what happened to you. It is your life. It is your journey. But the government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand? Walk me through what happened in those moments before these agents dragged you from your car.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Laura. And happy birthday, Dr. King.
Here, I'm going to put the
I'm really
captions
happy
on.
that you asked this question, right? Because
Barely understand
I
her.
have been so concerned that folks might be distracted from the real issue at hand by instead debating why I proceeded slowly through a militarized traffic jam full of pedestrians and a cacophony of conflicting instructions. I was on my way to the doctor. I was on a main road that is a direct road from my house to the parking lot. Suddenly there's traffic in the road. There are vehicles blocking it ahead, vehicles that later I understood were ICE vehicles. People around me trying to understand what to do. And I think that you see the rest.
So you weren't, I mean, in the beginning of the video, you see the federal agents saying something to you before.
The Chicago building last year was crazy. Yeah, it was.
They say, but you were given what they call repeated warnings. I just heard you say this cacophony of conflicting commands. What were they saying to you? What did you understand to be happening?
Well, I think I didn't understand.
The thing is, these aren't lawful orders. See, that's where you're getting mixed up. These guys don't have the authority to be doing that. Therefore, it's not a lawful order.
Right?
This is about knowing your rights.
I'm disabled.
This is why we keep calling you bootlicking fucks, because honestly, you're too lazy to think critically and be like, oh, this could happen to me, so I should know my rights. Like, this is what, like, honestly, you are so useful to this regime because you cannot think in the terms of this could happen to you. You're giving up your rights. You only see it as the opposition losing their rights, which you're fucking stupid.
Who has autism.
If you think that they're not going to come for you, you're fucking stupid.
Right. That is a big piece of this.
Trust me, your complexion is showing.
But I think even someone who doesn't have the kind of auditory processing challenges I do would not know what to do with the sentence, move. I will break your effing window. And then back and forth between move, get out, trying to open my door, more threats of breaking a window, which I don't understand the functional purpose of. And it's not a warning, it's a threat of violence that really shouldn't be packaged with an instruction. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to tell you about what my ears hear in that situation. But in my ears, my autism also comes with an auditory sorting challenge where multiple human voices at like a loud party
I get that.
or on a chaotic street all sound like they're the person talking to me. So that's one reason,
I know someone like
you
that.
see me looking and trying to identify which lips are talking to me.
Yeah, you have to be very intentional. Like, you almost have to, like, grab them by the shoulder and, like, point them to you where you're just like, this is for you. Or, like, I have a lot of instances where I will have to, like, point to my friends and be like, hey.
But of course, that's not possible because ICE officers wear
This is where, having good friends and being a good friend is awesome.
to cover their mouths and faces except for their eyes, right?
So it is so informative for you to explain what it was personally like for you, for us to have watched the video and now to understand at least a part of
ICE has no, they don't. They do not have complete police authority. You're fucking stupid.
what you were experiencing.
Read your Constitution, read the protocol for federal agencies, and then get back to me.
Experiencing in that, because there is a conflicting report from their vantage point that tries to explain what you were thinking or feeling, and you've done it yourself. But I want to be clear, you say you were not there to protest ICE. You were there on your way to an appointment, and you stopped in the traffic, and I got the conflicting reports and commands. Were you there to protest ICE? Had you ever protested ICE before in that arena?
No.
So when you went that day and you were detained,
That's all you got? Yes, they do,
as
dummy.
you said, what was that like
All right,
for
man.
you once you were? What happened after they took you?
Number one, I experienced a
Literally, all these Gen Zers, they're gonna like get pulled over, and they're just gonna be like this when the cops come. Just, I'm complying. What do you need, Mr. Officer?
very specific set of.
Or do you think that they're gonna be like, why am I getting pulled over? Do you think that like there's any videos of right wingers being indignant to cops that I could pull up?
Dehumanization practices during the 6 stages of detention and processing that I counted before I went unconscious and was taken out in an ambulance. Number 2, during every one of those stages, I clocked ICE agents doing things that indicated they were not aware of what their job was or how to do it.
Yep.
Lots of, where's this? What do we do next? You know, agents had to stop.
Well, here's the thing, Scott. I actually read, like, you know,
all 5 stages.
what they're expected to do,
have
you
to
know,
stop,
the ICE handbook, if you will,
ask someone else what to do,
especially in regards to the Renee Good shooting. But
where basic things were. There were local staff who seemed to know some of that thing, but I distinctly heard 2 of them at one point say to each other, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes," when I was trying to get medical care. And the third is that
it's your YOURE with an apostrophe there, pal.
practices I experienced with like my own body
Hey, I got to do that in real life.
do not make sense to me as an immigration or public
Can't even insult me with proper grammar. Go figure.
safety strategy, because they make things less safe.
Oh my.
And honestly,
Oh
I
my.
was not separated
Tsunami.
from a citizen of any other country. I think people believe this is just
Woman got bodied? Yeah. Illegally.
immigrants
Even the cops came out with this one, said, nah.
in there, and it is not. I was told
She's the person that the cops are talking about in the last video we watched.
that if I were a normal human, nothing would be a problem.
They said that to
We have now heard from, oh yeah.
Oh, I have a list of laws they've broken.
You know, when I asked for
It's just in Broadview alone.
disability accommodations, and I said, did
Cool,
anybody
man.
bring my cane with me from the car? I need that to
It's not
walk,
about detaining. They can't. No, can they arrest a U.S. citizen?
not stand, but walk, because my balance is bad.
Detaining is
They said
different
there's no
because they
cane.
have to then process you, or they have to give you to the local PD to process you if they're going to charge you.
They stood me up in leg irons and said, walk.
I
Push my
know,
back.
I know.
Walk, you can do it. Nobody said, maybe we should find something else. There was
Nah.
no medical screening.
One thing I will say is I always enjoy when these guys start really going off in chat because it shows their insecurity that they know that this is just blatantly
I was
unpopular.
never once asked for my ID.
They can already feel themselves being alienated even more.
Even told I was under arrest, never charged.
Wow.
And when I sat there and somebody finally noticed I was not able to balance even sitting, and they said, I think there might have been a wheelchair around here the other day, because I kept asking, can you at least get a wheelchair? People said, I don't even know if we have those. That's not the answer to that question. That's never should be happening. And when they put me in the wheelchair, finally, an officer said, wait, you were driving, right? So your legs do work.
What?
You know, I refrain from saying, I refrain from saying, hey, have you ever seen a handicap parking spot, sir? But the thing is, right, people are going to say, well, none of that stuff is illegal. It's just mean. But I have read too many books to think that things are okay when this level of dehumanization is happening, because it means officers are probably trying to get through their day when they have been given orders that are not righteous and they are to hurt people.
Alexa, I have to ask
You guys are only insulting him because you know you're wrong and you can't handle it.
And
Yeah,
Ali,
I'm used to it now.
My own sister is mobility impaired, and she drives with the assistance. Had to accommodate and adapt her car so many different times to be able to still function and live in the standard that she wants to. I get emotional thinking about it.
Pro-ICE accounts are all Russian trolls. I mean, I'm starting to feel that way.
Blood is boiling thinking about that experience. So can you just describe from the legal perspective of it?
Yeah.
She was detained. The DHS said that she was arrested for obstruction.
Yeah.
Are you aware if she is facing any charges? I have to, for a second, compartmentalize the dehumanization just to get through the question. You have to forgive me. Have you heard that she is facing any charges?
I have not heard, and it would, if she were, they would be completely baseless because the people who violated laws at that scene were the DHS officers. And in particular, every officer in the way they treated her once they found out she had a disability, because Alia was very upfront about it. She told the officers, I am a woman with a disability. I have autism. She yelled it. You can hear it on the video. And they escalated at that point and then subjected her to a very brutal use of force, pulling her out of the car, slamming her down on the ground, and then carrying her like an animal is the only way to describe it. That violates every police standard and how you are supposed to interact with somebody in a car.
Again, this is why the local PD came out in opposition to this one.
And it violates every standard and how you're supposed to interact with somebody with a disability.
Like I said, though, if they didn't profile two active duty police officers who, well, off-duty police officers that are active on the police force. Sorry, I should be a little more careful with that. But I do think that this would not have gotten the same attention. I don't think that she'd be on CNN right now. But what's our source? Every news piece of news and, you know, anybody with a fucking camera at this point, bro. But okay. What's your source? Who's that guy? Let's pull up this. Give me 1 second.
That they have a collective voice and a collective power that has not yet been realized or employed against this administration.
It's cold as shit there, by the way.
And so we are making plans to be here and report on that general strike and the effects.
It's supposed to be in the negatives in Minnesota all week.
That it has and the participation.
You're still seeing this turnout.
Extent
That's
that we
crazy,
can measure
man.
it. I'll note that come this Friday, the high in the temperature out here is right now being forecast at negative 10 degrees.
Yep.
That's without the wind chill. And there's plans for a march that day as well at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been trying to talk to some of the organizers and see how the cold will affect their plans. As of right now, that march is going ahead. And there's even more actions planned for this Friday as well that we will be reporting on that day. So if you want to follow along to see how the Twin Cities area and the state of Minnesota stands up and tries to make its voice heard through the actions of a general strike, please get subscribed to ourselves here at Status Quo and to our partners at the Midas Touch Network, who I, of course, cannot thank enough for the platform and the support that they give us to be able to report out here in the Twin Cities area. Please get subscribed to us so that you can see that coverage as it comes out. We do both live reports like this near daily. We try to do them daily from the streets here in Minneapolis because there are daily actions happening against the Trump administration.
In Minneapolis, they haven't gone a day since they got there.
Don't fall prey to the administration's propaganda where it wants to claim, as the president did today in his press conference.
Status quo for the win.
Don't fall
Hell yeah.
prey to these ideas that what is happening here is just a few malcontents or paid agitators, as the president alleged today in a press conference. It is hundreds upon thousands. We've even been at demonstrations.
Hey, monkey business. All right. Here, I was waiting for one. This is kind of fun because like I can just feel the vibe of the chat where I'm just like, okay, so we're about maybe 5 or 10 chats away from getting the standard one where it's just like paid protesters. Okay. So I'm going to say this one every time I see one of you guys saying the paid protester thing. I'm going to give you guys something that I really shouldn't do. It is a lesson in how to expose this. I'm going to give you guys a little journalism course. So this is what you need to do. Go to indivisible.com. Look up where your local protest is. Go to said local protest. Talk to the protest organizers, but make sure that you got a hidden cam on you and a microphone because that's what you might need to expose the payment situation. Because trust me, it should be that easy. Once you go to the organizer, they will then tell you, hey, this is where we need you at what time, and here's your paycheck. And then you can blow this all the way open, and you could be a viral journalist. But guess what? I have a feeling there's a reason you're not doing that.
Demonstrations with tens of thousands.
It's because you know you're full of shit.
Thousands of people taking to the streets here in the Twin Cities area.
Oh, yeah. The secret password is Trump is a Riri.
So not only
sorry.
do we broadcast from these on a daily basis, but we also do prepackaged or edited and recorded reports. We're doing some more tomorrow where we will spend the morning riding along with some people who are doing...
ICE is getting child abusers, MAGA says, while they sim for a literal PDF.
Watching of ICE and other immigration agents as they're out in the communities. We'll be doing a ride along with some of them, and we edit those and we put them out on our YouTube channel. So
I think mid six figures.
Please get subscribed.
I mean, yeah, I think that like the protesters get paid more than ICE, right?
You can see those reports as we release them.
I mean, for everybody talking about those $50,000 signing bonuses, damn.
Are you good if we do another interview? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm Let's try and get to the front. There's that pink shirt I want to talk to.
So we got LA on with the status.
We're going back into the crowd here to get another interview. I see someone who is dressed in a pink shark costume that I want to try and talk to. Of course, these inflatable costumes have become a bit of a symbol.
You're going to head out, Rebecca? Well, thank you for coming by. I appreciate that.
Become a symbol of nonviolence and to try and make any responsive
Imagine getting off work around 3 or 5 o'clock like they average. There's a reason that it's called rush hour.
Look absurd to try and show that
Pink Shark is a celebrity.
These demonstrations are not violent in their intent. We're waiting here because there's quite a buildup of ice here along the roads as well. So I'm waiting for a break in this ice before John and I dance back over. We're walking on the sidewalk right now before we dance back over to the road to talk to Pink Shark here.
All right.
I'm from Minneapolis.
What's your name?
My name is Joshua McMillan.
All right, Joshua.
And there is a fear in this city. People are canceling.
Stopped him from getting that
groups,
Pink Shark interview.
People that are in
Damn.
addiction that need recovery. people are scared
Bro,
to go out. I'm having friends sending me their locations that are minorities because they're worried that ICE is going to come and take them.
That was a
good
good one.
working, positive people. And we're all in fear. City has been shut down quite a bit. There's been nobody out on the streets until now. And the fear that ICE is causing. I was out in the Whipple building, and all the people from different states, it feels like we're being invaded.
Joshua raises a good point there. We have focused a lot in our coverage,
Appreciate the 23.
probably rightly so, on the direct harm that the Trump administration is causing through its immigration agenda out here. The
Oh, thank you for the jewels, Bandit. I appreciate
ripping
that.
apart of families, the tearing apart of communities, and the way that they disappear people off the street. But Joshua, you're raising a good point to the indirect harm that is caused through the fear in people, to the point where like things like addiction support groups are not meeting. What is that indirect harm that is then being...
I am dead serious about this, though. For anybody that is like just trolling in chat, or like you do genuinely think that they are paid protesters, why are you not breaking the story? Can anybody answer that? Are you just lazy? Because this is one of the easiest ones to do. You do understand that, right? Like, you don't even have to work that hard. Just dye your hair blue and then go there, like, wear a Che Guevara t-shirt and just be like, hello, I am here for the protest. What up, Dixon? How you doing,
Minnesota
man?
nice. We care about our people. We are not aggressive. But when they come and they're backing us into the corner, what do you expect? We can't trust our federal government. Who can we trust? We can't even trust our police right now.
When you say, what do you expect? What do you feel like is the reaction that's merited here from the Twin Cities? What is left to you for recourse when you do feel backed into a corner?
It feels like right now that the people are being packed in a corner because we are being invaded on our state.
Pep giving tips on how to infiltrate. I mean, for real.
People are isolated. People are not.
I guess they just need to be walked through it. No, I'm waiting for them to break the story wide open, folks.
Out and about, and we're tired of it. What can we do? The people that we elect?
Or is it that thing that I'm doing? Like, am I just pointing out how silly their narrative is?
Why are they not defending us right now? We feel betrayed here.
Saying feeling betrayed by their own elected officials for not doing enough to resist what is happening here in the Twin Cities area.
This is people's life. And right now, it's all about partisan politics.
You got to go. You'll see the SNEAKO stuff
right
later.
now,
literally, if you come here in about an hour, I will be covering the SNEAKO
We
stuff.
don't play politics when it comes to people's lives.
Joshua.
Although, let's see how pissed off chat gets, and maybe I'll have to do it a little sooner.
Some of those leaders, Mayor Jacob Fry, Governor Tim Walz, Deputy Attorney General Keith Ellison, it's being reported, are going to be served subpoenas by the Trump administration for their resistance against the Trump administration. When you hear that, what's your reaction?
Partisan politics. They're playing politics when it's coming to people's lives.
Yeah, groceries, nice.
That's what it's doing.
Yeah, I hate
Mayor
that.
Fry said it very politely, but very...
You can always listen. I am an audio...
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Audio-friendly podcast.
Joshua, thank you very much for
Show.
your time. Is there anything else you would want to add?
ICE, get the fuck out of Minnesota. Minnesota's a great state. We love our people, and we're out here peacefully protesting. We are not doing any harm, but power to the people.
Joshua, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, John, I can give you a break here a little bit.
With the wind chill, it's -3.
Oh, is it?
Jeez.
So, I want to stress something here.
Are you talking about Are you talking about the laminated
I want to
signs?
stress something here that...
Are you talking about the ones where, yes, there are protest organizers that hand out signs? That's how that goes.
It is cold out. It's not quite as cold as it was last.
You do have organizers of these protests. They talk to the cops. That's why you don't see the cops responding like it is a riot, even though everybody sees this collaboration of people and they say riots are happening.
But it is cold here. My nose is continuously running. I'm wearing more layers than I was last night. I've got the hand warmers in, the feet warmers in. I've got ski pants over my regular pants, over thermals. Up top, I'm wearing 4 layers right now. And then
need
on my
that.
head, I've got a hat that's over top of a balaclava. That's what we have to wear just to still be out here and feel cold on top of what we're doing. And if you
Oh, you mean like Turning Point bussing in protesters?
think what I'm doing
And then accusing the left of doing the same thing?
looks tough or dangerous, and I saw people in our
Whoa,
chat last
crazy.
night who were very concerned for my well-being, and I thank you for being so, but I promise we don't push ourselves.
All right, I'm going to go to this other protest for a minute. All right, so again, we got L.A., Minnesota, Portland. All right, so this is the same one that he's at. Just different
For the
angle.
west side of LA? Because we are on the west coast, but thank you.
All right, give me a second.
Thanks very much for joining me. I wish I could cheer you up, but I can't. This is an unprecedented and dangerous moment in modern American history under a president who is increasingly unhinged and every day is moving us toward an authoritarian society with more and more power resting in his own hands. While the situation is frightening, I am absolutely confident that if we stand together and not let Trump and his friends divide us up, we can and will prevail. And the good news is that even more and more Republicans
That's weird. I saw a lot of Let's Go Brandon flags that were all the same. Must have been paid by Trump. Weird.
are understanding the folly of standing with Trump on both policy and political issues, as polls indicate that he is becoming more and more unpopular. Let's give Donald Trump credit for being straightforward. Last week, in an interview with the New York Times, when asked about what he considers to be the limits on his own power in terms of international affairs, he said, quote, "Yeah, there is one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me. I don't need international law," end quote. Trump says he doesn't need international law. And as a result, Trump believes he has the right to attack Venezuela without congressional approval, the right to threaten to go to war against Denmark, a long-standing NATO ally, in order to take over Greenland, and to threaten Mexico, Colombia, and even Canada. In other words, Trump is right. He has no respect for international
It's too
law.
late already in the authoritarian society. Your data, your bank statements, it's all being collected by Palantir and it's owned by Peter Thiel.
Which means that no other country on earth will have respect for international law. As a result, we will move to international anarchy, where any act of violence, for whatever reason that any country or terrorist group thinks is acceptable, will be done. And that is a horrific situation. But it is not just his disregard for international law. It is his contempt for the Constitution of the United States and for the rule of law here at home. He has continued to illegally rescind money that Congress has appropriated for everything from education to climate change. He has denied funding to states that committed the crime of voting against him in an election. He has attacked federal courts that ignored court orders. He has sent FBI agents into a Washington Post reporter's home. He has attacked media, which has not bent the need toward him. He has withheld funding from universities whose curriculum he disagrees with. He is renaming federal buildings after himself. He is investigating his political opponents, including the conservative chairman of the Federal Reserve, multiple United States senators, and the Attorney General of the state of New York. And he is pressuring states to redraw congressional maps so that his favored candidates win. Donald Trump does not disagree with his opponents. He is attempting to destroy his opponents.
Yeah.
In other words, plain and simple, when you add all of this up and more.
Yeah, when you even got the Supreme Court coming out and just being like,
Trump is undermining the foundations of American democracy.
I like how Roberts, like in a private setting, had kind of said, like, Well, I don't necessarily agree, but we did have to make a fair assessment of what presidential power is, but it seems that he is taking it a little far. It's like you didn't see that coming.
In everything this country has stood for since its inception. And as bad as all of that is, we now have the situation in Minneapolis. An unarmed American citizen, Renee Good, was shot in the head by an ICE officer in broad daylight. Instead of demanding accountability for her killing, the Trump administration's first instinct was to...
Do I read chat? Yeah.
...to lie, describing her as a domestic terrorist and offering the officer...
I pick and choose who I want to engage with.
...officer absolute immunity. This, by the way, as you may recall, is reminiscent of how the January 6th insurrectionists were redefined by Trump as peaceful protesters and pardoned. In other words, when people are trying to overthrow the government of the United States violently, they are peaceful protesters, they are pardoned. When a woman is sitting in her car and shot in the head, she is a domestic terrorist, and the guy who shoots her is pardoned. Instead of withdrawing ICE from the city of Minneapolis or reducing its presence because of this horrific act, the Trump administration has instead sent thousands more ICE agents into the city. It is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to bring the United States military into Minneapolis above and beyond the thousands of masked ICE agents who are already there. In other words, the Trump administration's response to peaceful protest is a military takeover of a major American city.
Yep.
This is not only an outrage
test
unto itself, it sets a precedent for the U.S. military.
That's the whole point. It's a test of, it's literally to test the bounds of his power.
To be deployed domestically against Trump's perceived opponents. Meanwhile, in the midst of all of these moves toward authoritarianism,
could you imagine if somebody literally told this guy where he's just like, you're done with your right-wing shit?
Let's not forget that the billionaire class is getting richer and richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. Our healthcare system is collapsing, people can't afford housing, and grocery prices are still rising.
Oh, dude, they're skyrocketing
800,000
again.
Americans
See the price of fucking bananas?
are homeless
Jesus.
in this country. Working families can't afford to feed their kids, and Trump is looking for a war with Denmark to annex Greenland. That is the world we are living in. So, where do we go from here? Just a few points. First, the American people are sick and tired of masked ICE agents shooting people, pulling them, dragging them from their cars, arresting and detaining children, and deporting people who have lived and worked peacefully in this country for decades. The American people want, and Congress must deliver, comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Second, we must continue in every
Trump's tariffs cost the average American household $1,500 last year. I could see it.
legal and non-violent way possible to oppose Trump's authoritarianism.
I mean, fucking car parts alone, dude.
I'm going
It
to
was
do
insane.
all that I can here in the United States Senate. People have got to do all that they can in their own communities.
Oh, did you see that car parts also, they're expecting there to be another increase because of the Chinese deal with Canada?
Third,
great.
We must focus on the midterm elections next November.
America first, indeed.
If we can defeat...
We just need to feel it for a little bit to get these factories back in America that we're going to automate almost entirely and only hire about on average 1,000 people per fucking factory. Yeah, great. That's great.
Republicans in the House and in the Senate.
I mean,
we can.
Math dictates that that's going to be very, very successful for those rural areas that really need those
And
factories.
to a very significant
Seriously,
degree,
man.
slow down Trump's authoritarianism and put an end to his efforts to undermine American democracy. These are dangerous times.
Honestly, One of the best jobs that you could probably have in rural America right now is if you understand how to set up servers.
But we must never
those
forget
data
this.
centers.
Real change has never.
They're going to need somebody to contribute to those data centers taking your water, so you might as well, do that.
Come from the top on down. It has always come from ordinary people standing together, protesting, organizing, and fighting for justice.
Yep.
Democracy is not something that we inherit. It is something that we fight for. And if we do that, if we stay engaged, if we stay united, we will not only defeat authoritarianism and oligarchy, we will build a country that finally works for all of us, not just the few. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I kind of like that. Thanks, Bernie. All right. LA.
An undercover police car.
LA. Portland. Go back there.
But otherwise feeling like the reign of terror continues here in the Minneapolis area. Or whether that be essentially inaction from their elected leaders, while at the same time those leaders are being charged for their supposed resistance to the Trump administration. These leaders, who these folks out here feel like are not doing enough, but are still getting charged for that inaction. So why not get caught trying and actually doing something to support these people, and then, getting investigated anyway, as it seems the Trump administration is wont to do, weaponize.
Won't need to. We'll all have to learn Chinese because in about 20 years, that's literally who's going to own America.
The justice system and the Justice Department against.
You understand that by him ceding all the influence, China is going to have all that access influence. It's almost like you have no idea how geopolitics work.
Their political enemies. And then, of course, you also heard there from that
Sure.
big shark who stood up and said that they want to bring
making all these deals
of absurdity to the protest to highlight the absurdity of what is happening here. A federal government that is occupying its own country, that is being
Once you have self-repairing robots.
deployed to cities and states that oppose the president politically, so therefore they get a heel ground into their backs as they are shoved to the ground, literally, by agents of that federal government, a paramilitary force with a budget of billions that's been deployed here. And being able to hear these voices and tell it like it is, the way we do here on Status Coup, please go to statuscoup.com/join. For as low as $5 a month, you go to keep us truly editorially independent. There is no corporate sponsorship. There is no corporate sponsor.
Okay.
Midterm election shows Democrats are feeling highly motivated to get out and vote later this year, and that could be bad news for Republicans who are hanging on to a slim majority.
No, CNN breaking that news.
Analyst Harry Enton, what exactly are these poll numbers telling us, Harry?
Oh, Harry's excited.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it. The first year of the Trump administration already pretty much done. We got a midterm election coming up in November. And what are the poll results showing us? Well, that generic congressional ballot, right? That's matching up the Democrats versus the Republicans and the choice for Congress. And what do we see? We see the Democrats with an advantage on that generic ballot. Right now, they're ahead by 5 points. And what I think
But all polls are bullshit.
is so interesting is you look at
But then if this was showing how popular he is, then they'd just be like, well, even CNN is saying how popular he
this
is.
5-point advantage. And it's the
Whatever.
same exact advantage that Democrats held among registered voters.
We've seen how they respond to being ignored,
That
too.
went back to Trump's first term in January of 2018 at this point in the cycle. And why is that so notable? Because I don't know if you remember, Pam, but back in 2018, Democrats were looking to pick up the House majority. Republicans held, of course, the House of Representatives. And Democrats were able to net themselves 40 seats in the House come November. Now, I'm not quite sure they're going to be able to net that many seats this time around. But at least according to our CNN polling at this point,
that's
the
significant.
Democrats' lead looks very much the same now as it did back during the 2018 cycle. And that's good news for Democrats.
Oh. Yeah, we'll do that one later.
The Epstein files are here. On November 19th, Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, ordering the Justice Department to release all the information it has on the notorious sexual predator within 30 days.
Finally, after years where he signed it into law that he is now breaking.
of waiting, we will learn the truth. Who participated in Epstein's years of abuse of young girls and women? What was the source of his huge wealth? Who enabled this behavior? Who helped cover it up? And how did he get away with it for so many years? Or maybe we won't. The Justice Department seems to be in no particular hurry to get out anything other than photos of Bill Clinton.
Yep.
So far, they've released less than 1%
Not partisan at all, by the way.
of the documents in the government's possession, and most of that was already in the public record. So what can anyone do about this? On the campaign trail, Trump said he was absolutely going to release the Epstein files.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember his exact cadence in that one. Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi
Yeah,
said
sure.
the files were on her desk, just waiting to be released at the president's directive.
But you know, it's gonna take a minute. There's we gotta definitely get the redactions right.
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients.
God, this interview
Will that
was
really happen?
so bad.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
She even invited
don't
a bunch
remind-
of MAGA
don't remind
influencers to the
people.
White House and handed them binders labeled The Epstein Files Phase 1. And then she put out a press release congratulating herself for being so brave and honest and following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators. FBI Director Kash Patel vowed that there will be...
Well, I mean, again, the fact that the right is so adamant about ignoring Sasha Riley's testimony when any other time that would have been the lead story. Like, Candace Owens would not shut the fuck up about it if it benefited MAGA. But because it doesn't, and because he has kind of pigeonholed himself into being the guy that's hiding all this shit, now they're kind of playing this game of, well, you know, we're not sure if it's entirely credible, even though there is, you know, it seems like there is a bunch of stuff that correlates this, but you know.
No cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. If there are gaps, we will find them. If the records have been hidden, we will uncover them, and we will bring everything we find to the
They have been
DOJ.
investigating Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton came out and said that he's not going to go testify in private. He said that he would do a public testimony. I still think it's bullshit. I think that it's like, no, you should have to speak. Like,
To be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American
Clinton
people.
sucks. Yeah, fuck Clinton.
In reality, the binders contained virtually nothing that wasn't already in the
Fuck Clinton and any billionaire that is implicated in this, whether they're Democrat, Republican, I don't care.
public record.
Fucking fuck Noam Chomsky too.
In March, Bondi went on Fox and promised Sean Hannity that the
It's that easy. You see how that works? Like, I liked me some Noam Chomsky, but you know what? I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to read him the same way that I used to.
Trump administration would publish it all. She
It's
claimed
that
that there were
fucking easy. You go,
truckloads of
oh, that guy sucks. Yeah, you know what? Fuck that.
data and said heads would roll.
But now you guys are so ingrained in this. Well, I'm not going to give in to cancel culture, even though, technically you should.
He found out who'd been hiding it from her.
Why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency, but I think
Oh, really, Pam? That's rich.
more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day, it's a new administration, and everything's going to come out.
I love the fact that all the clips are just them. You don't even need opposition in this case.
The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to
Crazy.
But then in July, Bondi put out another memo saying that the Epstein files were so full of child sex abuse material that it is the determination of the Department of Justice and the
So
Federal
do they
Bureau
not exist, or is it just too
of
much?
Investigation that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. The client list, which was supposedly on her desk in February, didn't exist. There was no proof that Epstein had blackmailed anyone, and no one else would be charged. The blowback from Trump supporters who'd been screaming for years about a cover-up was fierce. And it didn't help that there were reports of FBI agents spending thousands of man-hours poring over the files and being instructed to redact any mention of Trump's name.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring.
Do you guys buy that? Like, I'm genuinely asking the people in chat that support Trump, do you guys buy that? Like, did you buy all of this?
And I don't understand.
Like, you hear this and you're just like, yep.
And the president wasn't making himself look less guilty. He even filed that bonkers
Interesting.
lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal over a report that he drew boobs on a birthday card to Epstein in 2003. He wants $10 billion for that one. Trump ordered Attorney General Bondi to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationship with a bunch of prominent Democrats, including Bill Clinton and Larry Summers. This is another Russia scam with all arrows pointing to the Democrats. And Bondi jumped right on it, despite having said in February that no one else would be charged. Note that she parked that very serious investigation at the Southern District of New York, the place she just accused of hiding the Epstein documents from her because they were so dishonest. Then Trump yelled on social media about the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, which my past supporters have bought into hook, line, and sinker. Among those past supporters was Marjorie Taylor Greene, who recently became a past member of
Marjorie Trader Brown.
Congress.
You know, it's like the grass, it's brown.
Along with her fellow Republican representatives Thomas Massie, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace, Greene joined every House Democrat in an effort to force Speaker Mike Johnson to allow a vote on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Johnson did everything he could to delay that vote. Check out our video on his months of shenanigans. Then, in November, after Arizona Representative Adelita Grijalva was sworn in and became the 218th signature on the discharge petition, he finally ran out of road, at which point the entire Republican caucus decided that they'd always been for it, and the law passed 427-1 in the House and 100-0 in the Senate. Seeing the writing on the wall, Trump signed the bill into law on November 19th. At which point the Justice Department had a month to hand over all the Epstein documents. The law says not later than 30 days after the date of
This is the important part, guys.
enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall, subject to a narrow set of exceptions, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable form.
I mean, you had Congress and the president all sign off on this, so we can't all agree that, yeah, okay, so release it all.
All unclassified
Right?
records, documents, communications.
Or, you're a Trump supporter. I don't believe he's a pedo. I believe that he's the only person that has inside knowledge of what happened and is willing to stand up to them.
And investigative
Then why is he hiding all the information that would implicate them?
materials in the possession of the Department of Justice.
And why does he keep saying things like, mask off moments, like, you know what? There's a lot of, I got friends in there.
But of
that
course,
kind of shit.
we wouldn't be making this video if that's what had happened, would we?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you are not someone who needs to hide evidence of hideous crimes, but that doesn't mean that online privacy isn't a priority for you.
Incognito.
The Epstein evidence on December 19th, lots of it looks like this, just inchoate photographs documenting the chain of custody of evidence. What's in those files? Well, I don't know. A lot of what
Nobody
was
knows.
immediately released was already in the public record, like Epstein's address book. The first document dump
Yeah, it was the stuff that they handed to Benny Johnson and those conservative influencers the first time.
also included thousands of pages of court records, which are publicly available online
Held it up like they were proud of their Pokemon collection.
and have been for years. The DOJ immediately pushed out transcripts and audio of Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's jailhouse interview with Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, where she said how much she admires President Trump, and she pinky swore that she never saw him do anything inappropriate ever. This is somewhat undercut by emails where Epstein said, "I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted victim spent hours at my house with him." And Maxwell said, "I have been thinking about that." In another email, Epstein told journalist Michael Wolff that, of course, he, Trump,
God, this is old news. Why are you guys still talking about
knew
this?
about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. But what motive would Ghislaine Maxwell have to lie, right?
Yeah, then
She's
she
only
got a
serving
puppy.
a 20-year federal prison sentence with no way out besides a presidential pardon.
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly.
The Justice Department also made darn sure to front-load the doc dumps with images of Bill Clinton.
God, I really am convinced that his supporters don't see his moments.
White House communications staff blasted those images out like they were some kind of vindication. Trump spokeswoman Abigail Jackson tweeted, "Per the Epstein Files Transparency Act, DOJ was specifically instructed only to redact the faces of victims and or minors. Time for the media to start asking real questions." The implication being that Bill Clinton was involved in the victimization of young girls. For the record, Clinton's spokesman called to release all photos and documents from the Epstein files, which mention the former president. But Jackson's post gets at a problem with these redactions, which is that they are both over-inclusive and under-inclusive. The Epstein Files Transparency Act allows the government to withhold personally identifying information about victims, and it allows them to withhold child sex abuse materials, usually referred to as CSAM. And that's what the government did, but not consistently. One victim, who has only been referred to in court documents as Jane Doe, told CNN that she was horrified to see her name appear multiple times in the documents released by the government. To the extent that there was anything new, it
What up,
served to
Rowdy?
highlight how many times law enforcement had a chance to stop Epstein and just whiffed it. In 1996, victim Maria Farmer spoke to the FBI about child pornography in Epstein's possession. Nothing came of it. In 1997, model Alicia Arden
Thanks,
told
Rowdy.
police Epstein groped her in a hotel room during what was supposed to be a job interview. Police shrugged it off. In 2001, women recruited to work for Ghislaine Maxwell told police that men were dropping off young girls at Epstein's house in Palm Beach. In 2004, a cab driver flagged down a cop and said that he dropped off teenage girls at Epstein's house and overheard them talking about being paid for sex. Throughout 2005 and 2006, police interviewed dozens of girls and women who said they'd been abused by Epstein and Maxwell. It is clear that law enforcement did take this seriously. But Epstein had powerful friends. And in 2008, he got a cushy plea deal that allowed him to essentially sleep at the jail.
The thing that drives me nuts about this is how quickly people will just be like, yeah, but you know what? That's the false one. But if this was anybody, like, and they were getting confirmation bias, they would jump on this in a second and be like, oh yeah, well here.
For a few months and then be on his way.
I wish there was consistency in the way that they thought, but that's why it's just impossible. It's impossible to really
Until
interact.
2019, when journalist Julie Brown of the Miami Herald released her blockbuster story on Epstein, that authorities finally decided to do something about a man who'd been abusing girls more or less publicly for 30 years. None of that is new information, but seeing it all cataloged together is certainly bracing. At the same time, the DOJ redacted lots
You
of
can't
other
reason with
stuff
the cult.
that
No, you
appears to
cannot.
fall far
Blicky
outside the scope of the
Blanks.
law. There are hundreds
How's it
of
going?
pages of
Thank you
documents
for
that are just
stopping by
blacked
today.
out in their entirety. And some
You
stuff
guys
is
haven't
just
already? Please hit
weird.
the sub.
PBS reports that
and hit
some
the, like.
previously published photos just disappeared from the database, like a painting of a nude woman and an image of a credenza with framed photographs, including one of Donald Trump, which was taken down, and then the photo came back after people noticed the stealth deletion. Now, we at Legal Eagle are not generally given to conspiracy theories, but we will note that many members of the current Trump administration, including FBI Director Kash Patel,
Again, Trump daddy syndrome is the only. When you say TDS, that's all I read now.
years demanding
Because now you guys are at this point of ignoring objective reality to protect somebody who, honestly, ask yourself, would he even piss on you if you were on fire?
the release of the Epstein
Even though that's a weird saying, and I've thought about that, it's just like, could you imagine being on fire and somebody starts pissing on you? You're like, what the fuck, man?
files. They implied
Stop,
that the
drop, and
government was
roll.
part of
Pee
a
on me.
massive cover-up to protect the powerful. And now they are the government, and they've changed their tune.
Yep.
Also, we can't help but notice that the government is making a whole lot of very crazy news since they missed that deadline to comply. And we're not saying it's part of a cover-up, but we are saying that if the shoe was on the other foot, MAGA world would be screaming it from the rooftops. But
Yes,
what's
thank you for saying that.
most notable here isn't what disappeared from the DOJ's list of Epstein files, it's what was never there at all. The Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the release of broad categories of records, including financial records, and all internal prosecutorial documents from
By the way, if you're just joining us, we are watching the Legal Eagle breakdown of the Epstein Files deadline and what's going to happen now.
many criminal investigations. As of this recording, that is nowhere near complete. There are some records from JP
We are now 31 days past their the ruling where they had to release all the files
Morgan's
and only redact the victims, not the perpetrators.
deliberations regarding the cost and
You
benefits
know, that whole blacking out entire pages, that's kind of what they were like, no.
keeping Epstein as a client after it became clear that
And now the DOJ is saying, all right, bet. Who's going to prosecute us when we're the prosecutors?
he was a serial child sex abuser. But in the main, if you want to know how Epstein made so much money, you are out of luck. And by sheer coincidence, or maybe not, that omission also shields the very powerful men who entrusted him with their assets.
Yep.
Notably, Les Wexner, the founder of companies like The Limited, Bath & Body Works, and Victoria's Secret, and Leon Black, the former CEO of the private equity firm Apollo Global Management.
Yep.
And by the way, it's not just us saying that. It's the guys at JP Morgan who are still doing business with
You know, like the billionaire cabal that would be trafficking.
Epstein in 2013 after he'd served his slap-on-the-wrist sentence in Florida for soliciting a minor for prostitution. The House
Yes, I will believe them if people. Rowdy. Before you got here, I was saying fuck Noam Chomsky. Like that was disappointing.
Oversight Committee
But yeah, Noam Chomsky. It seems he's on the list. Therefore, fuck him.
says that it will be issuing subpoenas for Wexner and the
If you're in there, lock him up. You notice how I'm not partisan with that. It's weird. I keep exposing people that are, where it's like they can't get past their partisanship to just be like, yeah, you know what? I guess I could calm down like my blind support and kind of just start thinking a little more clearly. I mean, but that
Executors of
maybe.
Epstein's estate.
Because most of the time now, people are going, oh, it's just TDS. It's all this. It's always an excuse not to look at it and just be like, yeah, he is kind of just covering this shit up.
So stay tuned for that.
Even
the
though
DOJ disclosed
he is saying it to your fucking face. When he said, you know what? Why do you guys care about this? It's like, that was just like admitting that it's like, oh my God, dude, he's totally in it. Like, that's why we were all at that moment just like, oh shit, he's in them.
huge number of documents from those Florida law enforcement
Why are we still talking about this Epstein guy? It's crazy.
investigations in the early 2000s, including some
It's my favorite
absolutely
strain.
heart-wrenching
Diesels.
reported
I like
interviews
diesels.
with young girls he abused. But almost nothing other than public court documents has been posted from the 2019
Diesels and Jack Herrera.
case against Epstein for sex trafficking. So if you want to see his lawyers entering their appearance on the docket, DOJ's got the hookup or a
But if I want to go to sleep, a nice widow, I will go
transcript
with.
of the scheduling conference that's been available on the federal court website for 6 years, knock yourself out. But if you want to know whether they ever discussed charging anyone else, you're out of luck, friend. Ditto if you have questions about the Ghislaine Maxwell case. There are a handful of emails pointing to investigative leads that weren't followed. For instance, this email refers to 10 co-conspirators, including one who is a wealthy businessman in Ohio. And that's an obvious reference to Wexner.
Wexner, yeah.
Another email shows prosecutors discussing the flight logs.
But the reason that Wexner, like, they're not just blanket redacting these pages is because Wexner is dead.
For Epstein's plane, which showed Trump was a...
That's the big thing that, like, a lot of people just aren't talking about the obvious side of this. The people that are unredacted are the ones that are dead. Or like they've already like kind of like lost favor.
Frequent flight.
Harvey Weinstein, that guy.
Fire, including on 2 trips with women who are characterized as witnesses in the Maxwell prosecution. What happened after they flagged that? Well, I don't know. It's presumably in the 5 million pages of documents the DOJ has yet to release. And that's just not what the Epstein
Thank you, Jacob,
Files
for the sub.
Transparency Act
Appreciate
says is supposed to happen. Congress ordered the DOJ to release all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters pertaining to both Epstein and Maxwell. The names of all individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with the Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings, and all internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates.
Oh my God, dude, this is like so clear-cut legalese too. Like, this isn't the bullshit where you're just like, I don't understand this. It's like, no, that was pretty like, hey guys, if you try to hide this, then we kind of know what's up.
The law said the DOJ had to produce that stuff within 30 days, so by December 19th.
We're on day 31.
Didn't. It specifies that no record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Finally, the law says that AG Bondi shall submit to the House and Senate within 15 days of completion of the release a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, and a summary of redactions made, including legal basis. And she didn't do that either.
Nope.
And even though...
So now they're going to have a special counsel, which we all know how this is going to go, because the second that person is nominated, guess who's getting their personal attacks?
Oh, the deadline was 3 weeks ago. The government hasn't even looked at 99% of the documents in its possession. And we know that because on January 5th, Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York...
He's guilty in most of these people's eyes. Fuck. A lot of the people in Congress that are supporting him are kind of like, yeah, oh, man, we can't even back this.
4-page status report for Judge Paul Engelmeyer, the judge overseeing the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Clayton hyped the DOJ's substantial and impressive commitment to releasing the Epstein files, and he bragged that hundreds of lawyers have spent thousands of hours looking through the documents. He said they found more than 2 million that need to be produced, but so far,
0.6.
They've turned over just 12,000, which by my math rounds to 0%. And frankly, it's less than that since a lot of what they've produced is duplicates. Obviously, the DOJ is in flagrant violation of the law. There's no provision that allows for rolling production, despite...
And I'm going to do the whataboutism here. If this was the Biden administration, do you understand how big of a fucking story this would be?
Deputy Attorney Todd Blanche sending Congress a snotty letter saying that it's settled law that you don't have to comply with statutes when it's super inconvenient. Okay, realistically, it does take time to review millions of records for CSAM and victim information, but the law doesn't have a DOJ needs more time loophole.
No.
Everything was supposed to be out by December 19th with an explanation of redactions due on January 3rd. So Now what? Who can do something about this? All right, let's start with the easy question. Is this a crime? The answer to that is no. Nowhere in this law does it say, if you don't, then you'll be criminally liable. There's no penalty for missing the deadline. Okay.
Great.
Can you or I sue the DOJ to make it do what it's supposed to do? Again, no. There's no private right of action here.
So this kind of goes into what's the recourse then?
Not directly. The anti-Trump legal group Democracy Forward Foundation filed a Freedom of Information Act suit against the DOJ and the FBI trying to pry loose some of these Epstein files. But the universe of documents covered by FOIA is much narrower than what the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ to disclose, so that's not going to do it either. Okay, now we got all that out of the way, let's talk about the real options here. Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, the main sponsors of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, are threatening to file inherent contempt charges against Bondi.
Okay.
Khanna calls the government's lackluster production of documents obstruction of justice and accuses the DOJ of spending more time protecting the Epstein class than the survivors. He told MS Now's Ali Velshi that they'll propose finding Bondi $5,000 to $10,000 a day for every day she's not in compliance with the statute.
Well, the inherent contempt that Massie and I will be filing would make Pam Bondi personally liable for $5,000 to $10,000 a day for every day that she does not release the files and comply.
And considering
Okay, and you're gonna get a bunch of like billionaire donors just to fucking pay that bill.
it took the DOJ more than a month to produce 1% of the documents at issue, that could be an expensive proposition. But that seems unlikely to happen for a whole lot of reasons. Inherent contempt is kind of like Halley's Comet. It's real, and maybe if you're lucky, you'll see it once in a lifetime, but don't go rushing out to look for it every time someone mentions it, or you're going to be pretty disappointed. Congress's power to hold...
This is where a lot of people were right to be like skeptical when everybody unanimously jumped on
someone in it.
Because it was, people were like, oh, this is a veto-proof thing. It's like, no, what are the provisions to criminally hold them liable?
Inherent contempt isn't explicit.
That should have been the conversation at the fucking start.
Inherent contempt dates back to 1795. It would require the full House to pass a resolution after which the Sergeant-at-Arms would round up the offending party, here the Attorney General of the United States, and lock her up until she agreed to comply. In 1821, the Supreme Court blessed the process in a case called Anderson v. Dunn. But the last time Congress held anyone in inherent contempt was 1935. There is no guarantee that today's Supreme Court would uphold the Anderson precedent, but I don't think we're going to find out because there's no way you're going to get a majority of the House to go nuclear and vote to arrest the Attorney General for producing documents too slowly. Okay, next. On December 22nd, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer introduced a resolution which would require his Republican counterpart, Majority Leader John Thune, to initiate or intervene in a civil lawsuit against the Justice Department to force it to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He called the delay a blatant cover-up by Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche to shield Donald Trump from accountability and demanded that Republicans show the same support for upholding the bipartisan law they passed and demand the Trump administration release all the Epstein files. So far, there's been no action on that one. Over in the House, Democratic Representatives Jamie Raskin and Brad Garcia, ranking members of the Judiciary and Oversight Committees, put out a joint statement calling generally for courts to intervene to enforce the Epstein Files Transparency Act. But courts do not make it easy for individual members of Congress to sue the government, especially when those members hail from the minority party. In a 1997 Supreme Court case called Raines v. Byrd, 6 members of Congress challenged the constitutionality of the Line Item Veto Act. That law essentially allowed the president to take a Sharpie to duly enacted legislation.
This is what drives me nuts. Just like the way that Democrats always do this, where Trump can just come in with a fucking hatchet and just be like, nope, 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 nope. And then these motherfuckers come in with a dull ballpoint pen and go, all right, we got to check out the procedurals on this one. It'll take us a while.
To say he wasn't going to treat all of it as valid.
And then at the very end, they're just like, well, you know what? People have already kind of forgotten about this. We got to focus on something else.
Even though that law said that any
it is so obvious.
member of Congress adversely affected could sue, the court said no. Members of Congress do not have a personal stake in the laws they pass. They have an institutional interest, and so individual members lack standing to sue. That's why Senator Schumer is trying to force the Senate as a
No, honestly, I am starting to believe that some of the sitting Democratic senators might be in the fucking files.
whole to
Honestly,
file a lawsuit.
it's insane.
He knows that he'll get tossed out of court if he files a suit on behalf of a group of senators, even if that group is bipartisan. Incidentally, the Supreme Court did eventually strike down the Line Item Veto Act, but only after President Clinton actually used the law to zero out congressionally mandated Medicaid reimbursements, after which New York sued because it had suffered a legally cognizable injury, and the Supreme Court held the law was unconstitutional. So knowing that it's highly unlikely that either House of Congress will vote to sue the Trump administration or hold AG Bondi in contempt, Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, the bipartisan team behind the Epstein Files Transparency Act, have gotten creative. Their long-shot ploy to rope in the courts has to do with the grand jury proceedings in the Epstein and Maxwell criminal cases, which are sealed as a matter of law. Grand jury secrecy is basically sacrosanct, which is why all three courts to consider the matter back in the summer refused the Justice Department's request to release the grand jury materials in the Epstein and Maxwell case.
But that was proof that there was the shenanigans from the left, right?
So back in the summer, the Trump administration was still stalling public demands for information on Jeffrey Epstein. And so in July, Bondi and her deputy Todd Blanche did this sort of head fake where they said, we're demanding release of the grand jury materials. And they asked courts in New York and Florida to unseal them. That was always, if you'll pardon me saying so, bullshit.
Bullshit.
The government had mountains of evidence in its possession. It didn't need a court order to release any of it. And as Judge Richard Berman pointed out when he denied the motion, the information contained in the Epstein grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to the Epstein investigation materials in the hands of the Department of Justice. And the only witness who testified to the grand jury was an FBI agent who is still alive, and meaning that he was able to speak publicly.
MAGA will stab themselves in the back to not hold Trump accountable. That's kind of my point. They would set themselves on fire to make sure that he doesn't get lit up.
And as Pam Bondi knows perfectly well, extensive...
And then they think that like they're doing something noble where he's just like, you know what? I know that I got enough supporters. I call him Kingling.
Public interest is not a legally cognizable basis to demand to unseal
What do you call it, a bundle of sticks?
Materials, which is why all three courts told the DOJ to take a hike last summer. But then Congress forced the issue by passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and the DOJ went back to the courts and said, okay, how about now? Can we unseal the grand jury records now? And this time the court said yes, because they had this new law and the grand jury materials can be unsealed with appropriate redactions to protect the victim. And that's the hook that Khanna and Massie are trying to use to get a court to force the Justice Department to unseal the rest of the Epstein documents. So look, remember that letter from U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton to Judge Engelmeyer in the Southern District of New York talking about all the documents the DOJ had produced? Khanna and Massie are trying to piggyback on top of that letter by asking Judge Engelmeyer to step in and supervise the government's compliance with the Epstein Files.
Yeah, this is where they're trying to get a special master.
Transparency Act. They want the judge to appoint a special master or an independent monitor to ensure that all the documents.
But trust me, it's just going to be a James Comey thing all over again.
Made public immediately.
Because he's already trying to do it's all a hoax, which that didn't work.
Without it.
At least I will say this. At least MAGA even called that one where they were just like, no, it's not.
Appropriate redactions. They want the court to compel testimony.
You know, credit where credit's due, I guess.
Money from the Justice Department about the production that's been made, the pending productions, and the representations that have been previously made to the court. Massie and Khanna say that Clayton made this the court's problem by bringing it up in his letter, and they worry that absent an independent process, we do not believe the DOJ will produce the records that are required by the Act and what it has represented to this court. I mean, as they say, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. I don't think it's going to pay off, but props for creativity. Look, judges are extremely reluctant to step outside their lane and do things without a clear jurisdictional mandate. And that's especially true when it comes to telling other branches of government what to do. There's a big separation of powers problem. So put simply, brass tacks, Khanna and Massie are asking the court to Bigfoot in and start telling Pam Bondi how to do her job. And the court may have jurisdiction over some of that data set covered by the Epstein Files Transparency Act because that's the criminal case it's presiding over, but it's definitely not all of those documents. And I think that gets at the root of the problem here, which is that you have two branches of government that are functionally broken, and they're trying to get the third to pick up the slack. right? The executive branch has a job, and that job is to comply with the law, including the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which is clearly dragging its feet and releasing this stuff in dribs and drabs and doing so in a way that's designed to protect Trump and hurt his political enemies,
Which,
particularly
again,
Bill Clinton.
it's obvious.
At the same time, Congress also has a job, and that's to pass laws and then oversee compliance by the executive branch. But it's not doing that. It's not using the tools that it has in its own arsenal, right?
And I'll be honest, I'd be shocked if the Democrats win and try.
Could sue.
Or like they're going to do the performative thing where they're going to act like they're trying, but then they're going to do the thing where it's just like, well, Trump didn't, he said he wasn't going to sign this, so you know what? Too bad.
DOJ to force compliance. It could hold Bondi in inherent contempt, but it won't because everything's broken and it doesn't work. And so now Massey, Khanna, and even Pam Bondi are like rolling into the federal courts and saying, fix it. We don't know what to do. Well, everybody knows what to do. They just don't want to use the tools that they've got.
No.
And the court can't fix that. That's a political problem, not a legal one. And the only way out of this mess is for politicians to pony up and do their damn jobs.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer.
All right. Let's go to the protest coverage. Alrighty. Welcome to the stream if you are just joining us. That was the Legal Eagle breakdown on what's going on with the Epstein files because it is day 31 of the 30-day agreement, which they are just going to maintain the current course and just keep releasing redacted files and hope that, you know, nobody in the public gets mad enough to, I don't know, what are we supposed to do? There's nothing you can do. Like, they kneecapped themselves on this one. Like, there's nothing that can be done, so... Less than 30 minutes away. Right. Minnesota's over. All right, cool. Let's see. Is Brandon back in chat? Because if he is, I know that I made a promise, but I think that it's about that time we can hit the SNEAKO stuff. Less than, 30. Oh, shit. Am I? Oh, damn. Cool. Yeah, if you guys have not subbed, please do. We're getting close. Also, hit the like button on the stream. Really helps me out. All right. All right, fuck it. This is hilarious. This was from a few days ago from the protest that we watched with the Jake. I keep forgetting his fucking name. Jake something. Jake Lang. Jake Lang. All right, so this is Walter Masterson went to the protest and filmed it. Man, Mercado Media just blew up through these protests. Down just a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get in there. So these guys are here. They want to provoke violence so they can get Trump to implement the Insurrection Act. We're gonna kick their ass. Leave them alone. Hey, they're fucking pieces of shit. Do not hit them. They're mental fucking pieces.
Hey, Kat, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you.
Don't swear at fucking Kat if you're gonna disgrace our country. The other day and the day before that and every other time I disgraced our country. Yeah, I fucking did.
Hey, it's Beef Stick Lady.
Of course you were fucking. No, because I love my country and I love my people. I don't love the fucking immigrants. Hey, guys. I don't love illegal immigrants. You take our resources, you take our fucking tax dollars. You motherfucker. You're a beta
being a bitch.
You don't know shit.
Fuck your comment.
You don't know shit.
You're a fucking liar.
Answer questions of bigots. I want to debate it. I can't even. I know. I can't hear me.
American men, this is your call. DC being replaced. White Americans are being replaced.
So you must hate Donald Trump if you're out against fraud. Here you go.
You know, I thought that this was like the sirens were going to bother me again. The editing's helping.
I'll talk about fraud. You bring in a forensic investigator to deal with fraud. ICE is not forensic investigation.
Nope.
Listen,
Yeah, it's literally a forensic
talking
accountant.
about the wrong thing. ICE is not forensic investigation.
Funny, my sister-in-law just happens to be one of those.
ICE is a bunch of thugs. You bring in a forensic investigator if you want to investigate fraud.
Interesting.
Wait, show me where. Do you think ICE is ICE known for forensic investigation?
ICE is going to get the illegals.
Are they known for forensic investigation?
I don't know.
I can't hear what you said. Is ICE known for forensic investigation?
I don't know enough about ICE.
Is ICE known for forensic
man.
investigation? Yes. For fraud, you deal with you.
That's very standard for them not to know enough about what ICE is doing.
Yes, for fraud, you bring in forensic
This is
investigation.
what America voted for. All 7 swing states and the popular vote voted for mass deportation of illegals. I've heard a lot of people say that's not what they voted for. Well, that's what he campaigned on. That was his number one issue. I would agree.
I'll be honest, this is a new.
All 7.
I thought it was
I didn't know that this was going on in the crowd after, like, as we were covering this.
Fuck me, right?
You did not really see any of that happening. Oh, this is hilarious.
What's your body count, man? What's it? What's Jeremy though? It's Jeremy. What's it like being a virgin? When was the last time you legally touched a vagina? Let me ask you something.
Look at this. Too many COVID vaccines.
Let me ask you something. If you want to deal with fraud, you deal with a forensic investigation. Jake Lang has never
He's getting
legally
all up his
touched a
personal
vagina.
space.
Do not touch. Do not touch.
When was the last time you've legally touched a vagina, Jake?
Do not touch.
Oh God, the fucking. Oh damn, Walter was up there with them?
With Jake Lang.
I did not realize that was Walter the entire time.
Jake, tell me what's your body count, Jake? Jake, what's your body count?
All right, I'm sorry, guys. Same thing with the protests and the copyright music. This is just what we have to do nowadays.
Jake, what's it like being an incel? Jake, do you need help finding the clitoris?
I mean, this is technically a replay, but this is also like a new angle because we didn't see Walter interviewing. Like I watched the first bit of this and just up to the point where he was walking with Jake. And then I was like, oh shit, I want to cover this with you guys. So. I mean, shit, the entire time it looked like he had the best angle.
What's your body count, Jake?
Although it's a lot easier when you're not live because you don't have to worry about it always going, like your signal dipping.
Talking to ICE officers, trying to explain where the clitoris is, and I think. Oh, God bless you. So, do you need help finding the clitoris? Jake Lang, where's the clitoris? People want to know.
Send the Somalis back.
So, yeah. So, Jake, do you think if you want to deal with fraud, wouldn't you have a forensic investigation? Let me ask you something. Do you think ICE does forensic investigating? Jake Lake, Jake, serious question. So I'm here with
He's calling for Jesus. He's calling him. Wait, he's calling for a white America in the name of Jesus, which should offend anyone. I mean, Yahshua Bar Yusuf would disagree.
So yeah, I think I might leave right now. It's starting to get a little crazy. This is Jake Lang. He's a massively unfuckable, xenophobic piece of shit.
Wait, so does Walter get hit by those balloons?
Xenophobe rally. He's trying to foment violence so that Trump implements the Insurrection Act. Invoke the Insurrection Act! See what I mean? That's what he wants. He wants Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Guys like him,
yeah,
they fucking talk a bunch of shit when they got
security. Do you think he's ever legally touched a vagina?
No.
No.
Me neither.
That was so matter of fact. No. No, I don't. Ah, there's the Christian flag there, folks. That used to fly from the flagpole at my school. I like how the copyright music is fighting with each other. I'm surprised they didn't edit that out.
If you wanted to deal with, if you really
Because
wanted to deal with
you could just
fraud,
easily run that through a filter.
Forensic investigator. Do you think ICE is known for forensic investigation? He's not answering me right now.
Damn it, dude. So do we? Maybe that's what I should do. I should just buy rights to the fucking Vanilla Ice, since that's going to be one that's going to be playing at a bunch of these things.
Care about the fraud?
Oh, damn.
ICE is not a forensic investigative.
Maybe don't open your phone on camera. That was not smart.
Women and I blame everything on immigrants instead of capitalists.
All right, that's it. I'm gonna speed it up so I can at least get some of this. You know what, fuck, I'm gonna go 1.5. Sorry. There. Now I won't get hit. Haha! Fuck you.
This guy, still don't even know his full name, Jake, is all I know. And apparently,
He's a horrible freaking person.
The horrible people that apparently, I'm sure a lot of you guys do know about, but I had never heard of him. We see him run up to our car, and he's like, can I please get in, can I please get in?
Yeah, by the way, these are the people that, like, picked him
And,
up.
like, they hurt me so bad, da-da-da-da.
And now I'm
That's
talking
all the
really fast,
context
so I'm
we
gonna
have.
slow
in
this
our
down.
head, it's like, oh my god, like, was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
We
he was
thought
in the
ICE was after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and like beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like, what is
like
going
surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like we saw an injured man, so like obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. What? And I don't know him. And so we do drive because like we're not gonna, like, literally the longer we sat there, the longer he fought them off and the more damage was happening to Leah's car. So we had to leave with him in the car. Like there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Don't fuck with him.
I was
Also,
leaving.
yeah. But also when we can't just like, you know, like what else are we supposed
That's a
to
good
do?
point.
He's not gonna like.
Somebody just brought up that, like, oh yeah, the drug boats just kind of, you know, stopped being a thing after Trump got his oil.
Let us kick him out the car. He's not gonna get out. So like that was our only option at that point.
So we literally just go around the block and I'm like, you know what, like you need to get out.
Yeah, we're still in
Like,
the same
what
spot.
is going on? Like, whose side are you on right now? Because, like, this is not okay. And I'm just getting super weird, bad vibe from this dude. And he's just like,
Hella.
oh, Trump something me. I gotta own back. And I'm just like,
Yeah, he was
I
like,
don't care
Trump
what
saved
Trump
me.
did for you. Like, ICE is fucking shit.
As
Like,
fuck.
who are you? Like, who are you? And then I
Mhm.
find out who he is. I'm like, I don't care if your Uber's here. You're not gonna wait in my fucking car. You need to get out right now.
Please know that we do not support this man. What?
You should have dropped him off back at the crowd,
No,
honestly.
They need to leave, literally the whole
Should've-
country. I don't care about
You know
whatever
what?
they have
Fuck
going
this.
on. It's a whole vendetta, and they just need to
Out.
fucking leave. Like, it's just not okay. And people all have rights, and nobody should be ripped away from their home. I don't care what is going on.
Fuck around and find out, you guys. You're gonna fuck around and find out real fucking quick. Real fucking quick. You guys are fucking with patriots. You guys are fucking with patriots. You're a fucking terrorist, traitor, enemy of the state. And we're gonna take care of all of you. We're gonna take care of all of you.
Yeah, see, look at all these rageful little fucks.
You have the organizers
Little
here making
incel
sure
fucker.
You're getting out okay. You have organizers. You have the counter protesters making sure you're getting out unharmed.
How are you trying to save your country? Save your country from what?
Do you think? No. Listen. Do you think if you actually cared about fraud, you bring in a forensic investigation?
A short little weenie.
That's known for forensic
Look at him.
investigation.
Look at him. Wow, he's just a little guy.
No. ICE does not do forensic investigation. If you're trying to investigate fraud, you bring in an agency that does forensic investigation. Just look me in the eye. Tell me ICE does forensic investigation. Tell me that's what you think. Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you. They do not do forensic investigations into fraud. 90% of the Somali community is our citizens. 60% of them were born here.
What about the leadership above the Somali leadership? That's what I'm Let's say
Yes,
It's always the same shit. So is this where you guys get your talking points for real? Like if you're in MAGA, even though it doesn't seem like we got a lot in here.
Yes, thank you. Yes, ICE does not do forensic investigation. Thank you very much. FBI can investigate whatever they want.
I'll be honest. Today was the day to kind of.
Thank you very much. They do forensic. FBI, perfect example of forensic investigation. Having ICE coming in to terrorize the entire city, that is not a forensic investigation into fraud.
Shifts over.
90% of the Somali community are citizens. 60% were born in the United States. 60% of the Somali citizens are born in the United States.
Lost our states.
Okay. We'll come back to this in a little bit. That's about the halfway point of the coverage. We're going to go back to the march here. Okay, so we got Seattle now, Tucson, Arizona, and Los Angeles, California. Fuck yeah, dude.
Across Tucson today,
Damn.
many of the high schools walked out of their class.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take a quick piss, come back, and then we're going to cover the fun story that I was teasing here. I kind of, well, hold on. We got to wait for Brandon to show back up. Because, yeah, we got the SNEAKO thing to go through. It's really funny.
And we also have to recognize that there is an ongoing genocide in Palestine, and we need to continue fighting for the Palestinian people. Is that right? Our liberation is tied with the people of Palestine. Is that right? Like I mentioned earlier, this event today was put on by the Defend Tucson Se Defiende Coalition. It is a coalition made up of more than 20 organizations here in Tucson that decided to get together and exercise our people power. I want to invite a speaker from the Tucson Anti-War Committee who has been fighting war, who has been demanding no war on Venezuela. So I want you all to give a big round of applause to Maria. Thank you, Aurora. Thank you to the PSL, and thank you to all of the organizations that have organized today's action. My name is Maria Stone-Hasman, and I'm a proud member of the Tucson Anti-War Committee. It's hard to believe that it's only been a year of Trump's constant escalation and attacks on people here and abroad. In the anti-war movement in the United States, and Tucson specifically, we have continued the struggle against the U.S.-backed Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people.
Your favorite person, role model, is Donald Trump. Oh, really? Well, don't be surprised when that doesn't work out for you.
U.S. strikes on Lebanon, Iran, Syria, and more. Now,
So remember, he's going to get away with a lot more than you ever could.
2.5 years into
Ooh,
a genocide,
you know what?
and 3 months into a so-called ceasefire agreement that Israel violates on a near daily basis through blocking.
See what we get.
These violations are seen through blockage of aid, strikes in Gaza, right-wing Zionist settlers who are wreaking violence on homes, schools, crops, and entire villages in the West Bank. We aren't even seeing Palestine in the news like we used to because Trump, the United States, and Israel targeted journalists back in August. However, masses all around the world now know the atrocities that the U.S. and Israel have committed, with nearly 73,000 Palestinians murdered and over 170,000 injured.
Hell yeah, got a mega. Mega.
That change in public perception
Diancie.
can never be undone. And after 2 years of the United States trying to secure a foothold in the Middle East and failing to claim victory in Palestine,
Pog. Oh, yeah.
they began lashing out around the world. In September, the U.S. began carrying out strikes on fisher boats, killing over 115 fisher people
As I
off
said.
the Caribbean coast, while
Why are those drug boats seem to disappear real fast?
lying that these
What
boats
happened?
were carrying drugs.
Did they just get them all, or was it never about drugs?
Then they seized a Venezuelan oil tanker in December, and Trump spouted his lies that democratically elected President Nicolas Maduro is a brutal dictator. Shame!
I mean, he was. Like, you don't have to like Maduro and also be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't break, another country's sovereignty just because we don't like their leader. That's kind of establishing a bad precedent, because what's to stop Canada from doing that to us? I mean, aside from practical reality, but...
As students of U.S.
Speak on it.
Steve has an IRL channel for real? Oh, man. I need to get on it. All right, we'll come back to this. Local cop harasses woman who criticized Israel.
Turning now to censorship. There's a lot of stuff going on whenever it comes to censorship of anybody who's remotely challenges the Israel consensus here in the U.S. The CEO of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, now saying that there are AI automatic versions to try and to monitor any alleged act of anti-Semitism, using AI to report it to lawyers, to prosecute, to criminalize, and to go after anybody who criticizes the state of Israel. Here's what he had to say.
We created something called the Legal Action Network. We've assembled 50 of the top law firms in the United States to create a pro bono coterie of literally like 50,000 lawyers. And so now when you enter in an incident at ADL, it instantly gets evaluated by our AI systems. Is there a litigation opportunity? And we feed it to the lawyers to evaluate and to find someone to take the case. So it used to be that, again, if you had a problem, you picked up the phone and called ADL, and it took us days and days to get back to you. Remember I told you 31,000 reports? Now using generative AI, I'm responding instantly. And if you enter that something happened to you, for example, say your kid got bullied at or your kid had a teacher at middle school, a social studies teacher, who again, this oppressed craziness, and held out your kid, you enter it in, and our Gen AI can literally on the spot generate a letter for you to send to LAUSD.
And the thing is, this isn't just going to be leftists. You know those Nick Fuentes Groyper types? They're going to get the same type of treatment.
That will automatically, okay, this is the chairman of the board of education. This is the superintendent of schools. This is the name of the principal of that specific school.
Trust me. Anybody that likes to spam Jew in the in chat, oh, yeah. You're likely to see similar treatment here, so pay attention.
We'll generate the letter real time and send it out for you. And at the same time, launch a petition that we can push to the city council.
It's like I've been saying. It's like I've been saying. It's almost like this is going to affect everybody. But MAGA's sitting here just like, yeah, you know what? You just got to comply.
Wow, Gen AI, working with lawyers.
So are you guys going to comply if they come to your house saying, hey, did you tweet X, Y, or X about Israel? Then you're just going to comply, right? You're going to step out of your house. You're going to be like, you know what? I will answer all your questions, sir.
50,000 lawyers, the Legal Action Network.
The ADL Panopticon.
Yeah, the literal Panopticon surveillance, private surveillance state, which is working behind the scenes. And just to go and show everybody, we just had a long debate about the role of public life, law enforcement, and churches. One of the things that we at least generally kind of agreed on was this idea of the First Amendment and of expressing yourself without being visited by police officers. As we often look at videos in the UK or in Germany, when people privately post something, let's say on Facebook, and get visits from the authority, you truly will not believe what you're about to see. The mayor of Miami Beach sent police officers, taxpayer dollar police officers, to the home of a private U.S. citizen after she criticized the mayor on Facebook over his pro-Israel stance. Let's watch the video.
Picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
We watched this yesterday. So many people from the MAGA side were just like, what'd she say? Who'd she threaten?
I refuse to answer.
And at the end of it, they were like, okay, that is messed up.
Questions without my lawyer present. So I really.
There's finally somebody in chat that like came here. You know, I'm sure that they're still a troll. I'm sure that I didn't change their mind to, like, you know, break from MAGA, but they did break from that. And they did agree that it's like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's not okay.
I don't know how to answer that question either.
It's almost like I brought up. You know, maybe they're going to be a little anti-Israel sometimes.
This is freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person is.
Okay, how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as,
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and unrelated matters. Wants you to know that you're all welcome. Clown face.
Where's the threat?
Clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part, and not concerning for the person who's posting it, what we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
Understood.
So now they're trying to make sure that nobody agrees with the post?
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's why we're here to talk about, and we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to refrain from posting things like that, because that could get something.
Oh, so now we have to. Okay. So now it's not even the fucking brown shirt or the brown coats doing it. It's literally your fucking local PD.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay,
that's it.
That is it. I'm going to maintain my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether that's right. I hope that's understandable.
We appreciate it.
Thank you as well. You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Shout out to this lady. She handled that exactly
She
correct.
did, and
I
that
have
was
nothing to say to you without the
insane.
presence of a lawyer.
Social media
Can we
police. For real. For a Facebook post that was not threatening.
Rate this post.
Because again, MAGA immediately was just like, she must have said something threatening. She's a dangerous lefty.
This is the post that she was sent a police officer to her door. The guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you are all welcome here. Clown, clown, clown. That is what she said. Standard shit lib stuff.
It's
and I just sent.
It's just a lefty post.
Right.
That's it. I mean, there's no even implied threat and nothing. It's just a post.
And I just made a whole diatribe about liberal protest culture and all that. However, what I do accept is we do need to live together in some respect. And yes, even cringe posting on the internet in any respect is deeply accepted, especially whenever it is about a mayor. I mean, it's just so insane because this, you know, I just talked about the normalization of crazy norms. This is the part of the issue. We are watching the normalization just rapidly getting stepped up here. We can all debate on when it all started, but especially whenever it comes to politically sensitive speech targeted at public officials. And by breaking open that, you have created an environment here where, I mean, even being visited by a police officer is the definition of chilling whenever it comes to political speech. There's no getting around it, like period, end of story. This is a local matter where as a citizen you have every right to be able to criticize your public officials. And this is the fundamental problem, is that with AI and you have like, let's say corporate censorship, legal let's say harassment, let's probably call it that, on top of multiple locality, state, and now federal, whenever it comes to the Trump administration and the DOJ, well, this becomes like a full-on entity. I just spent all this time criticizing BLM, which I believe embodied that for multiple times during the Biden years and under Democratic presidencies. Well, I think this has now effectively happened with the so-called like anti-Semitism industrial complex, where the DOJ, the ADL, and these mayors, local cops, and lawyers all together are creating the exact same effect here.
Yeah.
And that's really dangerous.
And once you accept it the way they started was with pro-Palestinian, protesters who were immigrants. You had Mahmoud Khalil, who was a green card holder, but, he was the first high-profile one that they went after. And they felt like the combination of pro-Palestine speech plus immigrant status was like the lowest hanging fruit.
Yeah.
And they've expanded out from there. So it doesn't stay with pro-Palestinian speech. And that's why, this memo that Ken Klipstein has reported on that classifies anyone who is anti-capitalist, anti-Christian protests, that they're all considered domestic terrorists. What is to stop, them from coming to your door if you just post something critical, anti-capitalist about the administration? That is the predicate that's being set. To your point, though, I mean, this is the way the federal government has focused on this. Pam Bondi spoke at this Israeli-American Council, proudly telling the story of how she got involved in this school matter at Florida State, where, I don't know if you guys remember this. I think we played it and talked about it on the show. The school.
I mean, it was like her claim to fame.
The show, there we go. There was a guy who had an IDF t-shirt on in the gym. There was a lady who came up to him. I think she did, put her hand on him. But they made it like, oh my God, he was assaulted, blah, 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 blah. And the federal government got involved in this freaking thing. And now Pam Bondi is out lying about the incident and bragging about it. Let's take a listen to that.
I want to tell you a story right here in Florida. You probably heard of it. It's not a crime of great violence, but in my opinion, it's a crime of great significance. I give college presidents my personal cell phone, and I say, if you need anything, call me. My phone rang one day. I was sitting in the office, and it was the president of Florida State University. And he said, something just happened. Yeah, a young woman, a student, threw her phone, cursed, attacked a young student, a young man, male student, who was playing basketball because he was wearing an IDF shirt. She was a student, he was a student. I spent the next few hours on the phone. I called my U.S. attorney, I called the state attorney, called law enforcement, and I guess she went through the system as it should, and she now is kicked out of Florida State University.
Great.
But little things are the big things, and that sends a strong message that you can't behave that way anymore in our country.
So rather than working on, I don't know, maybe like releasing the Epstein files, instead, the Attorney General of the United States of America is spending hours of her time to get this college student kicked out for this genuinely minor incident and infraction.
She tweeted about it instantly whenever it happened. Yeah, we covered it all here at the time. You're exactly right. Whenever it comes to the Epstein story and why so many people are so upset about their handling of it, they can do whatever they want when they want to. Don't forget that coffee shop incident. That one really gets me more than anyone, because we're talking about
the drinks named.
They had whatever. All right, it was a distasteful name. I wouldn't have done the name. We can criticize the tactic, okay? However, you're a private business, and what ended up happening was like some alleged discrimination, and the DOJ was like, we're going to sue this coffee shop down into the ground, right? Using federal civil rights law over what is obviously a local incident. And in that case in particular, what they were doing is trying to make...
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the people that are like super pro ICE are now all mad that private businesses are refusing to serve ICE.
This message that it's only going to be on the side of pro-Israel activism. The one thing that we did also want to show everybody is this Miriam Adelson question, where she was asked at this conference, how do you buy and exercise influence over politicians in the U.S.? And she gets very squirrely. Let's take a listen.
Miri, you and Sheldon created a lot of relationship over the years with politicians at the state level, especially at the federal level. I want you to share with everyone, why is it so important and how do you do it? Again, writing checks is part of it, but there is more than writing just checks. So how do you do it?
Can you allow me not to answer?
You choose.
I want to be truthful, and there are so many things that I don't want to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want specific, but that's okay.
Wow.
Incredible.
Says it all.
Incredible. He asked the same question the other guy sitting there who's a billionaire, Haim Saban, I think is his name, and he also was like, yeah.
Oh, God, that was the Power Rangers
I don't
guy.
really get into that.
Because, it would be too distasteful for us to all hear out of the mouth of what kind of people our leaders are.
Super Sentai, the original series, is way better anyway.
It's disgusting.
So
terrible. To me, it's just amazing they still hold these conferences. As if cameras and microphones don't exist. So it's just it's
no.
I don't know.
But the thing
at
is,
the same
that
time,
doesn't matter.
It's crazy and it feels crushing. On the other, we do have a moment of more heightened.
Oh damn. Jan Skakau, my House representative for the 9th, on her way out, she just signed for the impeachment of Kristi Noem.
Like awareness and people around this issue that the propaganda has never worked more than ever. So maybe in the long run, it will all work out. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
All right.
I'm out here in riot gear with guns. I'm thinking I should go to Hollywood and see if Shannon...
Oh, that's just steam.
What do you guys
I thought that was actually like I thought that they accidentally lit one in the parking lot. That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. It sure is. Why would I want to be American? Even though my dad is Republican, but...
All right, folks, let's chill for a minute. I'm going to put on some music. All right. We'll go into the SNEAKO stuff here in just a moment. Yeah, if you guys have not already, can you do me the solid and head on over to the vertical stream if you have not checked that out, and hit that like button, please. Really helps it out. Helps out the channel, too, if you know what I mean. So, thank you. Anyway. Oh, man. Pete Hegseth disposed of all the drugs within 45 minutes of the strikes. Has anybody gone to Pete Hegseth's basement recently? Anybody seen Peacemaker season 2? If you know, you know. Ooh, I forgot that I wanted to cover this one. This was technically a This Space segment I wasn't able to get to. Here, let's do this real quick. Make America Go Away is something that's really picked up steam.
It's the Nudie Nook. It's on in English. It's now it's enough, because we are tired of being pushed by the Americans. So that's our own little statement.
Sure.
But this one is the original one. It's so totally sold out. It was sold out in one day. Then we printed some ourselves for the good cause.
Hey. I also like how Trump came out. He's like, Norway. You know what? I'm mad at Norway because they didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize. It's like, Norway and Denmark are two different fucking places, asshole. I just like how he's like, what? It's the first I've ever heard of it. All right, so this is the Don Lemon debate here. I did not watch that. I did not do a pre-watch on this one, so I'm a 1.25 this one. I'm kind of interested to see where it goes. We might not watch the full thing, but...
And then the reaction...
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Turning now to Minneapolis, there's been a very high-profile protest.
That's where I guess,
if you could call it, where a bunch of BLM activists who are now part of the anti-ICE movement stormed into a church in the state of Minnesota. The reasoning behind this was that they had found names of ICE officers and suspected that one of the pastors at this church was the leader.
Trump said all white countries look alike. Jesus Christ. Of course he did. That just, why not?
Local ICE field office. It did end up, by the way, that the pastor, who they allege was an ICE officer, was not even present there at the time. It set off a high-profile incident, now showdown with the Trump administration. Don Lemon, the current YouTube streamer, I guess a disgraced ex-CNN anchor, was actually present at the protest, which has heightened some of the...
Okay, and you're an ex-Hill disgraced anchor if you're going based on that one, dipshit.
Around this, we're going to show you some of the,
come on, man,
the clips that has happened. We're going to discuss.
Could you be any more fucking, like, jealous? Like, for real?
On the other side, let's take a listen.
Sagar really is such a small man, like physically and mentally.
Pastors here have gathered over here. They're in the middle of the church. So in the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking, and Nikema stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE, and so here we go.
And we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So.
What do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So.
But there were folks who will...
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
Yeah, then you can forgive them and then offer to have them sit in with you. Honestly, that's the best way to defuse that.
Respectful, please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here.
But it's almost like ideologically they know they're opposed. That's why it's like,
There are varying arrays of views on the political situation here. What do you mean by that?
I'm going to leave it at that. But there's varying array of views in this church on politics of immigration. Right. Recognize the complexity of the issue.
Yeah. Some people don't like what's happening. Some people like it.
I'm not going to reduce it to that. I won't reduce it that simply.
You just did.
But we acknowledge
you all right, coy boy.
the complexity of the situation.
Thank you, sir. I
The
appreciate
fuck?
you. By the way, just so you know, this is what you get with independent journalism that you will not get with corporate media. I'm just here to tell you. So if you're in the chat, if you're with us, support us, support us, support us. Like and subscribe, become a member, support independent journalism.
So there's Don in the church asking for people to like and subscribe after accompanying these activists, where he appeared to have had some foreknowledge. This is relevant, by the way, whenever we'll get to.
God damn, does Crystal ever chime in? What the fuck does she actually do? Honestly, it's been getting a little infuriating lately. Just watching her just let him spew his bullshit, and she never checks it. And the few times that she chimes in, it's always with the same candor of, ha 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 ha. Well, you know what, Soccer? I really don't agree, but ha 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 ha.
Some of the charges that may be levied against him with the Trump administration of all of these protesters who decide because
ICE literally arrests people at churches.
They suspect, again, they did not even have it confirmed. It's been confirmed now later that a pastor who was not there is capable, was potentially a leader of the local ICE office. That they decided to come in to disrupt this service, to harass, intimidate, and scream at, including, by the way, women and children. And if anybody's wondering, it was a multiracial congregation. I don't know, Crystal. I mean, looking at this, like, I think that the spirit of BLM is alive and well. It's very clear, specifically because it's also a BLM group that was...
Will you shut this smug asshole up for just a second?
Behind this protest. And I've actually been frustrated that everybody's talking about Don Lemon and not about the actions of these protesters themselves.
4 minutes in.
And then the reaction from Democratic lawmakers. So you had the Minnesota State Attorney General defend this protest action. And he said, oh, well, people will have to feel uncomfortable. So he doesn't see anything unlawful here. He actually doesn't think it's a violation of the FACE Act. You had the state Governor Walz of Minnesota put out some mealy-mouthed statement. And it's like, this just seems intrinsic to me. And I remember in our debate, you know, people got mad because I talked about liberal protest norms. This is liberal protest. Like, they seem to believe it is okay. And again, this is a violation, actually, of federal law, at least clear cut to me, whenever you have the FACE Act, which was written in 1994, specifically says you can't intimidate and go in.
Wait a minute. Okay. Let me check some notes with God is doing ICE work, or ICE is doing God's work. Wait, okay. So God created the heavens and the earth, said that there were no borders. Wait a minute. Oh my God! Wait. So how are they doing the Lord's work
and disrupt religion?
So you're saying that immigrants are technically a front to God then? Like, because
worship services, it is unbelievable to me, like, that there is no general consensus and effectively just silence in the same way that you see many right-wingers be silent on, let's say, the excesses of ICE, to what is something which is so egregious in its form of protest. And it seems completely normalized and permissed, like in the liberal establishment within the state of Minnesota. And the fact that the Attorney General immediately dismissed it, the local police literally doing nothing whenever these people, and again, let's be clear, screaming, making children cry, following them to their cars, intimidation, direct trespass, not leaving whenever they want. I truly do not understand how can this cannot be, like, actually condemned, especially when this already happened in 2020 and there was a massive backlash against it. So I really actually want, like, I don't understand. And as somebody who swims in this world, like, what is happening here? Like, how is it that this is completely permissive? And it's just like, oh, our side is good, so they can do whatever they want. The Minnesota State Attorney General is making a big stink about political, political or non-prosecution or whatever in the Renee Good case. Immediately comes out and says that this is totally fine, especially in a state where you had a shooting very recently in church. Like, how could you possibly try to encourage this type of behavior? I just don't get it.
So let's separate a few things out.
And that's why I don't want to talk about Don Lemon, because,
we do need
shut the fuck up.
To talk about Don Lemon, because that's what they're focused on, and the administration is threatening to charge him.
Did you take your notes there, Crystal, since you let him go for fucking 4 minutes? 6 minutes.
Specifically, with FACE Act and also with the KKK violation, which is insane. So I watched a good bit. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good bit of his stream. And to be honest with you, it was genuinely good. Like it was, like, I mean, we played a little bit of it here. He was tipped off by the protesters that they were going to do this action, okay? As a journalist, and no doubt he has a perspective. That doesn't mean that he isn't a journalist, right? So as a journalist, he goes in, he documents what they're doing. As you saw, he spoke with the pastor, he spoke with parishioners. He at times was asking them challenging questions, but he also asked those challenging questions of the protesters as well. So of course you come away with a sense of where Don Lemon is on the issue. But for me, it was genuinely valuable to watch his stream and to hear from the parishioners themselves. Because if you do just come at this from either a right or a left perspective, then you're going to have a very flattened view of the human beings involved. But,
True.
you know, it actually gave me sort of more texture and more context to be able to think about whether this was a sound tactical approach. Hearing like that guy that we heard there who's like, listen, you know, to be honest with you, there's a lot of different political views in this church. There were other people there who said, you know, to be honest with you, like some of what the protesters are saying, like I kind of agree with. This to me is way out of line and it's, you know, too comforting. I'm very upset about what they've done here. But to be honest with you, some of the things that they're saying might be things that I agree with.
Sure.
So, you know, in terms of as a journalistic endeavor, like I think you should like and subscribe. He's on the ground in Minneapolis. He is actually tracking what is going on here and giving you a window in that is not just caricaturish.
Well,
so the idea of charging him is truly insane. And we all know the
She almost snapped there.
reason why they are focusing on him, which I think is also
She
worth
didn't
saying as well.
interrupt one fucking time.
Because he's famous, because he's liberal, because he's hated. Yes, I think because he's black and gay, all of that plays into it.
He's the first person to remind you he's black and gay. Okay, it has nothing to do.
There is no doubt that is part of why he is a lightning rod here.
No, because he's a lightning rod.
Have a great night there, Ghost Dog.
I don't think that is deniable. But in any case, that's the reason that they have made the face. He wasn't even the only journalist there, by the way. So for Don Lemon, for them to even float charging him with the Face Act, with this KKK, insane. And like on principle, as journalists, we should be vehemently opposed to that. Because genuinely, you may not, I know you don't like his views, he's a liberal, all of that.
It's not because he's liberal that I hate him, but yes.
But you don't like him.
No, but here's the difference.
As a journalist,
because he's black and gay.
Like the ability to go in to document this protest, to be live, to talk to the protesters, to talk to the parishioners, to talk to the pastor, to talk to everybody on the ground. It was genuine. It was actually valuable content, and it is worthwhile looking at it because, you know, I think he, in some senses, did a favor to the right because you do get
insane tactics.
Yes, yes. Because you do get more of a sense of you can't just view the church members there in a caricaturish way when you actually listen to what they have to say and you're there in the room with them and experiencing that. Now, for me, in terms of the protest tactics, you know, do I have like a moral issue with? No, I don't have a moral issue. I think it's crazy that there's an ICE field officer who is in any sort of position of moral leadership.
Fine, but that's
this is a guy. Well, it is my business. It is a business. I mean, I'm a taxpayer of this country. I'm paying his salary.
Sure, they
absolutely.
They are, you know, in the local community. Let me just finish for a second. So, do I have?
Jesus Christ, Crystal. Honestly, this isn't helping. This does not like I've been watching less of Breaking Points in my personal life because of this shit.
I have a moral issue
because I can't just constantly listen to Crystal. I mean, I think that she doesn't push back at all on him, and it's just like give her paycheck and send her home. Honestly, why is she even going?
I don't have a moral issue with it. Do I think, and people get very mad when you say this, do I think it was tactically smart? No, of course
not. I thought it was Breaking Points, not just listen to Sagar fucking spew his bullshit, and then occasionally you go with a smile.
You've given a major propaganda win to your adversary. You protected 0 immigrants, right? You're undermining the good work of the Will Stancils of the world who are out in the streets.
I like it for the 5.
Tracking ICE agents, blowing whistles, and recording. I mean, and Trump posted actually yesterday before he started posting like his private.
He went in a church. He should be prosecuted! ! He deleted someone. Happens, guys, chill out.
Macron or whatever, he posted that there was, quote, too much focus on ICE agents and not enough on the fraud. Why? Because he sees that these videos that everybody's seeing of, you know, pulling some elderly American citizen out in practically his underwear in the snow, tear gassing a 6-month-old baby, shooting now a Venezuelan national on top of the killing of Renee Good. Like, he's seeing that this is not going well for him in the public opinion. Those tactics are working. And instead today of being able to talk about those things and those abuses, we're having to have a debate about interrupting church services in this way that I think for a lot of Americans is going to look over the top and very uncomfortable.
It's because it is over the top and it is ridiculous. Like,
she needs to put Sagar in his place. The thing is, she never does.
These people violate the social contract at the most basic level.
But can I ask you one thing though? Because do you also, I think you used the term egregious, is that fair?
Yeah.
Do you also think it's egregious that ICE has interrupted church services to make arrests of undocumented immigrants?
But see, no, this is kind of my point, is that it is a race to the bottom. And if we want to have some sort of norms whenever we're like, and by the way, even then, it's a bit difficult.
But do you?
Because it is a bit difficult when you have churches who basically declare themselves as a place where the law itself, immigration law, does not be allowed to enforce. Like, that would be like saying that you can commit any crime inside of a church, and as long as you do, that you're going to be immune from federal or state prosecution. So, you know, I do think it is fundamentally different. And then second, you know, on this journalist point.
In a sense, I mean, I agree with you that it's fundamentally different because the harm of coming in and like arrest, like those people that were at the church, I think they were upset and they were angry. They're fine, right? To come in and interrupt services, to make arrests in front of everybody and with children and families there, Like that is deeply.
So you could just never arrest. If
ICE goes in churches.
Murderer was hiding inside of a church, could you go and you could catch
But we're not
them? Yeah, I
talking
think so.
about
We're not talking about a murderer, you fucking disingenuous fuckhead.
We're not talking about
Well, look,
murders.
a violation of the law is a violation of the
We're
law.
talking about
There
what is
were-
a civil offense in terms of
not
and
all
this
the
is-
time.
and
We've
this
had
is the
multiple
first-
illegals
this-
who lived
so
in churches
I
to
just-
escape prosecution.
Okay, well, so
Yeah.
then it's clear. Then you find it egregious when people protest in a church, but you do not
She
find it
actually
egregious when
going
ICE
to-
raids
I
a
think
church,
it's
kitted out
it
in all their
depends.
military gear, and pulls people out.
I would
during
not do it.
service.
I would not do it for somebody personally. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah.
If it was just purely like like women, children, people who have committed no crime, yeah, I
Yeah.
would say don't do it. I think that you should be able to do it a different way. What I have seen though is there have been extremely high profile illegal activists who are actually have committed felonies who go and hide in churches.
So they can't just wait
at the
outside.
direction often
So
of some
right now
religious
there's
shows,
right
and
now
then they
there's
use that policy
but
against them.
let's use the specifics of what we've seen unfold. There's a lawsuit right now against the federal government alleging violations of people's constitutional right to worship and disrupting their religious practices that were brought by a variety of religious organizations. I know the Quakers are involved. There's a number of other religious groups that are involved as well. And what they allege is not only that these raids have occurred during services, on church property, et cetera, but it creates a climate where not only undocumented immigrants, but many other church members are fearful of even going to church. So you are, so if you're upset about this incursion in terms of, protest activity, where I think you're wrong about the FACE Act being applicable here, but,
It
not a legal
specifically
act.
says you can't
But it
intimidate
also-
or disrupt a
No, it
religious
does not.
worship
No, it
service.
doesn't say
Yeah,
disrupt.
I'll find the text.
You can find it's about threats, intimidation, but it also specifically carves out peaceful First Amendment
That was not peaceful.
protest
You got
activity.
kids screaming, you're following people to the cars.
It is 100% peaceful.
No, wait,
but in any case, putting that aside, right? I think if you are upset,
Again, he sees protest. He's one of these idiots that sees activists and protesters as the enemy, and immediately they're rioters.
about people going into a church to protest peacefully during a church service, I would say that to be morally consistent, you should be even more upset about the violation by federal agents coming in during service to arrest people. And so that's why, the right's upset about this. Again, I think the tactic was not smart. I think it caused, gave the right something that obviously they see as a propaganda win. I don't think it was the right way to go about things. But I also can't take seriously the right's like, oh my God, the sanctity of religion, blah, blah, blah. Because these are also, in some cases, the same people. I think Tommy Tuberville, yesterday, said that all Muslims are terrible and the enemies within the gates. Like, they have no respect for any sort of, blanket religious tradition. It's only when it comes to
Christians.
Something they don't like from the left, and specifically with regard to
but okay, you can say the other side is inconsistent, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't condemn it. And here we have the law specifically says injure, intimidate, or interfere with religious worship. It's like open and shut for every single one of these You don't think that they injure, intimidate, or interfere?
They did not injure.
Intimidate or interfere.
And again,
I'm sorry, Chris, that is ridiculous.
Specific carve-outs for, again, peaceful First Amendment protest activity.
I don't think
Now,
it's
do I
in
think,
any
maybe like a trespassing charge? Potentially. But the person that they focused in on here is specifically Don Lemon. And that, to me, I think should be, again, as a journalist, I think you should find very troubling.
So here's my transgressive take. I would agree with you if we had not already had multiple journalists who were prosecuted on the day of January 6th. You had at least three streamers that I know of, Isabella DeLuca, Baked Alaska, and Owen Schroyer, who were all prosecuted by the DOJ. And some of them actually spent time in prison, even though they were streaming what was going on. Under the same thing, you could make that argument, is that they were interviewing people, giving context.
Do you support that?
No, I don't.
Okay, then you should be consistent
and that's why
here.
I'm saying, that's my transgressive take, is while I despise Don Lemon, I think we should set a standard, actually. And this is part of my frustration, is we're all focusing on Don. No,
Oh
it's
my
about
God,
the story
he's such
is
an
the protesters
insufferable
and Keith
asshole.
Ellison and Governor Walz and Jacob Frey and the entire lib industrial complex, which has zero to say about it. Pramila Jayapal even did the meme where she said it was mostly peaceful whenever she was. And so
it was
that's why I'm
peaceful,
like,
but that's
look, again,
true.
Look, if Nick Shirley,
let's put Governor Walz's. Nick Shirley did go and
I was
demand to
gonna
see a bunch
say,
of kids at a
Shirley
daycare,
walks into
and no one's arresting him.
If a Somali fraudster was a leader of a mosque and it was Nick Shirley and people went in, these people would be screaming to high heaven. You think they'd be talking about mostly peaceful? Not for a second.
And you'd be defending him.
No, I actually would not be defending him because I think this is crazy behavior. I'm even said that Nick Shirley literally did a piss poor job and is a retard who doesn't know what the word benevolent means. So I'm not somebody who's sitting here and defending all of these types of tactics. And I defended all the January 6th streamers. I don't think Don Lemon should be charged, which is why I'm so frustrated that Don Lemon somehow, by the way, we can get to his little clip about claiming white supremacy and denigrating people. Well, again, the enduring image of that protest is an Asian family who are trying to protect their child from these freaks who are screaming in their face. But this is the issue, is that BLM, people always are like, why does he talk about it so much? This is the beating heart of liberal activism.
But
the right to disrupt, the right to be antisocial.
Yes, that is protest.
Yes, no,
that is protest.
No, but to
it's
what
true.
end? Is that they believe that their moral righteousness gives them the right to destroy, disrupt, loot, riot.
Can you acknowledge, though, that it is some crazy business to have a guy who is the field officer, like the head of the agency, the regional agency of ICE, to be in a position of moral authority like that. Like that is
Well,
that is
but that's
wild.
not up to me to defend. That's
But-
up to the church. If they're okay with it, then fine, whatever.
So-
there are crazy black pastors around here who literally believe in like straight black nationalism. Do I think that's consistent with American values? No.
In lawsuits about all of the aggressive and illegal tactics here, and I think the reason,
he wasn't even there.
And I think the reason why people, oftentimes comment on how much you bring up Black Lives Matter, and like the level of energy that you bring to this, which is some private individuals who did a protest that you don't like.
Nick Shirley might actually be mentally insufficient. That might actually be offensive to him.
But then, to me, the much more important and consequential
oh, you know what? It does explain his mom's caretakerness.
part of this story is those are like relatively powerless individuals, right?
It's not
Who
true.
did, of
No,
course it is.
it's not true.
Of course
You're
it is.
looking at it
Who
as in a
did
vacuum
who
and
did
not
a
in a
thing?
vast,
Who
like,
did? Hold
permission
on.
structure.
Can I finish? Who did a thing that you don't like? Okay. I think that is so much less consequential than the fact that you have the federal government with all of its powers who are aggressively and illegally using tactics in a widespread manner that amounts to a terror campaign in these communities. And with this story specifically, I find the most important, most troubling thing not to be some tactics that I don't think are effective, but to be the fact that you immediately reach for, let me criminalize this journalism. That's the part that is has far more far-reaching consequences than, some protesters did a thing that you found to be distasteful.
Well, I would give you the same thing. Is I find many of the tactics, to the extent that I have problems with ICE, it is violation of U.S. due process, violation of U.S. rights. Fundamentally, though, like you, I support deporting people who are here illegally. So yes, my tactical objection is going to.
God, you're like the only person that I'm just like
beyond that. But fundamentally, I think that people who are illegally should leave. You don't agree with that?
God, I would love to see you just go through it.
That's fine, but
just to see it happen.
This gets to my point about the
Hey, Cassandra, welcome.
moral equivalence. Is they are so certain in their moral righteousness that they can walk into and disrupt every facet of our lives. They can burn our cities to the ground. They can turn every major blue city into a literal shithole for 2 to 3 years, spike the murder rate, take over federal and educational institutions. That's why you're saying powerless. Completely not true.
But is that happening
US
now?
elite. No, but it did happen.
But okay.
And that's
Sagar just doesn't get it. No, he's one of these guys that lives in fear of his own shadow.
Why?
Who tells his kids how big and scary the city is.
That's why people like us bring it up, because when they were in power, and then Keith Ellison,
he's a dweeb,
is in power, is defending this. We see
he really is. Like, as much as we make fun of him, he is just a dweeb.
With our own eyes, very clearly. Oh,
like, who the fuck watches Sagar and actually likes him as a person?
Right. So when you people are in power, they're going to allow this. They're going to use the same selective political process.
The left should, I don't know anybody on the left that likes Sagar, and I don't know anybody on the right that likes Sagar.
Nobody gave 2 shits about journalism when all of these 3, I think it might have even been 5
Sagar is Butters,
who were all charged under January 6th. They held it up. They said they're not legitimate journalists. Now when Don Lemon is here, because he's black and
Captain Chaos
gay, then all of a sudden we've rediscovered the First Amendment. There is zero consistency. Like there is.
I think there is zero consistency in saying it is fine for ICE agents to go in and raid a church, and you haven't said anything about that until I asked you about it, and to be so incredibly upset.
Finally! Fucking finally! Crystal calls him out! Holy shit! It happened, guys!
About one church service getting interrupted.
Fucking Christ! She's finally getting pissed, too!
By a handful of protesters.
Because fundamentally,
Jesus Christ! This is what I have been waiting to see for a long time.
Is wildly
because what you're trying to defend is the principle that illegals who are tens of millions here present can go and find safe sanctuary in a church and anywhere.
God, he's such a coward. He can't even directly look at her.
I don't believe criminals have the right to sell sanctuary anywhere.
Is that ICE agents should not be brought in to American cities by the thousands to terrorize entire communities, which is what is being done here, and is not about. This is not even about immigration.
Well,
if we're
I know
being
that's
honest.
a convenient
No,
topic,
that is
but I don't
true.
think it's true.
Then why are they in Minneapolis? Tell me. Tell me why did they choose Minneapolis?
ICE agents are in Minneapolis because of the Nick Shirley video, and because that's how this administration operates.
Right,
I don't think
which has nothing to do with immigration.
Well, there are several thousand illegal immigrants who are present in the city.
The overwhelming number of Somali immigrants are in fact
not just
American citizens. Yeah, but that's why they're there. I mean, let's just open our eyes to what is really going on here. It has to do with the fact that they hate anyone who's not white and
damn, you didn't even make it past Genesis.
Christian. They are after anyone who has opposed to Trump. They hate Walz. They now hate Jacob Fry because he opposed him as well.
You should read the rib thing and just be like, huh?
But I mean, if you look at what these people are actually doing, it's incredibly weak. Like Fry is out there basically saying, there's nothing really we can do about ICE agents who are abusing people in the streets, immigrants and Americans.
That's why people can't stand the fucker.
Alike.
Same with Tim Walz. Everybody that supported Tim Walz now all of a sudden kind of is like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad he's leaving.
What I think you're ignoring
I am much more upset
asshole
about that which has the backing of the largest law enforcement budget in history. And is backed by the entire federal government, and yes, my taxpayer dollars.
They have more money than the fucking army.
That I think was probably
That's
ill-advised.
what I'm saying. You're looking at it as an ill-advised church protest and not a sustained campaign since 2014, which has normalized this behavior across the nation.
Red states don't have illegal immigrants.
Again, literally burned almost.
Did you see that there's an influx of like cities like in Oklahoma where they're already preemptively saying like ICE, you can't come here because they know.
Tell me about the tactics that are being used right now.
Yes, I've criticized all those tactics here consistently.
No. I'm talking about the protesters. The protests, tell me about those tactics, because it has been overwhelmingly what people have been doing is documenting what ICE's abuses.
You could say
and it's
that.
been
You could also
very
say
effective.
that they have tried, well, documenting is a very, very small cry from the vast majority of them actually are trying to disrupt. And, you know, that's a whole other type of conversation where, again, we've normalized it so that ordinary Americans just think that that they're like Martin Luther King Jr. reincarnate, going and putting their cars, let's say, often in front of ICE agents whenever they're trying to conduct a raid. I won't even defend some of the tactics of the raid. I think it's chaotic. And again, like you, I tactically think it's a bad idea. But fundamentally, like you do agree with these protesters, I think illegals should be deported. I think they should leave. And you don't. And that's the fundamental difference.
Can you not see and that's not even true what you just said, but can you not see the vast disparity between interrupting a church service and shooting a woman dead 3 times in the face and facing zero accountability? And one being a group of powerless private citizens and the other being the full force of the United States federal government and the largest law enforcement budget in history, larger than all but 13 countries' militaries, and the Vice President of the United States saying they have, quote, absolute immunity. Like, which one is more of a danger, more of a threat,
Again, I think
more of
it's
something to be upset
narrow
about?
view of it, considering
by the cat.
Fact that not that long ago, they actually did have the full power of the government.
Yeah, and he's not trying to get on the keyboard here. So this is a major. I'll take the W here.
Nobody actually
Okay, but they don't.
But they did, and that's why it's
they don't now.
Yes, because much of the tactics of the way that they're behaving, and I will even freely admit, much of the way of the tactics that the right and ICE and all of them are employing make it so that very likely these freaks are all going to be back into power. But you know, if we're trying to talk here about the way that this all arise and the way that liberal protest norms have evolved now to this point, and where the entire democratic liberal industrial complex will defend it and or stay silent or criticize it only as tactical, you can then realize why most people who may find the ICE thing distasteful are going to be like, yeah, well, look at what we've got facing us whenever the other side is in power. And that's exactly what happened with Keith Ellison.
But Sagar, we can always go back to it's this person's, it's that person's fault, it's this backlash, it's that backlash, because you love to start with the liberal, the Black Lives Matter liberal protest tactics that, yes, at times, the fringe of that was very violent.
It was not,
and not anything that should be condoned, and was incredibly counterproductive in terms of the goals of that movement. But you never look to what precipitates that, which is decades of systematic racism, which is police killings of unarmed Black men. So how is there no accountability for that? That leads to an extreme reaction.
If we want to relitigate it, it was a completely fake crisis. The number, people can go check if they want to. The number of unarmed Black people who were killed by police in the year 2019.
Sagar, I know you're not genuinely.
It's not even more than 50.
Genuinely asserting that there is no racism in this country.
No, I'm not.
And that there hasn't been systematic racism, not just from Republicans, but from both parties, right, in power, that have criminalized, that have made it so that you have, a mass incarcerated population that has backed redlining. I mean, we can go through the history. So it's not accurate to say that protest movement was based on nothing and came out of nowhere, because
it was based on fake statistics and a fake idea. That is just empirical.
No, that's not true.
No, it is true.
There is no ability to create that kind of a mass movement out of nothing. Right. Well, you have to acknowledge that there has to have been something there.
Yes, I think there was mass psychosis. I mean, there's a big difference. You love to just start with the things that liberals do that you don't like, and you love to act like that is the biggest problem. So, for example, again, you're so exercised about this incursion into church. You have nothing to say about the way that systematically across the country, religious worship spaces have been violated and made unsafe by the attacks from this federal government. I think that I've explained quite clearly that there is a difference, and because you don't
the difference is that one is way worse, and it's ICE agents coming in and arresting people.
You fundamentally think that illegals just have a right to sanctuary in church. I don't think criminals who are here illegally have a right to sanctuary.
You're not even looking at the camera, you fucking disingenuous asshole.
The home where they came.
Fucking debate the person that is across from you. Fuck, dude. This is so infuriating.
Past presidents able to deport undocumented immigrants.
I'm glad that you talked about
this.
There's this new fake statistic going around about how Obama was able to deport 3 million people. What he did is he reclassified turning people away at the border. Internal enforcement was at all-time low. All they did was reclassify, just like they did with mass shootings. Here is the basic truth.
Were previous presidents able to deport undocumented immigrants.
Were they
Yes,
able
of
to
course.
deport illegals at an extremely low rate and at a net rate in which it resulted in the last
Do you
Democratic administration
genuinely
to have
think
10 to 15 million
that
people here illegally?
not violating church services was the key reason?
No, I don't.
Yeah, of course.
No,
I
I
mean,
don't.
because it's ridiculous. And they're doing the same things at schools. Okay, so this is something that is genuinely different under the Trump administration. They rescinded the guidance that previously said schools and houses of worship are off limits. And that was fine with you. You had nothing to say about that.
I don't think
so I don't take seriously your now deep concern about the sanctity of the church services.
To me,
And, oh
it's
my
not
God,
about
the people are so
Look,
traumatized.
As people know, I'm an atheist. I don't particularly care that much about sanctity of churches. I care about liberal protest norms because I can see, and I lived through, literal mass psychosis where people were storming buildings, restaurants, streets, everywhere, rioting, looting, destroying property, exploding our murder rate, destroying the city that I literally lived in, to the point where we still have the same problems that from, what, 5-6 years ago now at that time. Like, that's why you're saying, like, it's an old thing. It's not. Like, we live with the enduring consequences of that. In fact, literally across the nation, multiple cities and places and areas which I love have been ruined completely, largely because of BLM and the so-called
none of it
justice
happened.
movement that followed and exploded through all
They
of the
constantly act like somehow liberals burned cities down in 2020, like burned them all down.
people who are actually in power, people like Keith Ellison, who have nothing to say whenever a literal church is violated.
Never
because
retract that shit. They just run with
to
it.
them, that is permissible. Whereas any sort of action to arrest people here illegally is what really gets them all spun up about.
But
there has the same selective
But
justice.
that's also,
they are in no
that's
way
also not true.
Yeah, but it
because
is.
Sagar, before this, multiple thousand federal agents storming the streets of Minneapolis, the whole region, Twin Cities. Before that, ICE was doing enforcement. There was immigration enforcement in Minnesota.
No, that's not true.
That is
because,
100%
no,
true.
what you're
Of course
talking,
it's true.
Because this is the problem. Sanctuary cities make it so that the jails do not turn over
No,
or report.
that is not
No, it is.
That's not what sanctuary cities do, and I hope that she fucking bodies him on this.
Not true.
They do not
When it
cooperate
comes,
with
that is
federal
not
detention.
True. When it comes
That's
to
not
violent
true at all.
criminals.
Yes,
of
exactly.
course, there has been cooperation between Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota. Have there been ICE enforcement actions in Minneapolis prior to the surge?
Is
yes.
the previous
yes.
regime where you
No,
only believe that people who have committed violence should be deported.
Under this Trump administration, there have been ongoing ICE actions in and around Minneapolis.
Yes.
Did they stoke this back? No.
Yes.
So what does that tell you? No, people do not object to any
Yes.
undocumented immigrant. There may be some people like that, but by
Yes, it was essentially a Target and fucking like an AutoZone that burnt down.
and large, to any undocumented immigrants getting deported? No. What they object to is what they are seeing right now in the streets of Minneapolis.
Yes.
And they should object to that. They should be horrified by that. I'm horrified by that. I'm horrified by giving the absolute immunity to a bunch of masked thugs who have said to people now, they have threatened them. They've said, didn't you learn the lesson from that lesbian bitch? They are using the murder of Renee Good as their ability to threaten people with the same type of actions. We have already seen now multiple shootings. We've seen also immigrants dying routinely now when they're in detention. So yes, I think people are right to be upset about that. That doesn't mean that they object to any immigrant ever being deported. It means they object to what is happening right now, and they should. And so I am going, I think that is a far more consequential thing to happen in this country right now, backed by our tax dollars, with this private army for Trump and for Stephen Miller that is completely rogue.
Crystal's on fire. Yeah, I'm enjoying this now.
And completely unaccountable to the law. I think that is a vastly, vastly more important issue than some protesters who, I think you could probably, listen, I think when you protest, if you violate the law, there's an expectation that you may risk arrest. Could they get trespassing charges? Potentially. Will the government go after them for the FACE Act that can be litigated in court? I don't think that they'll succeed.
Well,
but sure, they took on that risk. That's fine.
Is usually not is met with a fine. So just to be clear, I'm not saying all these people should be thrown in prison for years and at all. And that's why, again, I would ignore it. But to your point there, I do think it is a bit of a canard whenever people are saying they don't even when you're talking about violent protesters. People like me believe, Joe Biden, the so-called moderate, believe that people who are here illegally, who are caught drunk driving, should not be deported. That is insane. Insane. You're putting people at risk and you shouldn't be deported. The liberal line appears now to be that unless you're a violent rapist or murderer, that you get to stay here, even though you crossed into our country illegally, and even though you're probably going to be a massive net drain on our social safety net, and we should just grant you all citizenship. This is what it is a genuine sleight of hand. There are tens of millions, somewhere between 20 and 30 million people who are present in this country illegally. And I think people should just be honest, liberals, and say, yes, we want to legalize the absolute vast majority of them, regardless of the consequences. And we want people like me. You talk about tax dollars. You want my tax dollars to pay for all of their health care. And for people who don't speak any English, who have no education.
The vast majority of them are net contributors to
this
society.
Is a complete canard. And even if you had a small percentage, which are going to be massive.
But
Sagar, Sagar, I'm going to do the thing. Then if that's the case, you speak the language. How about anybody that doesn't have a fucking American name, since that's the logical conclusion to this experiment, you fucking twat?
I think people should...
Seriously, this is what MAGA is going to say to you. This is what I keep bringing up, guys. The pick-me's like Sagar here, they don't even understand how bad it would be for them if all the liberals disappeared tomorrow the way that they really are pushing for.
Say that. I think people should say that because that is actually the place where the American people are. That is where the majority position is.
We'll see
that
whenever
if
they
you've been
actually
here, no,
Sagar's a loser. He really
even
is.
At the height of the anti-immigrant
also MX Glitchbasta, what up?
Backlash, even at the height of that, you still had much more complex views on immigration than has been portrayed. So yes, the American people do not, the view that you're articulating as being just like some stupid liberal position, that is the position of the American people.
That we should legalize everyone and give them all free.
That if you have been here and you've abided by the law and you've paid your taxes, that there should be some path to citizenship.
And yet
they don't agree with what is going on. They don't agree certainly with the insane tactics of these private thugs. Which again, your immigration is the pretext here, but this really is about a police state. It is about a mass crackdown. It is about threatening retribution against the opposition, making it so that, things are, basic protest.
I read this clown grew up in College Station. I'm from Houston. I know he's full of shit.
Is criminalized.
I think multiple things can be true.
The administration believes that if you protest against them, you are a domestic terrorist. That is their stated definition. And again, I think that is that's the thing that we should really be focused on right now, because these are the people that are in power right now. This is what they're doing right now. And, most of America is horrified by it, frankly.
Look, I think they should be horrified. I objected immediately to labeling Renee Good a terrorist, but one of these is always, yesterday I was feeling very left-wing. Today I feel very right-wing. I'm like, oh, right, I forgot what exactly it is like or would be like to live back under the thumb of these people. And I don't think that we should really forget what, you're talking about normalization. This was normal.
You do know that the BLM protests were under the Trump administration, correct?
Over literally a decade. It has been accepted. There is an extreme position in the way that you look at mass
rewriting of history is just so fucking prevalent with these guys.
I'm sorry, legalizing people, giving them free healthcare? No, it's not happening.
If I get to free healthcare in this country, I wish that we all got free healthcare.
Your position is free healthcare for everyone. And
YouTube is deleting the word, yeah.
Correct, but that is not the reality.
Free health.
Yeah, I've been noticing that.
For illegals and for people who are here illegally. That is not something I will ever support. I don't think anybody should support that empirically. And this is where I do.
They always scream about giving people free healthcare, but nothing about giving everyone all the things that our taxes should be giving us.
It's important to also note that because of the position of the moral righteousness,
because in reality, he wants status quo, just the way that most Republicans do, where it's like, I just want all the money that I made.
Which is the heart of
it's my money. I want to use it when I need it.
All liberal
J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
Activism where they genuinely cannot see.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
I don't think anybody can see in the way that you're framing it. Yours look purely as some sort of intimidation factor. And the fact is, immigration is a part of that. Now, can it be done without many of the bad things that they've done? And that's what, often the criticism is you only object to the tactics. It's yeah, because I agree with the idea. They should get deported. I think it's basically your view here on the protests. Yes, we can agree on enforcement. I would be much happier with 100% remittance tax and mandatory E-Verify and taking a bunch of these employers.
What's up? Yeah? Want to tell the audience? Here. Tell them. Hey, what you doing? What you doing, bud? You talk to them? No. So chatty.
Who vastly profit off of all of this and throw them in prison and then basically encourage everybody to go back. More humane way to do it, less headlines. Yeah, but to be honest, and let's be clear here, libs would be screeching and crying about that too. They would. The idea that they only object to ICE tactics is bullshit.
But Sagar,
they want them to stay here legally.
In the hypothetical. We have to live in the reality of what we have going on
and Biden, anybody who even remotely sent people back, they were mad about it. They believe that they should stay and we should do nothing.
But Sagar,
they don't care about the tactics.
They're allowed to have that view.
Yes, of course.
They're allowed to have that view.
You can believe anything.
Here's the thing is, you're very upset about their moral righteousness. They are allowed to have a perspective. And I do think that their perspective is morally righteous. Because
Nick Fuentes also protected Ali Alexander, who was grooming.
It is about, so I don't.
Interesting. Laura, I did not know about. Amber, just one request. No cap, all caps.
Wait, I don't think the two things are equivalent. I don't think that the position of the right and the position of the left are morally equivalent.
Because you're a left-wing person.
Yes, and I'm saying there is right and wrong. It is wrong watching that man, elderly man, drug out on the street in the cold, humiliated in his shorts only, and turns out he's an American citizen. Hours later, they bring him back, right? Watching that 17-year-old at Target who they beat the shit out of him and then drop him off, miles away, and he's
Last warning, please stop using all caps.
crying and
I understand. Like, you can say what you want to say, and honestly, I'm fine with you.
bloodied.
Like, I'm in agreement here.
Watching a 6
You're not trolling with anything. It's just a respect thing.
month-old baby
So please, last time.
get tear gassed,
I will
and then
ask.
the way they lie about all of it. This Venezuelan man who got shot in the leg completely lied about all of that, and of course, Renee Good. Like, yes, I feel very much that is on the correct, morally righteous side to say those things are wrong,
I think
and
all
that
of
the
those are
people who
wrong.
are protesting those things are genuinely courageous and
no.
noble, and that
Stop
more
trying-
people should
no,
aspire
that's the
to
mic.
hold values and actually fight for them. Which is why, even
Stop
with these
it.
protesters, the only reason I'll criticize the tactics, I think the tactics were foolish. But
Sorry, guys. He's trying to pull on the mic cord.
I think it was friggin' ballsy. I admire the fact that they have the
No.
balls
All
to do
right,
something
come
I'm
here.
not doing right
Kitty
now
arm jail.
and go out there in the streets and try to make a difference. Do I think that this was the wrong
Kitty
approach
arm
in
jail.
terms of the yes, I do. I don't think it was beneficial. Do admire the hell out of that?
You
Yeah,
have
I
been
do. I
sentenced
actually do, because
10
they are
seconds
putting their
of
actions
awkwardness.
where their mouth is. They're not just complaining about it on Twitter or posting. They're going out and they're trying to do something about a moral
There's
wrong
nothing
that they
outrageous
see. And
about
I think that is
screaming.
I think it is incredibly noble thing to do, to have a value and to be willing to actually go out and fight
Fine,
for it.
then every right winger at January 6th was courageous and noble under your definition. Because only because you agree, you're basically saying
No,
that
because
it's okay.
because my
this
view
is why we
is
are
actually
where we
moral.
are. Yeah,
And their
but
thing,
you,
but Sagar,
your
their thing
morality
was,
is defined only in your own mind.
Hold on, but you don't even agree with the thing they were doing. Like, the election was not rigged and stolen. So
Yes.
they were like breaking the law and beating up cops.
Yes.
And it was vastly more violent than anything that we have seen
I'm not
in terms
saying
of
I
these
defend them.
protests.
I'm saying that moral equivalence is easy
it's
in your
no.
mind.
I'm saying there is no moral equivalence between those two things.
Groove Dragon's pretty much the only one that gets the okay, just because I have interacted with Groove Dragon in other chats, and yeah, it seems to be a unilateral thing.
No.
For many people,
No,
the
no, no,
morality
no.
of tens of millions of
Is
people
it
here
fair?
illegally
Not
is
You're doing like a
necessarily.
very relativist thing.
Yes,
where there
because we
is-
don't- we
where
live
is-
in a very
where there
heterogeneous
is-
country.
No, you're doing a moral relativist position where there can be no right or
Oh,
wrong.
thank you for the 20 joules. Oh, 40 joules.
It's all just an eye of the beholder, which is actually a very left-wing thing to
I don't know what the joules are.
do,
So.
and which I don't agree with. I think there is right and wrong. I think there is good and bad. I think there is good and evil. And so, yes, what they did on January 6th was stupid, and it was for a bad and wrong cause. What these protesters are doing in general in Minneapolis is for a righteous cause. And
Only
I
'cause you
think
think
that is... No, because there is such a
Oh,
thing
we're
as
almost
good
done.
and bad.
Yeah, everybody who marched against civil rights, who were in the white crowds
But
throwing
I
stuff
don't
at
even-
black people, thought that they were in the right, and they were uploading.
Yeah,
the
and
social
they
order.
were wrong. That's
Yeah,
my
I know that they
point.
were wrong,
That's
but
my
I-
point. Is that the January 6ers
But in their
saying that
mind
they
that
were
they were
morally
right.
righteous were incorrect.
Yes, but
whereas
by
these people
normal-
are correct, and you agree with me on that. Like, you also object to these ICE
Yes,
tactics, and
absolutely.
you also don't think that the election was stolen and that was stupid. So clearly, there is some ability to see objective.
The fact that she collects her thoughts without looking at the camera and then addressing them directly to him tells me that it's like, no, she has stronger convictions in what she's saying. Sagar is doing the thing where he's looking at the camera because it's almost like he's looking to his audience where it's just like, right, guys?
That some things, causes are worthy and noble, and some causes are bad and wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, fine.
Because
The
they're
Jules are
doing
like
a moral
bits?
relative.
Oh,
Well,
okay,
in their
cool.
mind, they think, but they're wrong, and these people are not.
Yeah, but if I went back to the 1950s, a vast portion of the public would have agreed with the people who were storming, and there would have been, let's say, a debate here
But
on the
they were
show.
wrong.
And many people.
But they
Okay,
were
we can say
wrong.
that in retrospect, but the point is what matters actually in the moment. And what matters in the moment, as you just laid out, is while you think it's noble and courageous, I think that anybody who wants to normalize these types of things is despicable in the same way that, well, I mean, I feel like I'm living in crazy land sometimes, because it's like we haven't sat here and criticized ICE. We haven't sat here and said that the tactics are bad, as if we haven't sat here and said, yes, they've often violated. All of that is readily admittable. However, again, that does not give you license to be rampaging through private institutions and to go and intimidate people who you disagree with, which is the fundamental belief of left-wing activism in and of itself. They do not actually believe that my position, or the position of millions of people, for many who voted in 2024, that mass deportation and illegal should go back.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You're generalizing way too much. Dude, I'm farther left than Crystal. Excuse me. I'm farther left than Crystal. And I have criticized some of the more violent tactics, the going and following people into hotels, that kind of shit, because it does ruin the rest of the protesters who are doing it peacefully.
Which, again, won the popular
it ruins
vote.
it for everybody.
Remind everyone, that is not a legitimate position.
The church one? Because it was kind of organized? I don't know, man.
Any of those people
And
should be
also, let's be real. If our tax dollars are going to somebody who is then a community leader too, I do think there's a problem there. And exposing that should be,
driven from public life and have no right and or to speak. That is probably the mainstream
That should definitely be
view
at
of liberal
the
activism.
top of our thought process.
And let's say DSA or any of these types of people. That is objectionable because it is pretty clear to me that those people are not really consistent with any sort of democratic values. And for all the left's talk of...
I mean, let's be real. With all the fraud going on in Minnesota, they were just looking for fraud. I mean, the first place you check is a church, right?
1930s Germany, what they forget is that these were the same tactics used by the communists. This is actually the exact same, like, playbook of street gangs and all of that was playing out of anarchism at the time. Didn't work out so well for all of you. Or the Spanish Civil War and the same murder of a lot of people who were in religious institutions, which is eventually what led to the rise of Spanish fascism. Because it's not just about tactics. It is also about the same level of moralism, of protest behavior. And I view that fundamentally as a danger. You don't because you think it's courageous. It is a massive danger to living in a heterogeneous society. And the same way that you see illiberalism on the right, I can point to this exactly and the handling and the basically effective endorsement of this by the democratic industrial complex and to say, wow, illiberalism's still alive and well whenever it comes to the institutionalized left. And people like me should be afraid of it.
We can wrap this up, but I will just say there is really no comparison between the quote-unquote illiberalism of the Biden administration, which
yes,
condemns.
You were one of the few. That's
okay.
True. Yeah.
And the illiberalism of the Trump administration. There is no comparison. There is no comparison. And I mean, we're about to cover some of the like rise of censorship and whatever. You have the criminalizing of pro-Palestinian dissent. You have the labeling of anyone who would protest them as domestic terrorists. You have the
ironic how they go right into
granted
that.
to ICE thugs
We
to
just watched
rampage
that.
in American streets.
Look, can we just say, just because the vice president said it doesn't make it true.
That is
and
their,
I wouldn't
but
defend it.
but not to harp on this, but it does actually make it true because that is the way that they're operating. I mean, is Jonathan Ross being investigated? No.
Well, no, but say absolute immunity would be to say that he's forever has immunity, which is like not true. Liberals will eventually come back into power, and there's no statute of limitation on murder. I think you would also.
Yeah, but
it's pretty
you
clear.
don't think,
When Keith
you don't
Ellison
think they're
becomes
going to
our
pardon
AG,
him?
what?
Maybe they're going to pardon him. I mean, but
is murder even eligible for pardon?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'm pretty sure I checked on this, and there was some weird case law, something about state charges. I'm not exactly sure.
My understanding is that he could be pardoned. The state and federal thing, it's a question mark. But in any case, the view of this administration is that they have absolute immunity, and that is the way that they have, that those agents have clearly internalized based on the way they're acting and also the things that they're saying to protesters on the street. So in any case, that is nowhere, like they are not in the same ballpark with the illiberalism that was evidenced in the Biden administration, which was, marginal compared to what we are seeing here in terms of the criminalization of dissent and the crushing of the media, the crushing of, like, even bringing law firms to heel, universities, getting professors fired, all of that. And they genuinely, like Trump will say it, he thinks it should be illegal to criticize him. He says that out loud, right? So I don't see the two things as equivalent.
There's a little
and
laugh
you
behind
can
it.
rely on me that if, Democrats...
So, just in case if it's a little too far, then they could just be like, he was just joking.
So the left gets in power, and there are abuses that are truly illiberal, that I will be critical there. But I am not going to do it both sides because I don't think that the two sides have been remotely equivalent. And by the way, one of them is in power right now and one of them is not.
Well, one will soon be in power. And I think that many of the norms that may have kept the Biden administration or any of those people from doing what truly was in those hearts are now shattered. And next thing we know. And, I don't think people should confuse.
So he's preemptively fearing a return to liberal policy. Like, dude, we are well beyond that being in reach, and you're sitting here fear-mongering about something that's theoretical. Fuck off.
I am really not arguing with you.
God damn it.
I don't think you're
looking at what's in front of you.
Yeah.
But I think the Democratic industrial complex is the problem. And Keith Ellison and all of the people who are actually going to be in power. I'm like, oh yeah, especially when it's been normalized now under Trump. I think a lot of people, like a lot of the same tactics, which were dreams of the BLM movement and all of that, and anti-racism, amendments after what has now happened under the Trump administration, I think it will be a reality. And I don't doubt that you would speak on behalf of civil liberties for right-wingers, but I don't think that that's necessarily a consistent view. And much of the right is to blame for it as well, which is why I often call it out, especially on the censorship stuff, because I'm not dumb. The people who are lawyers, professors, and governors are all watching this and saying, okay, we never did it out of norms. Now the norm is shattered, which means it's going to happen. And I think that America is basically going to go through some sort of like 1990s South Africa truth and reconciliation movement whenever a Democrat comes back into the White House. And I don't think it's going to go that well. All right, long debate. I apologize to the audience. I hope it was somewhat elucidating. Is that the right word? Let's get to the next block. Hey, if you like that.
What a putz.
Well, I didn't know that. Well, yeah, it's private property, dipshit. You can tell them to fucking leave. They don't have a
How are you guys going to complain about the roads and the ice and snow in Minnesota? But then try to illegally deport
Yeah, what's up, micro penis? You little bitch!
Illegal
illegal truck drivers. My God, y'all are just dumb and simpletons.
Wait, is this in Minnesota? I think it is. As far as the audio, yeah. The audio is the Minnesota.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the gift. That was very generous.
So, do we know if the guy's just blocking it?
You what?
Do we know if the guy's just blocking it?
I don't know, but I love it.
Does your mom know I don't know if he's talking to them or not.
I love the traffic jam it's causing.
Hey, bitch! Yeah, you, bitch! Fuck you, bitch! You dumb fuck!
I think I just saw Jimmy John's drive by.
Your mother's ashamed of you!
You guys are going. Whoa. You guys are going into the wrong entrance. That's exit only. But then again, you guys know all about that. We already know that you guys peaked in middle school. Is that when the experimenting started? Is that when you guys became closeted? And then became toxic assholes?
I like how we have an inflatable pig.
At least 300 miles from the Canadian border.
All right.
What's this? A line of hell. They're bringing everybody.
A line of health, more like Malina health. Yeah.
We're going to go into the fun half, and then once we do,
Yeah, I go to,
you know what time it is.
I go to the North Shore quite a lot. The Canadian border is at least a 5-hour drive.
Hey, you stupid fuck! Hey, you dumb.
Wait, hold on. I just got this from Twitter. All right, hold on. I got to bring this up. I'm going to read this. All right. This is Candace Owens responding to Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin. I haven't said it publicly before, but it's finally worth mentioning. The last time I saw Candace Owens at my house, all she talked about for an hour was how much she hated Charlie. Candace Owens responds, "This is completely and utterly made up LOL. Sheer fiction. You guys are so positively desperate to rewrite Charlie's history that we are moving to fantasy. But since the internet is now interested if it's cool, I'd like to now share the story about why I decided to stop being friends with you after you bizarrely opened up to me about how you hired a young Christian male who used to work on my show at PragerU. You told me his parents were overbearing Christians who were concerned about him moving to Miami to work for a gay couple. Sure enough, the next time we saw you, you told me a story about how you and your husband just knew that he wasn't shy, but that he was more likely secretly gay, and how you were encouraging him to experiment with guys and explore his S life. You told me and George that you then encouraged him to go on a date and then to have his first kiss with a man. Shortly thereafter, he quit your show and moved from Miami. I was positively sickened by this story because I knew this kid, and yes, he was shy, and the fact that you questioned him about his virginity and dating life and encouraged him to kiss a boy makes you a groomer in my book. Should we get into what you told me about the night in Hawaii with Peter Thiel, or is it above enough perversion for is the above enough perversion for one morning? The girly pops are fighting. What up, Kois? Good to see you. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I don't hate you. Why? What's up? I missed something? I have no hate for you, man. Matter of fact.
Yes!
Wow.
Sir, you important part of the community. What's going on, dude?
No.
It is kind of questionable.
Oh, shit. I just realized you're on YouTube for once. I was looking over at Twitch for a minute.
And then here, it's fine to have a gun. Once you cross that threshold, then you start getting into gun on federal property. But we're not on federal property. Right? So, like, he is expressing
you did.
the Second Amendment, which is the
I'll
one
be
that
honest, my multi-chat has been all sorts of fucked up since I reset my Streamlabs, yesterday?
fucking fall back on it.
Yes, but
if this doesn't eventually.
But brandishing a weapon.
Yeah, earlier in the stream, I only had one of the YouTube ones up, even though I had all my settings set to have my multi-chat up.
It's still illegal.
Waving it.
Damn, Candace goes for the throat every time. Yeah, honestly, that's why it is kind of like, I don't know, be careful with that one, because Tim Pool learned the hard way.
What are y'all talking about? Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane.
Yeah, honestly, I try not to use the multi-stream as much because it doesn't work half the time.
That might be my favorite. That might be my favorite.
All right, fuck it. We're gonna do this. We're gonna keep going with some of the Walter Masterson stuff.
3 times. He believes he is wronged by the fact that our governor ran as vice president on the last ticket. He believes that it is not okay for our state to so warmly welcome immigrants and help them make a home here. And
Walter
eventually
Masterclass.
send one to Congress. So his
Candace has been a hoot. I mean, has the hot goss. Oh, I thought you said she's been a hoot. She's been a hoot.
I'm Emily Randall, the congresswoman from Washington State 6th.
Jonathan Ross, the murderer of Renee Good, he was incredibly well trained. He's been deployed to Iraq. He has seen combat. He's been a member of the Joint Terrorist Task Force. He does not need training. He literally is the training. Are you guys planning on using the rhetoric of they need better training, or is it this needs to be abolished?
So right now, we are in the minority, right? Right now, we're in the minority.
Of course.
We have the ability to do everything we can to block additional funding. I think that is our most effective tool. When we are in the majority, I think we have to revision what we want our government programs, including immigration enforcement, to look like.
Aw.
We don't have to copy and paste what was here before, the
Yeah,
Trump
he just took off.
administration.
He heard the dog upstairs. He was just like, shit.
We can rebuild it in a way that is true to our values and
What's
keeps
up,
our
DJX? Good to see you.
community safe. And if that is reorganizing departments and
I'll take it.
agencies, like
Who's he talking to? That is a council
I'm into it. If it,
person from,
I think
I don't know.
I think it is our responsibility to be open to the system that works best for us. And if that's abolishing ICE, I'm here for it.
Okay,
if it's funding different training and accountability, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Your shitty fucking states that don't even contribute to the U.S. economy. You fucking. And they never read us our rights. Right in front in the.
Lives come. I'm here for you guys. Just let me know. I'll be over here. Doing fuck your mothers. Doing fuck your mother.
I'm here with Will right in front of the detention facility. He got released. He's the one that was running in the video, my last video. Now, there's a part of his arrest that I didn't know about. Will, tell us what happened.
So as I was running and almost getting away, I saw a lady in a minivan filming me. So I asked her, "Ma'am, they're trying to get me. They're trying to capture me. Can I get in your van?" And so she said yes. So I ran and jumped in the back of her minivan. And as soon as I got in, one of these agents comes up and sticks a pistol in her face, right in the front windshield, right there, just like they did to Renee Good. And then they ripped me. And then as soon as that happened, I said, "No, let me out. I'm not resisting. Arrest me." And so I get brought into this detention facility. They put me in leg shackles. They put me in shackles into this facility that looks just like it did in Iraq when we brought insurgents in. And they bring me to a cell that full of people that have been pepper sprayed, U.S. citizens that have been detained for practicing their First Amendment rights. There was one guy in there, he got his face beat in for blowing a whistle. And they never read us our rights. They never let us talk to a lawyer. They never gave us a phone call. And then they gave me a citation for blocking traffic, even though I didn't block any cars. All I did was stand in the road and practice my First Amendment right to peacefully assemble, to speak up against fascism.
America has been invaded by an authoritarian military force. They call themselves ICE.
Also worth noting that this originally was not an ICE facility. This was being used for the VA. And ICE, as they're cutting VA funds, they are taking over VA real estate.
One of these days, I'm going to get the other guy's name. It's Will something.
Yeah. The ICE-DF is truly a cancer. What's even more remarkable is the Minnesotans are out here in 0-degree weather, and it's like painfully cold out here.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Trust me.
His fucking window's busted. I wonder how that happened.
It's been busted for a couple of days. His driver.
Hey guys, I just had a troll
do.
ask me who's our leader. Who's
An angry
our
guy
leader?
online? Yeah, well, you had Jolly Good Ginger there, and then Will something.
Guys?
I know that he's a vet. I know that he goes, like, from protest to protest, like he was in D.C. right before he went to Minnesota.
Yeah. Apparently we're getting paid by a leader. Oh.
It's always the George Soros! George Soros!
Okay.
Again, going back to prove it, fuckers. Why can't you infiltrate? What's up with that?
Yeah, where's our Doge check and a tariff check? Right?
I've been here every day.
Boom!
I've been here every day.
I don't get any checks, y'all. That's the funny thing.
Imagine having to get paid to stand up for what's morally right.
Imagine that. It's funny because this is how they talk to veterans.
No.
Isn't that funny?
I thought you guys supported the troops. Don't you love saying how much you support the troops? Oh, you only say that when they're fighting wars for oil, right? You don't give a fuck about when they come home with PTSD.
Damn.
Fuck you! Show us your face, pussy!
Oh, I wasn't even listening. I was too busy reporting this one dude to the FBI. There won't be any checks. God, y'all are dumb. God, y'all are dumb.
Dude, he literally said how he doesn't remember.
I'm talking to this bitch. This bitch. You missed the guy with the illegal test leaving the parking lot.
You can't even spell losers.
That is funny.
Get the fuck out of my leg. You can't even spell. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, let's see. Yeah, this is still Minnesota. All right. All right, we got 20 minutes until the fun half. Fucking Christ.
Fuck you, bitch. Is your fucking windshield tinted? His fucking windshield tinted. Aren't you gonna do something about that? Fine, don't you guys love giving people razor blades to fucking take their tits out from the side of the highway?
Nazi wagon!
Losers. I mean, it is funny.
You can't even spell losers!
Losers. Oh, shit.
You got any children in there, you fucking pedophile?
Fuck.
Are you pedophile protector?
Just unmuted my studio.
Can we just like get an absolute ass ton of snow so we can just erect a giant snow penis out here?
Right?
Like a just a giant middle finger right there. That'd be great.
I'm for it.
That would be quite funny.
You mean a bishop for the bishop?
Exactly.
Man, still, it's like it's about sub-0 degree weather there. That's insane. Anything for our trans siblings. Nice.
You guys know what ICE is?
I'm gonna need you to declare your citizenship. Are you okay, sir? You have some kind of medical emergency going on? You look pale, sir. Are you gonna speak to us?
So apparently this guy gets out of this confrontation without saying a word.
We have to establish immigration, man. So let us know if there's any issue or anything, if we can assist you in any form.
Okay.
I wasn't at the border, okay? Let me make that very clear.
and somebody said they were unsubscribing. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I am a United States citizen. I wasn't at a border. I was 80 miles from the border, and I know the law.
How are you doing, sir? Supervisor Guetta, you're in an immigration checkpoint, sir. So your job here is to respond whether you are a United States citizen.
My job is to respond. My job is not to respond, Supervisor Guerra. My job is to exercise my rights, which is what I was doing peacefully.
Okay, so I think that he does auditing. Yeah, he's an audit, Long Island audit.
Not at a
I was about to say, I kind of recognize this guy.
In the state of Texas, where the Constitution still applies.
Man, thank God that, you know what? The audit was one of the channels that used to annoy me because I didn't see the point in it, where I'm like, how come these guys spend their days just standing on the sidewalk in front of public spaces, just trying to prove a point, and then always have like fighting with the cops? You know what? No, I'm glad they did it, because yeah, no, it is important. We need to understand what our rights are. That's how I even know about like public roadway law.
Long
Where
Island
it's just like, no, technically, if you're not on private property and you're on public property, there's nothing they can do.
Audit is going to show you an insane video he took while being questioned by CBP, the tactics they put forth, and best practices going forward.
Are you a United States citizen, sir? If you do not answer the question, you will be detained, you'll be placed in arrest and taken inside for you either can speak to us or we will take you inside.
I love auditors, some of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to just say that the guy that goes out with his kid that has like the big furry, red beard.
2 options.
That guy sucks. I don't know why, but he is a special type of annoying.
I'm going to tell you again, or we're going to place you under arrest. Are you a United States citizen, sir?
Step out of the vehicle, man. No weapons, no nothing. Step out. Put your hands right here.
So at this time, you saw the Supervisor Guerra open up my door. Another Border Patrol Gestapo agent, a tyrant, violently grabbed me, unbuckled my seatbelt, violently grabbed me, and yanked me out.
You know what? At least you can see their faces.
Vehicle where I almost fell down. I'm in a rental vehicle with no dash camera. He throws my camera onto the dash. Then he violently rips me out of the vehicle and begins to search me.
What happens next is also very, very, very questionable.
And right there is where the Border Patrol officers turned off.
That's Amagans. Amagansett Press. Yeah. There was specifically one time where they were obstructing the ability for the fire truck to come in, and they were arguing against it. And I watched them get arrested for that. Turns out that you can't do that one.
My camera.
It was one of the rare ones that you saw that he's just like, yeah, I got to be in court for this one. It turns out that they actually did, they were able to press charges.
So I'm just going to explain it to you because obviously I don't have any body camera footage. They all had body cameras on, but none of them were activated. I asked them, why aren't your body cameras on? They said that they don't need to be on. They told me that I needed to provide my fingerprints. They wanted me to put my fingerprints onto a scanner so they can identify me. I refused. I was then told, if you do not put your fingers, give us your fingerprints, we're going to grab you and violently force you to give us your fingerprints. I said, no, not going to give you my fingerprints. They told me, well, I guess we're going to be fighting then. I said, I'm not fighting anybody, but I am not willingly giving you my fingerprints.
Yeah, this is way different than sovereign citizens, by the way, because these guys actually do know the law.
I said, all right, well, we'll put you in the cell. They didn't like that I was exercising my constitutional rights. I told them I don't consent to any searches or seizures, and they laughed in my face. They laughed at me.
They demanded he surrender his rights, and when he refused,
they got 10 minutes.
Him
Give me
in
one
a jail cell.
Well, I did invoke my right to remain silent, but the other thing is that they take me out of the cell, and they say, you need to identify yourself or we're going to arrest you for failure to ID. I said, you got to do what you got to do. They were like, I don't know why you're being so difficult. They put me back in the cell. They take me out of the cell. They keep putting me back. Every time that I would exercise my rights, They would put me back in the cell. They said, they are laughing. They're laughing. They said, we don't care about we don't care. This is not your, we're doing our jobs. They said, this is a new administration. We can do whatever we want now. That's what they told me. Now let me show you another picture. So I leave, and this is what happened.
Look at these guys. I'm gonna make sure I got everybody's face here. There goes the coward right there. Coward.
They searched my backpack. They searched the entire vehicle. They searched my backpack. They searched my suitcase, which was in the trunk. This is a picture I took of my suitcase when I got back to my hotel. This is the phone that I was recording with. This is just a burner phone that I record with. I open up my phone and there is no video. I go to the gallery. I'm talking to my attorneys. I'm trying to figure out what happened. I'm like, all right, let me look at the video, see when did it cut off? You know, this video right here. The original video.
No, nothing.
This one right here. I go, and they deleted it. They deleted it from my phone. But these idiots, these tyrants.
They left it in the fucking...
ignorant tyrants who know nothing.
They left it in the fucking
they deleted
gallery.
The video from my phone.
Yeah.
But
he just went to recover.
I don't know if they know this or they don't know this, but you know, when you go into here,
yeah, you can just recover your photos.
You go to recently deleted, and you have to delete it from the recently deleted and use Face ID in order to permanently delete it from from They couldn't do that, obviously. So I found it in my recently deleted.
Oh my God, this guy's definitely got a case against them too.
This should not happen to anyone, and yet it did. Before we get into it, please head over to Long Island Audit's YouTube channel and support his independent work. It can be found at the following URL, youtube.com/@Long Island Audit. He also has a GoFundMe for legal support. In part, it reads, all proceeds will help fund any legal expenses I incur regarding unlawful arrests and federal lawsuits for violations of my constitution.
Damn, he's got 1 million subs.
Rights. Your donations will also keep me on the road, traveling across this great country, fighting for our rights, transparency, and accountability.
Jeff Curry, what's up?
From
Hey, by the way, I played your kids' music behind one of the I was covering some protest stuff, and I needed some non-copyright music, which that came in handy. Just decided to play some Hanger. Hey, your son's got some fans now.
In addition, you can hit the follow button on Facebook for more content, his Twitter under the same handle, Long Island Audit, and TikTok, once again, at Long Island Audit. What this sort of behavior that we saw on full display, it reminds me of this piece from Al Jazeera Plus, because what it really shows is the
sleep last night. Me too.
Conduct and mindset of which many of these CBP agents act on and possess.
I felt like a Nazi. Border Patrol agents, they hunt human beings, and that's just the fact.
This is Jen Budd, a former senior Border Patrol agent. For years, she was stationed in...
Honestly, the music, as far as like a backing track for the protests, also worked out really well.
This mountainous region along the U.S.-Mexico border, capturing migrants who had just crossed.
You don't see anybody for miles. It's very easy to be corrupt.
Now, she's an immigrant rights activist and one of the agency's most vocal critics. She's speaking out against what she says is a toxic and violent culture within Border Patrol.
It's so steeped in racism and white supremacy and rape culture and brutality.
After witnessing how Border Patrol apprehends migrants firsthand, I wanted to learn more about the agency from someone who used to be on the inside.
Because of my white face and my blonde hair and my blue eyes, and because of the uniform, I could tell them, shut up. I need to stand up and I need to be on the right side of history.
One thing I will say is noticing the trends of people who are released, even if they are brutalized, which is horrible, even if they are accosted, which is horrible, even if their rights are being violated, which is horrible. One thing that I notice, the trend, is they don't surrender their own rights that they need to protect. And that is exactly what Long Island Audits did, and it's what many others have as well. Even though they think you have none, you still have rights. Record them. Document. And I must say, one thing that needs to be crystal freaking clear is there is a way, if you have an iPhone, I know this personally, is to go into your control center and turn on one function. First off, you need to get rid of Face ID, but turn off a function where if an ICE agent takes a hold of your phone while you're recording, you know how you could go from the right-hand corner, even if it's locked, and put it on airplane? They're doing that right now, so you can't be tracked. This is just one precaution of many that everyone needs to read up on. You need to follow these people like Long Island Audit who practice civil rights. But also, if you are going to a protest, if you are documenting, if you are a legal observer, you must do everything in your power to not only protect your rights, but also protect yourself and your personal property. Hey, I appreciate.
Yeah, definitely. Make sure your phones are locked down, and they can't use the Face ID. That was a great one. And yes, the airplane mode one. You gotta make sure that, that's not accessible. Rick is cool. We would talk about Sacramento Kings on his Twitch stream. Nice. Yeah, I gotta... That'd be fun, actually. We talk some Bulls. You know what? I haven't watched the Bulls in a good long time. Basketball is the one sport that I tend to just watch during the playoffs. And yeah, the Bulls have not been good in the playoffs, so... whatever. Alrighty. We're 6 minutes away from the 420. This is going to be great. Let's go back. Dallas, Texas.
Whoa, hold on. Who's that? Guys, who's that? Who are they? Oh, okay. They just dressing up. I was about to say, who? Hold on now. Okay, let me get back in the front. Running. Guys, I got scared for a second. I thought that was the militia. I was finna say, ain't no way. Look at the crowd, guys. It's beautiful. Look at all my new family and friends. We got 500 viewers!
Ooh.
We got 500 viewers! Yo, what the fuck? Yo! We got 600 viewers!
Oh,
Guys,
yeah,
keep it going.
Gonna happen when you're doing protests, trust me.
Before my phone dies, everybody take a screen record, take a screenshot, all that. This is your family from Dallas, Texas. Live right now. We say fight back! This is badass, guys. We living our best lives. We say fight back!
Trump said what? They switched it up on me. Y'all, I'm sorry. It's so hard to record and walk. I can barely exist alone.
Try doing it with a sign. Honestly, I had that problem where I was like trying to walk around with my sign and also have my phone recording and walk around. It was like, okay. Now I'm used to it, so. All right, the drum's offbeat. I don't like it. I know that this is like something that is very minor, but yeah, I couldn't sleep last night because I ended up eating too late, and yeah. I'm at that age now where if I eat too late, then I ain't sleeping. Sucks. All Are they in Texas? Get yourself some dinner soon. Yeah, I'm gonna call it at 5 hours today. Yeah, take off at about 9. Give myself a little bit of grace, you know. I already did 1 hour on this space, which, by the way, guys, sorry if I was in a bit of a bad mood. I don't know, like, legitimately had no reason for it. Just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and that guy in chat was pissing me off.
You got off the phone with Brett already?
Which, he seemed well-meaning, but I don't know. It was too late by that point. He had already pissed me off. Trying to tell me to go watch that thing. I was just like, coming on my show, telling me what to do. Fuck you. Oppositional defiance disorder might be a real thing, even though I do have the genuine thought that ODD is not real, that is a way to take people who have ADD, already are a little bit more free thinking, and make them feel bad about it. Nah, he kept at it, bro. Needed to go. Yeah. Or needed to let it go. The thing is, it wasn't going to add anything. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. I'm punk rock till I die, man. People don't have chat etiquette anymore, I swear.
Yeah, that sounds like such an influencer thing.
I mean, that was the thing.
Like and share actually though, because you gotta spread awareness.
Yes, it is.
Cringe, not to be cringe.
It's not fucking cringe. You do have to do that.
Yeah, like,
welcome to YouTube
share, like
or any of these platforms. Welcome.
Share, give it that exposure that it deserves.
Yes. I used to think that way too, but then I'm like, you know what? You just you do have to be honest about it. 420, let's go. Oh yeah, I've been looking forward to this one.
Also, thank you for everyone that followed. I don't really care about the follow count, but it's for the cause. But thanks, guys. Okay, hang on. I gotta figure out how to do this. Okay. Yep, that's how we do it. Okay. I'm so bad at walking and talking. Oh my gosh. But yeah, thanks, guys.
My phone's about to die, but like seriously,
my God.
I love y'all so much, guys. Ooh, who sent me a galaxy? I'm gonna give you a kiss. Oh my gosh, love you guys.
All right, I just got some
Very
space.
peaceful protest, everybody. Successful night. W night in the chat.
Made myself a nice little
Ice out of Texas.
keefy. Well, you know, keef dusted.
Ice is not above it, period.
My God, I'm fucking crying.
Ice out of Dallas. Wow,
Legit, I'm
guys.
tearing.
Everybody take a screenshot of that before my phone dies. 1.4K, 1.4K. Oh my God, I love y'all so much. Oh my gosh. Take a picture of this, guys.
That you do that.
This is history. You are a part of it, guys. You're a part of history right now.
All right, I wouldn't even say that. I mean, okay.
My gosh, guys. We
Ooh,
made
top
it.
shelf.
Take a screenshot, everybody. Look at everybody who's here. Look at everybody
Wow,
who's
I got
here, guys.
really.
Isn't this beautiful?
I am nice and toasted.
My gosh. I love y'all, guys.
Yeah, we got Dallas, Texas, and LA.
Wow. This
all
is
right, so
amazing.
we're gonna be covering this. All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So if you guys don't know about the SNEAKO thing, I cannot play the audio of this one, so I'm gonna keep this one off. But I'll play this for a second. Now, okay, so this is the look maxing guy that is under investigation for hitting a guy with his Cybertruck, which yeah, we haven't heard much about that. You got Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, you got the Tate brothers. Or no, you have Andrew Tate, then you have Myron from Fresh and Fit, and then SNEAKO. Just a who's who of yuck. Well. So they were playing the Kanye West song in this clip here. They were doing it's the Heil hit, the guy. Look at bass, funny. yeah. Oh my God, they're yakking it up. They're yakking it up. Look at how uncomfortable he is. All right, then they went to a club, did the same thing.
People laughing and celebrating Heil Hitler and Adolf Hitler. I cannot believe we're even seeing this and witnessing Miami Beach.
A Miami Beach nightclub catching.
Guess what? That's the same mayor that sent the cops to go investigate that woman. So that guy's not exactly what I would call a righteous dude.
Heat accused of celebrating hate with a song about Hitler.
Absolute disgust. Disgusted, horrified.
City leaders reacting to videos making the rounds on social media featuring the Kanye West song with the lyrics Heil Hitler over and over again. The same men seen in the club, known as controversial influencers, are also in a video from a limo. In that one, they're singing, and one of them is performing a Nazi salute.
Fucking Myron.
People in our city celebrating this.
It's fucking Myron.
This is obviously not welcome in Miami Beach. It should not be welcome anywhere in the world.
And by the way, I spoke to other club operators. They are not welcome in their club. How they got into this club, open arms, I want to know how.
Because they were on the list at that time.
The videos are from Saturday night. This one inside.
Yeah, so by the way, this kind of confirms everything that you already knew if you weren't into the club scene or just in general celeb entertainment scene, or this is how it goes. Like every time that you see a celebrity in a club or at a restaurant, they have an agent that calls the head of this agency, right? And they kind of check off a whole bunch of stuff where they're just like, all right, so we got these models. They're going to be there. They're all paid, by the way. And then you have a whole bunch of fucking the restaurants that are in on it. So that's what they were doing. They were literally going from the restaurant that was paid for. The same people pay for that limo that they were in. It's all under the same umbrella. He lost the ability to even contract with them at all. We will get to that.
The Club Vendome at 743 Washington Avenue. The club releasing a statement on social media that reads in part, "We want to be unequivocally clear. Vendome and our hospitality group do not condone anti-Semitism, hate speech, or prejudice of any kind." It
hospitality group
goes on to state, "We are deeply disturbed by the harm caused by this incident and the circulation of this footage." The Post explains the business is looking into safeguards and procedures to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Turns out that getting famous for attracting negative attention is bad for business.
The men in the video celebrating the song, the mayor.
Well, money talks, bullshit walks, and these guys, it's the same thing with Jack Doherty.
Has this message.
It's disgusting, it's shameful, and you are not welcome in Miami Beach.
Hey, you talking to yourself? What's up with that?
And the club, the owners of the club or the management of the club also said in the statement that they are working to determine who allowed that song to be played so that they can be held accountable.
The DJ's getting held accountable. Okay, here we go.
You smoked yourself.
All right. SNEAKO finds out that from his promoter friend that he is banned virtually from all hospitality groups. You're banned from virtually every single hospitality group in the U.S., every restaurant, every venue, every nightclub for your anti-Semitic remarks and absolute racism.
You know you're banned from everything now, right? You smoked yourself. He's been in my vlogs. It's this promoter. This promoter who's been in my vlogs. He's been a friend of mine for a while. We've had back and forth. He's a Zionist. And he just said, I'm banned from everything. Call him. Let me call him. See what's going on.
That's bullshit. They show in the face.
Hey, what's up? I'm streaming right now.
He picks it up and he's like, "Hey, the racist."
I can see that. You watching?
No, I'm not.
Oh, let's go. So I'm banned from everything.
That's what I hear.
From who? Who said that?
You're banned from virtually on my own stream. I don't want my face on stream.
Oh, okay, yeah, just put your voice.
You're virtually banned from every single hospitality group in the United States.
Like what?
Tao Group, Groot Hospitality, H-Root Group, virtually every restaurant, every venue, every nightclub. You're pretty much
I am Groot. Hospitality.
banned for your anti-Semitic
Lame joke, but worth it.
remarks and your absolute racism and your hatred towards Jews. I thought we were friends.
Here at Groot Hospitality, we are Groot.
We are friends. You don't want to be friends anymore?
Oh, I haven't been your friend in over a year, my man. Your anti-Semitism is blatantly disgusting. It's very, very offensive.
Wow. You just figured out?
I posted you
I mean, dude, I do love how he's like shaking right now.
thousands of times, taken care of you. I've been a
Ooh,
true
he's
friend,
pissed.
and all I've ever received from you is hatred, racism, and just anti-Semitism.
When have I been racist or hateful towards you?
I just kind of, I don't know, but the thing is, as someone who can call out bad acting too, this could all be a setup for publicity.
You always say smirky remarks. Always.
I'm talking about it.
It's always been against Jews.
What's?
Yeah, like right there. I don't know. Didn't that kind of feel? I don't know. Here, let's. I mean, did it really just settle in? I mean, because I mean, I know that this doesn't seem like a big deal, but in Miami, he just got told that he's not even there's no reason for him to live in Miami anymore. Like he's banned from everywhere.
It's going to be a tough stream.
Hope it's worth it.
I have a lot to talk about. As you can see the title. If you can see the title, you know what this is about.
He's legit crying. Ah! Get the fuck out! Bro. You're no expert, but
So
if
I'm
somebody
banned
has
from-
here, let's see. Can we find a longer clip?
Self.
No, that was the original one. Wait, here's one.
hurts the feeling. Pretty much every Jewish person out there is played and hurts the feelings of that group. They'd probably be pretty upset because they're like, yo, I'm spending all this money, I'm trying to have a good time. I think that's a pretty valid point.
Right, but we have free speech. If people get upset about music, then wait till the next song plays.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying the fact that it did get removed from Spotify and it is arguably, one of the
All right, here's my theory. After watching all this and watching this guy's demeanor too, they're not good actors. This was planned. This was planned. The news coverage was planned. The stream coverage, like me even doing this, like the outrage, man, was planned. I have a feeling he's not even banned.
least favorited song by all of the Jewish people has some merit to it.
Okay, well, I mean, if enough black people say that there shouldn't be gang violence promoted in music, should that be removed from Spotify as well?
I think that's really up to the rapper, right? Like we
No. Up to Spotify or up to the clubs. Should the clubs and Spotify take a moral stance the way
I can see right
they
through it.
have with the song that you don't like? Should they apply that logic to all of gang music?
I actually can't answer that question because I'm not sure whose decision it was ultimately to have that song removed from Spotify.
Well, the mayor issued a statement and Vendome had to apologize. Do you think the mayor should also condemn hatred towards black people? Should Vendome also apologize for playing music that targets blacks?
If there's a group of people, if a group of black people came together and said, hey, we really don't like this song, we don't want it on Spotify, if there was that
I mean, we have established that the Nelk boys aren't exactly what I would call the pinnacle of intellectual, like, thought. So...
together with enough power and enough...
Do you think black people have enough power to do that in America?
Yeah, I think if you have enough people that come together, you can do a lot. So if enough people come together and they say, hey, we fucking hate this song, and you go to a club and a group of white people are sitting there dancing to it, that's going to offend a lot of people, right? We can agree on that.
Yeah, it's not really about the amount of people, because what are Jews 3% of the American population? It's more about the ADL. It's more about people in politics.
They're 3%, but all those 3% are affected and care.
That moment that the dude from the Nelk boys is your smart friend. Ugh. Oh boy. Ugh.
So it's the amount of people, or so what are you using to justify whether a song should be banned? Even though we have free speech in America, we are
now this is just a way to get his opinion out. This guy's so lame.
I'm just saying, it's arguably...
I don't know. I mean, his star was kind of on the way out. Like, he was kind of becoming irrelevant as a streamer. I mean, trust me, it's rich coming from me. I get it. I'm just saying, from my point of view, from what I've seen online, nobody was really talking about him. Like, he was getting surpassed by other people. So MF wrote it. Yeah, he wrote a skit. Yeah. This is coming across skitty to me. Yeah, because here, let's see. Wait. I got the Wait. Where is it? Son of a bitch. Come on. Don't ruin this for me. Come on. Oh, wait. Is it the other one? It's this one. No, it's this one. Right? Son of a bitch. Oh, man. Where's this? Never mind. All right,
it's gonna be a tough stream.
That wasn't the one I was looking for.
I have a lot to talk about. As you can see, the title. If you can see the title, you know what this is about.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's funny regardless. I don't know. Does it feel real? You guys think it's real? I don't know. It doesn't feel real. I mean... There we go. Late.
It's going to be a tough stream. I have a lot to talk about. As you can see, the title. If you can see the title, you know what this is about.
Okay, yeah, it does work. Sorry, one more time. SNEAKO banned from the club, and they stay there, and they stay. Fucking A. Oh, man. Anyway. Lift mas, SNEAKO. Alright, SNEAKO went off in defending clavicular, got banned from a club. Glorifies violence. I don't know. Alright, hold on. Just because this one is a little more sensitive. As far as, like, this could... here, let's go to do this. Alright. I'm going to find an update on this. Anybody calling this out? Aaron Steinberg. Great. Promoter. Wait. I don't know who that is, but he messaged this club promoter, said, "Good job." Polymarket, Miami. Really? Polymarket's reporting on this shit now? Jesus Christ. All right. Well, Jeff, never heard of this guy? Oh my God. So, you are lucky. Occasionally, there are just times where I'm like, you know what? Fucking A. All right. I'm gonna check out one of these guys' latest videos. First Amendment is crap. U.S. Border Patrol revealed disdain for the First Amendment. Alright, let's check this out. Let's do some audit the audit stuff, since that seems like a safe place to go. And we don't need to do the sovereign citizen videos, because, yeah, I don't want to overdo it. Oh, just a little insider trading on Polymarket. Yeah, you know, it's cool. Isn't Steiny one of the Nelk boys? Oh. I have no idea. See, now, I don't know that. I barely know the lore on this. Like, I know just enough. Oh, by the way, Abba and Preach put out a really fucking funny song. I cannot play it here, but it's like, it's Red Pill Rap or something like that. It's hilarious. Here, I will link it though, cause yeah, man, it fucking that shit got me. Where? The Red Pill Way. No. I just need the link. Thank you. Do not play the video, cause that will get me in trouble. You only know these people from Hassan? Really? Yeah, I think I do too, now that I think about it. Yeah, because, yeah, the Nelk boys were on. Yeah, that's how I know. Because, yeah, they interviewed Trump. Hassan told them that they weren't smart enough to necessarily do it, and then he brought them on. Yeah, I remember. In that case, he was right. Gotta say. All right.
You over here, you know, this is what you're doing right now. Okay. You do not belong here. And right now, somebody's going to come and take care of you.
Are you threatening me? Take care of me?
Do you feel threatened?
Oh, by you? No.
Threatened?
No. Get away from me. Back up.
No.
Back up.
No.
Back up. Get off of me.
You better not be recording people's license plates.
Like this? Like that? Rip me out the car, an American citizen.
Good.
That's what you guys do. Good. Wow. You're a disgrace to law enforcement. You're a disgrace to this country.
Whatever you do, it's up to you.
Right.
They just don't want to be harassed. Because they can file charges for you.
For harassment?
For harassment. Can I have your name?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not going to give you my name.
All right. All right. This is already good. I'm pretty happy with this.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today, we're at the United States Border
Back again with another video.
Patrol Processing Center here in McAllen,
Who's that remind me
Texas.
of?
We're here today as...
Oh, no. He reminds me of that guy where he's just like, hey, guys, it's just me in my garage here with my Lamborghini, and I just, just finished another book.
Oh.
That guy. It turns out that he's allegedly a fucking fraudster and a pyramid schemer. What the fuck is his name? Kai something.
Ways to
What's his name?
peacefully exercise our First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas to promote transparency
alleged scam guy.
and accountability within our government, and to ensure that our public servants recognize our rights and treat us with respect. Let's get into it. Can't hear you.
He sounds like The Rock. Like, this guy could probably do a killer Rock.
Excuse me?
Let me do you smell what the Rock is cooking?
Am I an agent? An agent of Border Patrol? No. I'm investigating. I'm conducting an investigation. What's your name?
You're conducting an investigation on what?
For illegal contraband.
Huh?
Illegal contraband.
Illegal contraband?
Right.
With what agency?
I didn't say I was with an agency.
Okay.
I'm conducting an investigation. Who are
Okay,
you?
well, I'm asking the questions right now. So let me see.
Well, no, I'm the one conducting the investigation. Are you investigating?
No, I started this, sir.
I don't care. I don't care
Are you
right now.
investigating?
If you're not telling me who you are,
That's kind of funny.
Right.
okay, I'm not going to be asking you questions.
So who are you, sir?
Is this your car?
What car?
Well, why are you around the cars?
I just told you I'm conducting an
I
investigation.
don't care
Border
about that.
Patrol.
I asked you what investigation, what agency you're
I
from,
said I'm looking.
and you're not answering me.
I don't need to answer you.
Okay, so
you're not answering me.
I don't need you around the vehicles.
Who are you, sir?
I'm a supervisor here. I
You're
don't
a
need you around the
supervisor here?
vehicles. I don't need you around the vehicles. Okay?
Well, then that would impede my investigation, sir.
I don't care about your investigation right now.
Well, I don't.
If you're not going to tell me who
He
you're
just
working
doesn't care.
for, then you're going to be off the premises. It's that simple.
I'm not in a restricted area. Am I in the restricted area?
You're around the vehicles.
It's not a
okay?
restricted area.
And that puts every vehicle right here in danger because I don't know who you are, and you're not telling me who you are, and you're not telling me who you are, and you're not telling me who you are.
Is that in danger of me finding contraband?
How do I know that?
Is there
How do I know that?
Is there illegal
How do I know
substances? Do you have illegal
How do I
substances
know
in these
that?
vehicles? I'm just checking for illegal substances. That's all. Like I said, I'm conducting
and
an
you
investigation.
have no business searching these vehicles. Okay? And if you're not going to tell me who you're working for, then you need to get out the premises.
Can I help you?
No, you know what? You're not asking questions here.
He was gesturing towards me, so I'm asking if
I'm
he can help
talking to
you.
you.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Can I help you, sir?
Who are you? Who you with?
Oh, I'm conducting an investigation here,
You
sir.
see, we already
A
talked
lawful
about
investigation.
that. A lawful investigation.
A lawful
So tell me what
investigation.
law you're
Stan's gonna be jealous, but oh, look at him.
representing.
I just told you I'm looking for
No.
contraband.
What law are you representing?
The First Amendment, sir.
No. You know, First Amendment, all that crap. You over here.
All that crap, you know, the actual foundation of every law that we have in this country, all that crap.
This is what you're doing right now. Okay?
Yeah, that's
glad
literally
that's what
part of
you
the
do.
First
Okay,
Amendment
so
there, my guy.
What I
What's
need
your
to
name?
know.
So
Stop
sad.
that. So sad. What's your name?
I didn't give it, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And I'm asking. That's why I'm
And
asking.
I'm not going to give it.
Okay. You know what? Get PD out here. You're on your way? All right.
Would you like me to come inside and conduct my investigation?
Nah, I don't need you inside. I need you off the premises. If you're not going to tell us who you're working for, you have no business walking around those vehicles. None. Zero.
I mean, I would like to come,
Zero.
I would like to come
Zero.
inside and conduct my investigation.
You have no right to. Okay?
Okay.
You do not belong here. Okay?
Do you belong here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay?
What you're doing.
I don't care
is
what
not
you're
lawful. What I'm
right
doing is
now.
lawful.
Right now, I don't really care what you have to say anymore.
Okay.
Okay? And right now, somebody's going to come and take care of you because you're not
Is that
telling
a
me.
threat? Are you threatening me?
Whatever.
Are you threatening me? They're going to take care of me?
Do you feel threatened?
Oh, by
Do
you?
you feel
No.
threatened?
No.
Okay.
By you?
I don't feel threatened.
Good. Well, then,
No.
why are you even asking?
I mean, I doubt.
Right,
I doubt many
obviously-
people are threatened by you.
obviously-
sir, honestly.
reversal.
That's right. You can feel whatever you want. You know?
Honestly. So what is it that you do here, sir?
Doesn't matter.
And you're a supervisor, you said?
Yes, I am.
With the Border Patrol.
Yes.
Don't jump.
So say it.
And right now, you're nobody to me.
Ow.
Okay?
Well, I didn't give you my
And
name.
that's right
Got that
now.
little claw, dude.
We're
Watch
going to
it.
take care of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, where you're standing is a restricted area. This is
You know
not a
what?
restricted area.
You know, you're just like this right now. That's all you are.
You're doing more than talking than I am.
That's right, because I have the right to. And I'm the one that's here because I work here.
Interesting. I'm working right now, too.
Yeah,
sir.
okay, that's what you're saying. Yeah, but you don't tell me who you're working
Do
for.
any of you have any complaints against your supervisor here that you'd like to come forward as a whistleblower?
You know, you're pretty ridiculous, right? But the thing is, we're going to be taking care of this right now. Okay?
So don't touch me, okay? Came a little close.
And
that wouldn't be good.
Are you threatening me? I am Cornholio.
Why would I touch
TP for my bunghole.
Good. I didn't say you. I didn't say you wanted
you?
to.
You just told me don't touch me.
My bunghole goes blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Did I gesture to you that I was going to touch you?
You got a little too close
All
for
right,
comfort.
well, then get away from me.
A little too close. You walked up to me.
I'm the one that works here. You do not work here.
You walked up to me. I am working. I'm conducting a lawful. I've received many complaints about Border Patrol agents violating people's constitutional rights and engaging in illegal activity. So I'm here to investigate that.
Yeah. Whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to continue my investigation now, Soseda.
Yeah, and I'll be walking with you.
Great. You can help me conduct the investigation. We can look for illegal contraband and drugs. You know, this could be like a cooperation investigation.
Yeah, we're going to be cooperating a little bit.
Which one is your vehicle, Soseda?
None of your business.
This guy looks like a Ninja Turtle if they age like humans.
How you doing? You
Old
gonna run me
Donatello
through facial
here.
recognition? Let me get you a good picture.
You're now being ordered to leave.
Order to leave what? Is this a restricted area?
You're walking around government vehicles.
Is this a restricted area?
Yes, it's government property.
It's restricted?
You can go to the, if you want to record, you can go to the.
Is this restricted area?
Yes,
it is.
What part did you not understand?
What about this isn't
over
restricted?
here.
Don't touch me, so say
Well,
that.
then get over
Don't
there.
touch me, okay?
Get off the restricted
Don't touch
area.
me.
If you want
Don't
to
touch
record,
me.
you can record all you want. Record over there on the street.
Well, this isn't a restricted area.
This is
where's the sign?
No, it's federal property, which actually does kind of like
property.
And where's the signs?
Look, the PD's on the way.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm giving you one chance.
Where do you think I'm going? I'm not.
Go over
You're not
there.
giving me a chance for anything. You're violating my rights. Excuse
That
me.
way.
Don't.
That way.
Stop getting
That
in my
way.
way. I'm going.
I'm in your way because you're not listening.
You're getting in my way. Stop. I'm trying to walk.
That way.
Stop.
That way.
I'm trying to walk.
That
You keep
way.
walking in. I'm walking this way.
That way.
No, he's walking
That
into
way.
me. Look.
This way.
Look. Are you recording? You're recording, right? I'm not walking into him. I'm walking this way. I'm not on the property. Get away from me now. Get away from me.
You're on the property.
I'm not on the property. Get away from me.
Over
This
there.
is not the property. Get away
Over
from
there.
me. Back up.
No.
Back up.
No.
Back up. Get off of me. Get off of me. This is not your property right here, Soseda. So back up.
See that sign?
Yeah. Am I past
side.
it? Am I past it?
That side.
You want to get a good picture of me for your facial recognition? Take off the glasses.
Thank you. Take
There
off
you
the
go.
cap too.
There you
Take
go.
off the cap.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
You guys got enough right here. It's fine. You guys can get it. That's fine. Let's see.
Interesting. Not really. I mean, it was 2 chairs and a set of Nikes. I mean, I don't get the whole looking for contraband thing, but I don't know. Maybe someone
Whose
could
vehicle is this?
explain that to
None of
me.
your business.
I guess you could say that.
And you better not be recording people's license plates.
Like this? Like that? Like, I got everybody's license plate here.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm making a big file. Because you guys do not respect the Constitution. You guys do not. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be for everybody to see. Everybody to see. Everybody to see.
Where are you going to put it? Facebook, YouTube?
Everywhere. That's fine. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere.
So what's your account?
Everywhere. You'll figure it out. Just call one of your bosses and they'll tell you who I am.
So look.
They'll tell you.
Oh, so they already know about you.
The thing is, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this small YouTuber, like, probably." It's like, "Oh shit, he's got 1 million."
Oh yeah.
You know at least one of these guys did
I
that.
my constitutional
Where
rights
he's just like,
yesterday.
Oh, damn.
Searched my vehicle, cut open my
fuck.
suitcase, went into my backpack, put me in a jail cell, all because I wouldn't answer your questions. That's what Border Patrol did. You know Falfurious? You know that checkpoint over there? Yeah. Cut open my suitcase, checked my suitcase. You think that's funny, right?
That's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing, work? They're allowed to violate the 4th Amendment by searching my vehicle? That's what they're allowed to do?
Yeah.
You're a clown. You have no idea what you're doing. You got no education on the law, nothing. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Told you.
Yeah.
You figure out who I am. This is public property, right? Where I'm standing? We're good? All right. Just making sure. Looks like you're wasting your time. You're out here.
We're getting paid. What are you getting?
Oh, I'm getting paid too, sir.
Good.
I'm getting paid too.
Good.
It's my job. I got paid while you violated my rights yesterday. I'm going to be going to every border. You better put my picture on the wall. I'm going to be going to every border patrol. I'm going to be going to you. I'm going to be going and protesting outside your houses. Oh, I'm going to be going everywhere. Does it sound like a threat? I mean, protesting outside somebody's house is a constitutionally protected activity. I'll bring my. I got a big LED billboard.
God damn it! Sorry guys, this is a little bit better than the San Francisco stuff, right? Because this is like, well, I like his candor.
In front of the house, isn't that great?
Cool. You're awesome, dude.
All right, yeah. Awesome. Because you're not going to continue to violate constitutional rights. You're not going to continue to violate constitutional rights and get away with it. Your agency did, and you support it. You just said they were doing their job by opening up my luggage. You can't do that.
Should have left you in jail.
Yeah. Oh wow. Interesting.
Interesting.
With supervisors like you, right?
Like supervisors.
I hate to say it, man.
Supervisors like you.
There's a whole bunch of them.
I know. Bunch of tyrants. We got to get rid of them. Bunch of tyrants. Bunch of tyrants. I know. You got $40 billion to your budget. You guys are going to violate everybody's rights, right?
If we want.
If we want. Wow. You subscribe to that, Lopez? You subscribe to that? That you're going to violate whoever's rights you want? That's what they said yesterday. They said, we got a new administration here. We could do whatever we want now. So you feel comfortable, huh? Won't be around forever to protect you in your constitutional rights violation.
Wow, mask off. The thing is, that's what this guy's really good at, because he doesn't, they don't understand that they are incriminating themselves to a degree.
Statute limitations don't run out. Call up Foul Furious, right? Foul Furious, checkpoint. Call him up. Call him up. You'll call him by the end of the day. I know you.
He's like, you're about to find out who I am, motherfucker.
Will. I know you will.
He hasn't done the thing where he's like, you don't know who I am, but he's like, nah, you're gonna find out who I am, and they're gonna be pissed.
Rip me out the car, an American citizen.
Good.
That's what you guys.
The dude with the phone is having a think.
Good. Wow.
Yeah.
Good.
He's having a think of, is he right? Dude, for real. That's what's happening with these guys. They're just like, yeah, I don't know the law. Oh, what do you mean I don't know the law? Which law?
Me out of my vehicle, searched my vehicle, cut open my suitcase.
Oh, fuck, man. That's real time, too.
Searched my backpack, took my property, put me in a jail cell.
Why don't you go to Foul?
Oh, I'll be there again.
Okay, well.
You guys were just on my way.
Why are you wasting your time here?
You guys... Oh my God, he did this as a fucking side quest.
You guys.
All right, man, that's fucking based.
On my way, I wanted to get everybody's license plates. That's all. I'm just, like I said, I'm conducting an investigation. So say it.
Ruining motherfuckers' days, like it's just. This is like, you guys are a snack. Don't worry.
An investigation. This one must be yours, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, this one's.
All right, I am loving this.
And all of those back over there, they're all mine also.
They're all mine. So you agree with constitutional rights, Lopez? Do you support the Constitution? Do you honor the oath that you took to uphold the Constitution, Lopez? Do you?
I mean, that's an easy question that you could just you don't have to be like.
I'd be proud to say yes if I were you. Why can't you just say yes? Do you uphold our constitutional rights? Because Seta here, your supervisor.
What's up with that?
He says no. He says they could do whatever they want. Blah, blah, right. I know.
Blah,
First
blah,
Amendment,
blah.
Fourth Amendment, they mean nothing. They mean nothing to you. You're a disgrace to law enforcement. You're a disgrace to this country. You're a traitor. That's what you are. You're a traitor. You're a traitor to the United States Constitution. You are.
Okay. Does that make you feel better?
No, it makes me feel sad. Pity for you and your family and anybody who associates with you.
And coming from you, it means
I pity you.
Absolutely zero, nothing.
Okay. You said you don't care about the Constitution. You said you don't care about your people's rights. That's what you said. That's what you said. And that's what makes you a traitor.
Like I said, you can say whatever.
No, that's what you said. All this extra funding for you guys to sit out here with a cameraman, right?
Yep. That's what we do.
Yeah, nothing, right?
Yeah, nothing.
All you do is violate people's constitutional rights. That's what you do, right? That's what you said.
Whatever.
You said it, not me.
Whatever.
You said it, not me. Put me in a jail cell. You don't care. That's part of you would do it. You would do it too. 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 You would do it too.
Well, if I needed to, yes.
You guys don't have body cameras, Lopez? You gotta use your phone? Is that a work phone? Or a personal phone? Nobody's talking to you.
No, I'm talking to you.
Right, and I'm not talking to you.
Doesn't matter, I asked you, right? Fail to understand that you're not going to charge it.
Neither are you. Neither are you.
That's why you're over there.
Yeah, neither are
You're
you.
over there.
Neither are you. You're not in charge either. I'm here because I want to be over here.
Man.
And I'll stay over here for as long as I
Man,
want.
he's doing the thing too, where he is exposing like the little bit of power trip. Like, yeah,
I'll stay over here. You're accomplishing the goal.
all right.
I know.
You're accomplishing the goal. The goal is to expose dirty tyrants, cowards, and traitors to the Constitution.
I think I can do an extra half.
And that's what
I know I gotta eat, and I will. As long as I'm out of here before 10, I'm good.
you're doing. You've exposed yourself. You exposed yourself to the world, so say that. Yeah, and I'm going to be protesting outside all Border Patrol.
Beautiful. You can tell you're doing that.
Huh? Looks like McAllen PD is here. Wonder what they're going to do. We're on public property.
I'm actually genuinely curious what some right-wingers would think about this. Damn. All right. Tomorrow's stream. Got to watch some of these early. Yeah, you should.
Hey, ma'am, how are you? Okay.
I'm assuming they already told you that they didn't want you going inside, taking pictures of their license plates.
I already did. I already took a picture of all the license plates and inside their vehicles already.
Well, you know, they don't want you to do that.
All right, well, I already did. So it's over. I don't need to do it anymore.
So they actually want you just to stay on the public road, on the public side
Where I am?
road? So, I guess being, you know, you see the fence? So
Yeah, where I am, ma'am. I know. It's okay. How are you, sir?
She's like, God damn it. It's one of those audit guys. I wonder if she recognizes them.
Well, like I said, I already took all the pictures I needed to take from inside their vehicle and their license plates. I already have all that, so I'm good where I'm at. I'm just going to stay here. That's it.
Okay, they just don't want
Why don't you guys have body cameras? No budget?
That is a question for the chief. That is beyond our...
You guys should have body cameras.
You know what? Hey. I actually appreciated the fact that she's like, that's a question for the chief. That's above my pay grade.
Well,
I appreciate that. It's okay.
maybe you might want to go ask him.
Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. That's good. Yeah, like I said, I already took all the pictures I needed to take. I got all the license plates.
Oh my God, you're right. Wow. Oh my God. I hate to do it, but that's beyond beer gut. What in the fuck? That guy, like, it looks like he has a Thanksgiving turkey cooking in his midsection.
Inside all the vehicles. My job here.
He's like fucking it's like Krang, but you know, like he's the robot.
Done. So I'm just hanging out right here.
Hold on, I have Border Patrol Krang.
Yeah, they just, you know, they just don't want
Wasn't a reach. That was a good one.
you to be going,
I was gonna say fat bastard, but I felt like that was mean.
you know, following them, going, you know, that's what they want.
Right. Well, no, I plan on
He does. He literally looks like the Krang robot.
following them when they leave. Yeah, all that. Yeah,
Yeah, turtles.
all that.
Yes, you will feel the wrath of Krang.
Just,
Conducting an investigation. So, you know.
I mean, whatever you do, it's up to you.
Right.
They just don't want to be harassed.
Right.
That's it. Because they can file charges for you.
For harassment.
For harassment.
As a law enforcement
I'll get you, turtles.
officer, really? Interesting.
Well, are you a law enforcement officer?
No, I'm saying they're law enforcement,
oh, yeah,
right?
them, yeah.
Oh.
Later, gladiators. After a while,
I've never
crocodile. Damn it.
heard of a law enforcement officer filing harassment
Yes,
charges.
because once they're off duty, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah. So, can I have your name?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not going to give you my name. I haven't broken any laws.
Okay. But just don't step back because then you will. Okay.
Oh, I'm not. Like I said, I'm done. Thank you. Have a good day, Gonzalez.
Dude, they don't look happy.
After the violation that took place last
That
night,
guy was just like,
where they cut open my suitcase, rummaged through my vehicle,
man, he's pissed about
illegally
the
searched
suitcase.
my vehicle. After they
I would be
did
too.
all of that yesterday, put me in a jail cell, tortured me really, in and out of a jail cell, mocking me, violated my constitutional rights, and didn't give a shit that they did so, laughed in my face, thought our rights.
That's Border Patrol.
And look, just like this is why I do what I do. So say
yes?
Officer A. So
but I am enjoying this Long Island audit.
Seda is
Like,
another one. He's another one laughing
this is
about.
legit.
He's glad that my constitutional rights were violated. He's glad that that happened to me. He says, good, it continues to happen. I could do what I want. It's the same thing. I'm sick and tired of tyrants. Again, this is not political. I don't give a shit about politics. I couldn't care less. This is about up and down. This is about the people versus the government. And I will not have my
politics might care about you.
Constitutional rights violated by tyrant thugs. I will not. I will put billboard trucks in front of all of their houses. I will protest outside all of their houses. I will do whatever it takes.
I mean, he said all this to him.
The gloves are off.
So-
I will exercise my constitutional rights to the fullest extent of the law.
That was a Toyota.
That I promise you. I'm not going to break the law like these sovereign citizens who can put me in a jail cell without any sort of
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
probable cause, reasonable suspicion, nothing. Just because
I just realized that, yeah, like the audit guys are literally the anti-sovereign citizens.
they want to, because they think that they can. Search my
it's gonna be a fun year.
Vehicle illegally. Take my property from me.
It's a reversal. Oh my God, I'm so in.
Harass me.
All right, I got
so I
one
will be
more.
exercising my First Amendment right peacefully to exercise
before I have to go
protest
tonight.
their tyranny. And whether it's out here in front of Border Patrol, at every single Border Patrol stop and checkpoint, whether it's in front of their residences, on the public sidewalk, I don't care anymore. I will continue. If I have to follow them around and expose them to the world, I will do whatever I need to do. I was violated yesterday. I was violated last night. You've already seen the video. I did a live stream. I'll leave a link to it in the description, as I said earlier. But, you know, as soon as these officers leave and these Border Patrol agents leave, we will, we'll be getting out of here.
Really? He got a sergeant to retire? Josh, that's kind of cool. All right, they come back to him.
Giving you a criminal trespass warning. The next time you come in, you'll be arrested on the criminal trespass. This was also like here is letting you guys acknowledge that. You acknowledge that. Do you understand that, sir?
You understand it. Come on this property
Alex!
again. Come on this
Alex?
property again. Yes.
Alex! I got you, Alex.
Hey, that's cool.
I got
me
you.
right here. I'm right here.
No. I got you later. I got you later. Don't worry, Alex.
Come on,
I got you later, Alex. Alex.
And you're gonna get arrested.
I got you, Alex. Not by you. Not by you, Alex.
I just want to make sure that you understand.
Not by you, Alex.
All
right, man. Appreciate you.
All right. All right, so they take off.
You've chosen your side. My loyalty is with the United States Constitution.
All right, so Border Patrol reveals their disdain for the First Amendment. I was abducted by Border Patrol for exercising my First Amendment right.
Citizen, sir. No, nothing. Vans, ID, anything.
Yeah, some kind of medical emergency going on. You look pale, sir.
Oh, this was the
Your job
video.
here is to
Oh man,
respond,
you went mega
whether
viral
you are
on
a
this
United
one.
States citizen or
Damn.
not. You either can speak to us, or we will take you inside. I'm gonna tell you again, or we're gonna place you under arrest.
Okay, so hold on. U.S. Navy is no jurisdiction. Me, chairman loses it over corruption allegations. Mayor runs again. What? More Border Patrol. No. Wait, that was like that was your first interaction with Border Patrol, and now you're just like, nope, that's my new thing. Well, god damn it. All right. Whoa, what's going on?
I watched through there currently. Was now southbound Crenshaw from Pico. Vehicles a white 3-door hatchback.
I was about to say,
All right, this
what the hell is that?
sign that says America for Americans. Obviously. What the hell?
That's my sign to go eat? Yeah, I should probably do that. All right.
Why would there be violence?
Yeah, all right, let's start wrapping this. It's been fun. Got a little overtime, too. Where is this?
Okay, yeah, this guy's like...
The coverage is over. That's why. Yep, that is my sign. That's my sign. All right. Let me get my outro ready, and then, yeah, I will head on off. I want to watch, but nah, you're right. I've done 6 hours of streaming today. Feels like no. I was about to say, it feels like I could go another hour, but yeah, I gotta get to sleep. I've got to get some rest tonight. So yeah, join us tomorrow, 2:00. Gonna have a fun stream there. I think that I will be live tomorrow on this space. I'm not entirely sure. I am putting together a pre-record just in case. Righty, but come on. Just work here. What the Oh, damn. Sorry, guys. My outro's not working. God, I've got to find a new way to do this. There we go. All right, folks. Like I said, join me tomorrow, 2:00. We'll have some fun. As I said, we're definitely going to cover at least one of the audit videos. Maybe not his, but we'll see. But thank you for joining tonight. I appreciate y'all hanging out. You know that I appreciate you guys. No one to raid tonight. So, that being said, again, thank you for joining stream. I will catch you on the next one. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.